In the arena, in front of the pathetic-looking human with a hood on his head, there was a huge red big man who had an aggressive attitude. The merciless monster clenched his fist tightly and swung around to deliver a fatal blow and bring joy to the watching audience. Not at all frightened, the kid called it fascinating, while looking coolly into the eyes of his aggressive opponent. The youngster is about to be killed by a bloodthirsty monster for the amusement of others of his kind. And it is at this moment that he is struck with maddening fear for the first time in his life. He gleamed his blood-stained teeth, laughing uncontrollably while staring into the eyes of his furious foe. Perhaps the hero now has an answer to the question he has been asking all his life, namely, whether he is a madman among saints or a saint among madmen. Gabriel remembered as a child when his happy mom would greet him on his birthday, and being overjoyed he would greet the little kitty. The cute animal was lying in a box, smiling at the happy boy who had been dreaming of a pet for a very long time. The smile never left the face of the joyful child who couldn't get enough of the white, fluffy kitten. Unfortunately, the joy did not last long, and after a while blood settled on the boy's face, and he looked at what he had done with surprised eyes. The dazed mother standing behind her dropped the container containing the dirty clothes from her hands. The shocked woman put her hands to her face at the horror she saw, seeing the blood-stained knife in Gabriel's hand. Not understanding her reaction, the kid said the cat was acting weird, so he tried to find out what was wrong. On the floor lay the bloody cat to whom Gabriel had been undeservedly cruel and had taken his life. For as long as the hero can remember, he has always been fascinated by death, and his mother realized early on that her son was not like the others. She immediately cradled her son in her arms and told him that they would figure it all out and everything would be fine, so he shouldn't worry. His mother confidently thought that if Gabriel kept himself busy all the time, his strange tendencies would disappear. For a while it did work, and he was active playing soccer with the kids and also practicing chess. In addition, the boy also persistently mastered karate techniques with the rest of the boys, showing great diligence. At one point the effort began to pay off and he landed a nice right hook to the jaw of his opponent, who was confused. The guy immediately fell to the floor, trying to recover from the blow he missed due to his loss of vigilance. A strangely smiling Gabriel was drilling him with his gaze, while keeping his fist clenched and as if taking pleasure in what was happening. Suddenly an excited mom came running in and gave the surprised kid a big hug, and told him that that was enough and he should stop. But suddenly, he pushed her away from him with his left hand, which discouraged the woman even more, for this had never happened before. A slightly confused Gabriel couldn't believe he'd done that, but his mom wouldn't back down and tried to calm him down. Smiling, she said it would be okay, and the hero remembered that it was the first and only time he felt guilty. After that, he did everything he could to make his mom believe that he had become normal, and that his tendencies were gone. He wanted very much to spare her the bitter truth, for she loved him very much and wanted her child to be happy. Gabriel wanted his mom to be happy too, though he never really understood what that meant. In an instant, the green-eyed woman froze in place while holding the plate she had been carefully washing. Suddenly, the woman dropped the plate from her hands, which immediately shattered on the wooden floor, which slightly startled the child standing next to her. Mom felt very strange and blushed, and her hands started to shake, which made things even more heated. A surprised Gabriel asked the wrinkled mother what was wrong, but she gave no further answer. Cancer had been killing the boy's mom for months, and only on her deathbed did she confess everything to him. A woman lying on a medical bed with a smile on her face said she found the place where her son buries animals. A flustered Gabriel didn't expect to hear such a thing and tried to make excuses, but his mom said she knew there was nothing he could do about it. She ran her palm over his face and said she also knew he was hiding it from her so as not to hurt her. Mom said she was going to leave soon and do so with peace of mind, so she wanted Gabriel to make 2 promises to her. The woman asked him to never take his lust out on a man, but if he couldn't contain it, he should make sure he chose someone who deserved it. The boy listened attentively to his sick mom and holding her hand and said he understood everything, and she looked into his eyes in silence. She asked him to be nice and kind to everyone, because there are plenty of friends to laugh with, and the hero asked what if others didn't want to be friends with him. Mom ran her palm over his face and said in a calm tone that everything would be okay, and he would make sure of it. And then she died a few days later. It was the only time Gabriel felt pain but didn't cry, even though he knew he should have done so. But he failed. After the funeral, the protagonist was taken in by his aunt and uncle, and he struggled to keep his promise to his mother. The young man soon made a friend named Diego, who one morning asked if he was ready for the excursion of the year, and the hero remarked that today he was happier than usual. Buddy said he brought some magic cards for a trick and downloaded the Nunnelback dungeon, so they're going to have a blast. After making a friend, Gabriel's impulses have all but disappeared, and Diego said the best thing about school field trips is the bus ride. In an instant, he froze in place and looked at the young man standing in front of him, and the smile disappeared from his face in a moment. A rough red-haired guy in a black leather jacket called Diego, a fatty, and told him to watch where he was going. The young man didn't want conflict and apologized to Kevin, asking if he was okay. But conflict was inevitable. Kevin grabbed Diego by the collar, about to make his point, and the guy froze in place, unsure of what to do. A cold-blooded Gabriel stood back and watched this, realizing that his impulses were still in place. The red-haired brute asked angrily, "How about he punches Diego in his nasty face to teach him not to take up the entire hallway?" Just then the main character intervened, saying in a calm tone that his buddy had apologized to Kevin and asked him to let him go. The bully looked at him unhappily, asking if he wanted to get one too, but Gabriel only asked again to leave his friend alone. At that moment, he gripped tightly onto Kevin's wrist, pressing down hard on it, which was very tangible. The wary guy looked at the protagonist with a bewildered look that was absolutely cold-blooded. Paying attention to Gabriel's gaze, one could tell that he had no fear, and it was not worth messing with him. Kevin defiantly batted his hand away and asked him if it was true that he wanted to fight, while not treating him as an opponent. The girl standing behind him asked him to forget about those kids and walk her to her locker, or they would miss the bus. The red-haired cheeky man smiled at his companion and said she was right and they should go, while the cold-blooded Gabriel stood silently still. As he left, the brute said that the hero was lucky, but also threatened that next time he would definitely shatter his soft bones. Taking a breath, Diego said with sweat on his face that it was pretty close, but a good buddy saved him. Holding a screwdriver behind his back, Gabriel acknowledged that this was indeed the case, while not showing the edged weapon to his friend. Then he said, a little fearfully, that this whole situation could have turned out dire, but not for them at all. Looking after the departing Kevin, the hero mentioned his mom in his thoughts, and wondered if that meant he could kill him. Meanwhile, the man in charge of the children looked at the list and asked everyone to get on the bus immediately. An overjoyed Diego said it was very cool, since the best seats were still available, but Gabriel saw nothing good in it. A buddy said the middle row is perfect because it's between the emergency exits, far enough away from the teachers and close to the restroom. Suddenly, Gabriel heard a loud yell from an exuberant Kevin, who was kicking people out of their seats, saying that these seats were for him and his buddies. One of the students excitedly said they were here first, but the red-haired savage grabbed him by the collar and repeated to get out. Looking at this, Diego said softly that the best thing about the middle row was that they weren't near the back row where the bullies always sat. A member of the class intervened in the squabble and told Kevin to stop the buffoonery, but he wasn't intimidated at all. The guy asked that the students be left alone, threatening that he would have to mention the behavior of the ignoramus at the next school board meeting. The cheeky guy's friend asked the nerd to mind his own business if he didn't want to go home with a black eye. Kevin himself asked Cedric if he thought since he was the class representative, he had the right to command it. The stunned class representative didn't know what to reply to this and froze in place, feeling the dripping drops of sweat on his cheek. Sitting in the middle row, Gabriel remained completely calm, calling the scene very strange. The excited students looked at the silent Cedric, and the hero realized that the whole silly commotion was over a simple seat. The guy then turned his attention to Kevin's sly smile and realized that he wanted to show the group that he was the alpha male, even if it was just a simple place. Cedric witnessed this behavior every day, yet never even thought to intervene. But today, for some unknown reason, he dared to. Gabriel wondered if he really cared about his classmates, or if he just wanted them to believe it. He really didn't see the point of it all, and suddenly a teacher entered the bus and asked everyone to sit down right away. An exasperated Kevin grudgingly told the Cedric that he was lucky this time, and the teacher who heard it didn't know what he was talking about. Grabbing the handrail, the man said they could now set off and asked if everything was in place. One of the students raised her hand and said Melissa wasn't here yet, and the classroom teacher asked if she was late again. Another girl with a smile on her face pointed her finger out the window and said there was a late student walking toward the bus. Through the window, they saw a panting, blue-eyed beauty, who shouted that she was already running and asked them to wait for her. The angry teacher asked when she would decide to make an effort to not be late already, and a heavy breathing, Melissa apologized. The tardy woman went to take her seat on the bus, and the man asked the bus driver to start moving, and he immediately pushed the gas pedal to the floor. Before she even got to her seat, Melissa almost fell to the floor because the bus jerked forward, which startled her. The girl was helped to her feet by one of the students who gently grasped her shoulders, which was unexpected for her. That student was Gabriel, who looked her in the eye and asked if everything was all right, and the surprised blue-eyed girl froze in place. At that moment, Melissa felt very awkward and even blushed, while not taking her eyes off the young man. She then pulled her backpack on top of her with a sudden movement, thanking her rescuer and calling him Gabby while not knowing how to act. experiencing panic. The girl said that she wanted to tell Gabriel, and the hero, on the other hand, did not understand why this girl was acting so strange. The guy said she could call him Gabby and advised her to hurry up and find a seat on the bus. Within minutes, the bus was already set in motion and traveling down the highway at the maximum allowable speed. Melissa chatted with a friend sitting next to her about fun topics, while the rest of the students were busy doing their own thing. The teacher said they didn't have a long drive, so he suggested they go over the planetarium visitation program one more time. Suddenly, the bus began to shake, which made the man nervous as he grabbed the handrail tightly and managed to stay on his feet. The students, on the other hand, became nervous, trying to hold on to their chairs and not panic, though they managed to do so with difficulty. The driver tried with all his might to stop the bus, whose tires, due to friction, were rubbing off and leaving marks on the asphalt. The tense teacher asked if it was an earthquake. The anxious man replied that he had no idea, but emphasized that it was strong. A frightened Diego asked Gabriel if he thought it was an earthquake, while the hero noticed a strange odor. The buddy awkwardly said it was the stress, but the young man replied that it smelled like sulfur, not what he thought it was. A few centimeters away from the bus, a crack in the asphalt appeared, from which an incomprehensible energy began to erupt. A tense Kevin shrieked and asked if the others had seen the big lightning bolt, and his terrified girlfriend clung to him. A worried Diego put his hand on Gabriel's shoulder and asked what was going on outside the window, not knowing what to expect. The protagonist pulled his phone out of his pocket, which only a minute ago was fully charged, but now the battery was at zero. A funnel appeared near one of the wheels of the bus, which spewed out lightning, gradually increasing in size. Gabriel's horrified buddy didn't understand what was going on, and the cold-blooded hero asked if he could stop screaming. Placing his hands behind his head in a bent position, the young man asked his friend to immediately fasten his seatbelt and do as he did. The tense teacher was yelling at the kids to hold on tight, and the driver was still behind the wheel, trying not to panic. Suddenly, the bus was lifted above the ground by an incomprehensible magic that ordinary people had no way of resisting. Fear-stricken Melissa looked around in horror while her panicked friends screamed and cried. Cedric held tightly to the handrail, trying to remain calm and not be affected by panic. Meanwhile, red-haired bully Kevin covered one eye and stared ahead, cradling his lover, who was calmer beside him. Diego followed Gabriel's example and bent at the waist, covering his head with his hands and clenching his teeth tightly. The cold-blooded protagonist, meanwhile, was carefully analyzing the situation without showing any emotion. The incredibly powerful energy lifted the bus high off the ground, which frightened the students who were not prepared for such a thing. The asphalt showed only tire friction marks left behind by the bus that had been thrown up in the air. After a while, Gabriel began to gradually open his eyes, realizing that he had been unconscious for some time. Running his palm over the back of his head, in his thoughts, the hero said he had passed out, and there was no telling what had happened in the meantime. Looking around, the guy realized that the tornado was already over, while expecting a lot more damage, or even deaths. But it was all over. Looking at an exhausted Diego, who wasn't feeling well, Gabriel said it looked like they were lucky. The hero asked his buddy if he was okay and if he was hurt, and tears streamed from the eyes of the survivor of the horror. In a trembling voice, the brown-eyed young man asked if Gabriel had seen the huge eye that had really scared him. The perfectly calm daredevil did not realize what the huge eye was talking about, and assumed his friend was in a state of effect due to shock. But in an instant, it hit him, because he remembered that right before he blacked out, he had seen something. Before losing consciousness, Gabriel saw a huge eye at the very center of the tornado. But what it was, he had no idea. The hero put his hand on Diego's shoulder and asked him to relax, telling him that he had just imagined it because of the panic and now they were safe. Melissa, meanwhile, was soothing her crying friend, wiping her snot and telling her that the worst was over and to calm down. A tense Cedric, on the other hand, sat there with his eyes bulging, trying to comprehend the horror he had experienced. A nervous Kevin excitedly asked his companions in a loud tone of voice if everyone was okay and if there were any injuries. The teacher turned to the children, saying they should call for help, and asked if anyone had a working cell phone, adding that it wasn't working. The students immediately started checking their cell phones and got even more nervous because none of them were working. A tense Gabriel remembered his phone going off just before the tornado and wondered what had happened. Looking out the window of the bus, the hero noticed that the dust had not yet settled, and nothing could be seen from the interior. Then his gaze filled with wonder, as if he had seen something unexpected and mesmerizing. Outside the window, the lad saw a long-haired creature with a wide and intimidating smile, clad in a brown shirt and with a hat on his head. This alerted Gabriel greatly, who froze in place, feeling the dripping drops of sweat on his cheek and wondering what the hell this was all about. At first he assumed he was hallucinating, and it hit his head hard, and the creature was holding a microphone. Pretty soon the guy realized he wasn't dreaming, because Diego, who was sitting next to him, screamed in fear, wondering what it was. The other students on the bus stared in horror at the unknown creature that was smiling frighteningly at them. After the reaction he saw, Gabriel wondered if others were also seeing this creature and it was real. A flustered Kevin wondered what the hell this was and couldn't believe he was actually seeing it. The frightening creature laughed loudly, calling him interesting and gradually approaching the bus. The stunned protagonist couldn't believe that the terrifying entity could also talk. The monster exulted above the ground, laughing at the top of his voice, causing a strong wind to rise. In a frightening tone, he exclaimed that this party would be exciting, and the students were even more frightened. A few seconds later, the music monster was at the front of the bus, glaring intimidatingly at the students. He greeted the ladies and gentlemen, who were scared out of their wits and trembling, trying hard not to panic. Bowing respectfully to the humans, the creature asked everyone to leave the transport, and to do so as soon as possible. The excited students didn't know what to do or what was in store for them, as the creature didn't inspire confidence in them. They just froze in place, and the monster repeated with an even louder laugh that told them to get off the bus immediately. In a panic, everyone began to run out of the bus, realizing it was better to comply, while a perfectly calm Gabriel tried to keep his wits about him. Soon the students left the transportation, looking around and not even knowing what might be waiting for them next. Kevin's frightened lover clung to him and asked where they were, and he said he didn't know, but he had a bad feeling about it. Diego asked Gabriel if he understood what was going on, to which he got the answer, no, while the hero himself tried to figure out where they were. An alarmed Melissa shouted for everyone to slowly look up at the sky as if she saw something frightening. In an instant, all the disciples turned their gaze upwards, even more frightened and trembling with fear. A tense Kevin asked what the hell that was all about, and the teacher standing next to him wondered the same thing. A faint smirk suddenly appeared on Gabriel's face, and he was finding everything that was happening interesting. Up above, the daredevil saw 2 planets, and immediately realized that they were no longer on Earth, and that was something to build off of. The strange creature with a microphone in its hands kept running in different directions, laughing loudly and frighteningly. The protagonist and his agitated companions froze in place, watching and not realizing what the weirdo was doing. As they looked around, they saw many strange and different monsters sitting on the platform. This picture was even more frightening because none of the students had ever encountered such strange creatures before. A weirdo with a microphone in his hands loudly welcomed all sorts of scum, perverts, and sadists into the arena. The abominable monsters from the podium shouted happily, realizing that right now something interesting was going to happen right before their eyes. The creature in the hat introduced himself as the speaker, and said he would accompany the carrion on this wonderful day. He asked to prepare for a bloody battle during which numerous warriors would tear and gut each other for their amusement and for the glory of the entities. The speaker also exclaimed that the rage and chaos generated by these fights would spread throughout the universe, and Gabriel froze in place at what he heard. The chatterer called himself a great gatherer, and said he had scoured the universe and brought them people from a planet he considered gifts. He then asked the startled teacher, who had frozen in place, what planet they were from, and he replied in a trembling voice that they were from the planet Earth. Jumping up, the speaker exclaimed loudly that they were people from the planet Earth, who looked at him confused. Covering his ears, a startled Diego asked what these gifts were and if they were going to be eaten by monsters. Bringing the microphone closer to his mouth, the speaker said that here in the arena, they love it when their gifts are resisted. Stone statues carrying weapons suddenly appeared from beneath the ground, further frightening the people. On the statues were all kinds of cold weapons, ranging from swords to sharp axes, which the frightened humans were to fight with. The intimidating speaker laughed and said that the humans would try to survive a battle with one of their race. He added that they would be fighting the most hideously cruel race in space, something the monster couldn't wait to see from the podium. After these words, the gate opened, after which a blinding light burst into the room, further alarming the people. The frightened students trembled with fear, not knowing what to do because none of them had fought before. At that moment, a huge horde of rabid Lenidians ran at them, who were eager for battle and were not going to show any mercy. Kevin's horrified girlfriend screamed and asked what those monsters were, but he told her and her friend to shut up and not scream. With his heart filled with anger, he gritted his teeth tightly and told everyone to grab their weapons immediately, not intending to surrender to the big-eared goblins. Gabriel meanwhile stood back, smirking and realizing that things were heating up and he was starting to like it. The Lenidians were approaching the humans closely, and they were as confused as possible and didn't know how to stand up for themselves. The students began to scatter in different directions, naively believing that they could escape from the crowd of swift goblins. A battle-ready Gabriel ordered Diego to get ready to fight, and he also firmly told his buddy not to worry. But things didn't go according to plan, because the buddy grabbed the hero under his arm and rushed forward, which he didn't expect at all. The guy called his friend an idiot and asked what he was doing, and he proceeded to drag his feet away from the bloodthirsty crowd of Lenidians. The tense teacher shouted to the students to run to the bus immediately, but the treacherous goblins were already on the roof. The man was confused, not noticing that a shaggy-eared creature had approached him from behind, running a nasty tongue over his teeth. The Lenidian showed not an ounce of compassion and stabbed the teacher through and through, who immediately began coughing up blood. The long-eared entities began attacking all the students, mercilessly massacring them and enjoying the process. One of the goblins was repulsed, and a deep cut was left on his body near his collarbone, making him very angry. An exasperated Kevin gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, ready to fight his opponents to the last drop of blood. His beloved thrust a spear into the belly of one of the goblins, eager to avenge her fallen companions and protect herself. Still, the shivering girl couldn't believe she had killed him, and Kevin watched with a smile and was glad she could do it. The horde continued to attack the disciples, massacring them without the slightest compassion and slamming their blades into them. One of the girls lying on her belly was attacked by a Lenidian who climbed on top of her and was about to impale her with a sharp object. Gabriel and Diego hid behind a large rock nearby, trying to remain calm and silently watching the battle. The hero realized that the bloodbath had already begun, and he hadn't even had time to draw his weapon, and that was making things difficult for him. He blamed it all on the underdog Diego, who panicked and dragged him away. So the screwdriver is the only thing he has. Covering his ears and clenching his teeth, his panicked buddy repeated that it wasn't real, but the young man realized that it wouldn't do him any good. The protagonist also realized that if he joined a group nearby, his chances of survival would increase. Kevin and his companions were a few meters away, waving their cold weapons around, preventing the goblins from getting close. Gabriel realized that he would simply leave Diego behind a rock where his opponents couldn't reach him. He then noticed the strange look on his buddy's face, whose eyes were bulging, which made him even more alarmed. The young man immediately looked in that direction and tensed because he saw Melissa running away from the Lenidians. The vile goblin licked his teeth with his long tongue, trying to keep up with the girl who wasn't going to give up. A slightly surprised Gabriel wondered if she always ran so fast, since she managed to pull ahead. In an instant, the girl still slipped on a small puddle of blood, which was fatal to her. Melissa then fell to the ground with a clatter and slid a few meters, experiencing severe pain in her shoulder. The insidious monster took his chance and immediately swung his blade to finish off the little girl once and for all. Stunned, Gabriel realized that Melissa was finished, but suddenly, Diego rushed to her aid. The surprised protagonist didn't understand what was going on, or how his panicking buddy had changed so drastically. A furious Diego lunged at the Lenidian, who was about to massacre the girl with his bare fists. He then delivered a sharp right hook to the head of the vile goblin, who dropped his sword from his hands and was thrown aside. But suddenly, the previously panicked kid froze in place, trying to figure out what he had just done. The brown-eyed young man wondered when he had time to become so strong, and a delighted Melissa thanked him and asked how he had done it. Diego assumed adrenaline had kicked in, but Gabriel realized that with his friend's size, he shouldn't have been so fast. It was impossible to relax at that moment, because the Lenidians were insidiously approaching Diego and his girlfriend from the rear. The excited protagonist immediately shouted for them to immediately jump as high as possible. The agitated young men immediately made a high jump, and thus saved themselves from the goblins' swinging blades. At the same time, they were very scared, because only after what happened they realized that the height was too high and they could crash. Meanwhile, the cold-blooded Gabriel gripped the handle of the screwdriver firmly and rushed at his opponents. The blow struck near the neck of the goblin, who had no time to react and was forced to suffer defeat. The protagonist, on the other hand, managed to stop the slip and stay on his feet, while still being ready to continue the fight. He then straightened his right leg at a right angle and continued his series of attacks without giving his opponent a chance to hit him. Diego and Melissa successfully landed on the ground, unharmed, and Gabriel took possession of the sword of one of the Lenidians. The terrified companions didn't understand what the hell had just happened, and the young man replied that they seemed to be stronger here because of gravity or the atmosphere. At that moment, 3 more Lenidians suddenly pounced on him, but that didn't scare the fearless hero at all. A strange smirk appeared on his face that his friends hadn't expected to see, and it was as if it gave him hope for something. At the same minute, one of the goblins was stripped of its head by a young man who swung the enemy blade very skillfully. Another of the opponents was mercilessly stripped of his left arm before he could even leave a scratch on the guy's body. The last Lenidian was split into 2 halves with a single swing of his blade, something Gabriel enjoyed. He delivered a merciless series of blows, swinging his blade left and right and enjoying the goblin's cries of pain. A shocked Diego and Melissa watched from the sidelines and couldn't believe it was really their friend. The cold-blooded young man meanwhile remained silent, realizing that he had won the battle against the crowd of Lenidians. A delighted buddy asked him when he had time to become a freaking ninja and called the guy amazing. After that, the fat young man put his hand on Gabriel's shoulder, who was behaving very strangely at that moment. At one point, the protagonist looked at him with a frightening gaze, and at that moment, there was only the desire to kill in his eyes. The frightened Diego immediately gritted his teeth and took a step back, his pupils shrinking in size from fear. Gabriel held out a sharp blade to his buddy and asked him to take it, and the well-fed kid didn't understand why he needed it. The hero then told Melissa and Diego that if they wanted to survive, they had to flawlessly do what he told them to do. At that moment, all that could be seen in his green eyes was equanimity and confidence, while realizing that there were many battles ahead of them. From a bird's-eye view, meanwhile, one could see a large number of monsters in the grandstand watching the battles. They were all shouting loudly and laughing, cheering on the horde of goblins who were deftly massacring the frightened humans. Gabriel and his excited companions were meanwhile behind one of the stones, where they were thinking over their next steps. The hero asked if they could see the group on the other side of the arena, going to instruct his friends. He said that monsters prefer to attack loners, so they don't touch a group, because there are many of them and they are well armed. Guy added that the panic caused them to scatter, and it was a mistake. But if they want to increase their chances of survival, they should join Kevin's gang. With his finger, the young man drew an arrow in the sand, and said they would run through the arena in a straight line, but should avoid fighting if possible. Then he looked at his agitated friends and asked if they were ready to spring into action, for time was rather short. Melissa gripped the hilt of the blade tightly in her hand, and the brown-eyed Diego said firmly that they were on Gabriel's side and would go after him. With that, the serious-minded trio rushed forward along the designated path, ready for anything. One of the perplexed goblins immediately took notice of them and froze in place, trying to figure out what they were doing. He was no obstacle to the cold-blooded Gabriel, who split his opponent into two halves with a single swing of his blade. The young man asked his friends to keep running, and an excited Diego looked back often, glancing at the other students. Behind him, he saw the rest of the boys who had failed to stand up for themselves and had been robbed of their lives by the bloodthirsty goblins. In that instant, the brown-eyed boy's heart bled, and his eyes reflected all the horror he had seen. Nearby, the guy saw two girls who were surrounded by three scary goblins who were not going to spare anyone. Diego realized that he needed to run on and ignore it, while realizing that the girls could not be saved. One of them called for help at the top of her voice and shouted that they were in danger, but no one could come running to them at that moment. The bloodthirsty goblin swung his blade, preparing to finish off the girl, who set up her dagger in an attempt to defend herself. Unexpectedly, Diego came to the aid of the girls and grabbed their opponent by the wrist, preventing him from doing what he had planned. At that moment, all he could see in his eyes was equanimity and a desire to avenge his fallen comrades, who had not been spared by the vile entities. The two wary goblins watched his comrade being mauled by the big kid, and realized that the same thing awaited them. With a tremendous effort, the enraged Diego ripped off the limb of the goblin, who wailed in incredible pain. Surprised Melissa and Gabrielle immediately took notice, while not expecting such a thing from a well-fed buddy. The big guy, meanwhile, grabbed the heads of the two goblins standing next to him and knocked them against each other, causing them to immediately lose their lives. He grabbed another vile monster and exclaimed that he would kill them all, mercilessly massacring each one in turn. The agitated hero wondered if he had lost his temper, because before that, he did not know that his buddy was capable of such cruelty. The young man also took into consideration that Diego was drawing too much attention to himself, and that wasn't good, because their plan was in jeopardy. The angry big man, meanwhile, held the goblin's head at his knees, preparing for a fight with the others approaching him. The hero realized that the opponents would overwhelm the guy in numbers and it would be over, but he also recognized that he had created a nice distraction. He realized that if they left Diego behind, they could take advantage and get to the others. But Melissa exclaimed that they should help him. Gabriel didn't understand why his buddy needed to go help the girls so badly, and considered that he would attract the attention of the others with those shouts. Then the guy frozen in place had a flash of light and realized it could work, so there was still hope for the best. The hero exclaimed in a loud tone to get the attention of all the remaining companions, which he successfully did. The young man shouted that if they were still conditioned and fighting and wanted to survive, they should join them. One of the bloodthirsty goblins meanwhile swung his blade, causing the terrified Melissa to be wounded. Gabriel immediately took notice and stabbed through the goblin who failed to resist him. The excited young man asked if his blue-eyed companion was okay, and she said she was, and apologized for the inconvenience. After that, a powerful fight ensued, in which Diego hit one of the ugly monsters in the face with a direct fist punch. The protagonist, meanwhile, swung his blade in different directions, successfully dealing with every enemy in his path. The nervous guy realized that the others were just saving their asses, taking advantage of the fact that these shovel-headed frogs had switched to them. He looked at the enraged Diego and said in his mind that he should have done the same. The other survivors climbed a rock nearby, and Gabriel realized that he shouldn't risk his life for others, for it was irrational. With a sweep of his sharp blade, the hero took the life of another of the attacking goblins, who had no time to react. The young man also reminded himself that they were on their own, and at that moment one of the embittered goblins pounced on him. Very quickly, the brave man realized that he was on his own, and it was over, while the enemy cheered, realizing that victory would be his. Suddenly, Gabriel saw his cancer-dead mom smiling sweetly at him, and realized that he would soon be by her side. Suddenly, the blood of a goblin that was killed in an instant splattered on the protagonist's face, but not by him at all. As it turned out, it was a red-haired Kevin who came to the young men's rescue and finished off the goblin that was attacking him. Gritting his teeth in anger, the blue-eyed boy apologized to Gabriel for taking so long to come to his aid. With his shoulders proudly squared, he shouted for all the survivors to come out and fight, for no one would be able to leave this place. The surviving students listened attentively to Kevin, who asked if they wanted to go home and see their parents. The young warlord then rushed to the attack with his sword and ordered his companions to do the same, for there was no other option. The bewildered goblins looked at the approaching crowd of humans who were being aggressive. The team brutalized their opponents, taking one life after another, and showing not a shred of mercy. The speaker, meanwhile, was laughing loudly into the microphone, enjoying an incredible fight that was breathtaking. He said that today was full of surprises, and the monsters from the grandstand were watching with admiration. The toothy talker exclaimed that, contrary to expectations, the vermin from planet Earth had defeated the shaggy-eared goblins. The team of remaining students stayed close to each other, waiting for further sneakiness from their opponents. Satisfied with himself, Kevin put his arm around the excited girl and asked if he would send them home now that victory was on their side. The wily speaker continued to laugh and asked into the microphone if the parasites from planet Earth would survive round 2. Hearing this made the team member tense up, and Diego didn't want to believe that they were going to have to fight and shed blood again. Suddenly, a huge pillar of dust rose up, behind which could be seen the magical silhouette of a huge creature. The team members couldn't believe it, and an exasperated Kevin gripped his sword tightly and couldn't believe it wasn't a joke. The excited students looked in awe at the approaching huge creature that they didn't even expect to defeat. Before them stood an incredibly large red-skinned monster that could flatten them all with a single blow of its fist. The faceless speaker said he knew they would like it, and introduced the vermin to a troll warrior from the moon planet Sko. He then added that he had called the monster Skarg the Destroyer, and the warrior himself was showing off his huge muscles to everyone. Talker said the monster is one of the D-League favorites and has entertained them very well over the first 2 games, and this is his last 3rd game. Faceless said that if he won, the entities would allow him to advance to the top league where he could earn the honor of fame and freedom. He added that also Scar could leave the arena to continue the life of an underdog, and would remain an empty seat. Upon hearing this, the monsters immediately began to point a finger down in displeasure, making it clear that this was a very boring option. The speaker said he too thought it would be very mesmerizing, and asked what the stakeholder thought. Then there were loud cries of lust for destruction, and the announcer said that was fine, and they could start. The joyous monsters from the grandstand were shouting loudly and waiting for the spectacle they couldn't wait for to begin. The team of surviving students rallied and silently looked at Skarga, who was waiting for the command to finish them off. A nervous Kevin and his friend didn't know how to deal with this monster, and Diego asked Gabriel if they could at least hurt it. The red-haired leader of the group said they would act the same as before and just attack all together, but the hero said that wasn't true. The guy immediately asked if he had a better plan, to which the hero replied that the monster was big enough to kill several with one blow. He added that there are more of them and they are small, and if they spread out, Skarg will have to run after them, and when he is exhausted, they will surround him and kill him. Kevin looked at the protagonist a little incredulously and asked if he was exactly sure of his plan. Gabriel said the others see Kevin as a leader, and no matter what he says, they will follow orders, but asked him to trust him, calling it the best opportunity. One of the team members excitedly asked them to think faster, and meanwhile the shadow of a huge Skarga loomed over him. The red-skinned big man glared angrily at the little people, clenching his fist tightly, and preparing to finish them off as soon as possible. Gathering his thoughts, the team leader loudly shouted to the others to immediately scatter in different directions. The monster meanwhile tried to strike, but people began to scatter and he was unable to do anything. Still, one of the guys froze in place out of fear and couldn't even move, while the opponent's fist was rapidly approaching him. The powerful blow was successfully delivered and brought joy to the bulky man, and there was nothing left of the bewildered young man. A worried Diego exclaimed that they had done the right thing, and Gabriel, running beside him, said that Skarg was slower than they were. On the huge fist of the bloodthirsty monster, there were drops of blood of the guy who was brutally deprived of life by him. At the spot where the dead kid had stood, there was a huge puddle of splattered blood and cracked earth. The bloodthirsty Skarg was not satisfied with one victim, and said firmly that it was useless to run away, because he would catch up with everyone anyway. After saying that, he began to walk forward with a loud stomp, intending to massacre the fleeing students ahead of him, who were very frightened. A tense Kevin shouted loudly to the others to keep running and not to stop even for a second. His close friend struggled to run away to the side, and meanwhile, the red-skinned monster powerfully struck the ground with his fist. As a result, a wave of powerful vibrations swept across the ground, knocking people off their feet, giving them no chance to stand. The students tried their best to run away to the side to avoid being hit, though they succeeded with great difficulty. A surprised Melissa continued to run forward, carefully looking back and keeping her guard up. A delighted Diego couldn't believe that the plan was actually working, and Gabriel, wiping the sweat off his face, said that Skarg was slowing down. The angered monster froze in place and glared at his opponents, who made a fool of him. He exhaled the air fiercely, and his mind was filled with the lust to kill, getting stronger and stronger with each passing second. The Skarg, who had come to a rage, waved his two hands, calling them pathetic bugs, and shouting that he was very angry with them. A maximally stressed Kevin exclaimed that the monster was losing patience and were desperate, and his girlfriend admitted that Gabriel was right. Out of anger, the monster raised his hands to the sky, shouting loudly and barely able to cope with the unbearable thirst to kill the humans. Then, with a very abrupt movement, he lowered his hands and delivered a tremendous, mighty blow to the ground, which triggered an entire blast wave. The team members were unable to stay on their feet after the incident and were thrown aside, hoping to survive the fall. Gabriel, however, was not confused and reacted in time, thrusting his blade into the ground and trying with all his might to stay in place. The blast waves staggered even the monsters that were in the grandstand, who really didn't like it. At that moment, even the speaker, who was holding the microphone tightly in his hands and holding his hat, tensed up, not knowing what to expect next. Scar, meanwhile, was on his knees, looking down at the floor, with only the cracked earth around him in a large radius. Kevin, the head of the team, tried to get to his feet, slowly coming to his senses and wondering what the hell was going on. He asked Fiona and Mehdi if they were okay, and the girl said she seemed to have broken her leg and couldn't move. The guy was very worried about his lover and started bandaging her leg, wondering if Mehdi was still unconscious. The enraged Skarg began stomping toward them, slurring that now the Earthlings were not running. A wary Kevin immediately turned around, and a terrified Fiona trembled, realizing that there was no way she could run. The red-skinned monster and loudly stepped on the ground with his huge paw, making it clear in the seriousness of his intentions. The confident leader immediately started walking towards him, saying he would rather die in battle, but his favorite girl started to stop him. The serious-minded guy asked Fiona to let him in, but he was very dear to her, so she didn't want to do that. Tears flowed from the sweet beauty's eyes, and she called Kevin her love, telling him everything would be okay. The bewildered young man did not understand what was happening, and looked at his beloved with great bewilderment. The guy then confidently splashed a smile and said in his mind that after all, it certainly couldn't get any worse. Standing in front of the huge Skarga, Kevin approached the beautiful Fiona and lightly put his arm around her to give her a sense of security. For a moment, the blue-eyed leader managed to forget the horror that was happening, and he tried to drown in the bottomless eyes of his favorite girl. Suddenly, Gabriel got involved and attacked the red-skinned monster from the air, kicking it in the jaw. The enraged young man continued to strike, recognizing in his mind that he had made a terrible mistake. A flustered Kevin hadn't expected to see this, and a surprised Fiona watched with her mouth hanging open. Skarg swung his arm sharply, causing the protagonist to be thrown aside, but he did not panic. The admiring monsters from the grandstand continued to cheer in awe for the red-clothed thug, shouting words of encouragement in his direction. Gabriel, meanwhile, had successfully landed on the ground unharmed, and Kevin and Fiona immediately turned their attention to him. Holding the wounded side of his face, Skarg swept up to see the pathetic Earthman finally fighting, but still didn't take him seriously. Then he smiled menacingly and called the Earthmen funny, and the lust to kill in his eyes could be seen more and more strongly. Gabriel called himself an idiot in his thoughts, realizing that now the monster would only focus on him, and that was a grave mistake. Still, the young man realized that at least now he knew what could hurt Skarg and could build off of that. After a couple of seconds, he darted forward with a sharp start, holding his blades tightly in his hands and preparing for a bloody battle. The red-skinned monster was ready for defense and clenched his fists tightly, looking sternly at the approaching Earthman. A huge fist was thrust forward, and Gabriel didn't chicken out and began maneuvering to keep himself from being attacked. In his thoughts, he repeated to himself that he needed to stay focused so he wouldn't make a misstep. In an instant, Skarg struck with his fist, but it hit the ground and the brave managed to bounce aside and remain unharmed. Daredevil realized that it was just a giant with the same weaknesses as all other living things. The hero swung his blade in every way possible, delivering successful blows and causing great pain to the huge monster. Being wounded made the giant even angrier, and Gabriel realized he hadn't made a deep enough cut. Diego, who was nearby, said they should immediately help Gabby, who was in a stalemate situation. Kevin apologized to a worried Fiona and said he couldn't leave his associate alone against this huge entity. She only asked him to be careful, whereupon the leader lunged at Skarga with his sword, coming up from the rear. An enraged Diego wasn't about to abandon his close buddy and rushed into the attack as well, not even thinking of backing down. The red giant, meanwhile, was preoccupied with Gabriel, whom he glared at with a stern gaze and longed to take his life more quickly. In an instant, he shouted fiercely, clenching his fist tightly to deliver a fatal blow and gain victory. At that moment, the main character was also furious, and showed his aggressive mood by clenching his teeth tightly. The red-skinned creature then delivered a series of huge blows that triggered vibration waves. Running nearby, a tense Kevin was forced to stop and cover his face with his hands, not realizing what was happening. A dismayed Diego couldn't believe that his close buddy had been killed by the monster, yet had also been tossed aside by the wave. The enraged Skarsh continued pounding the ground with his fists, not about to leave a living space from his opponent. But as it turned out, Gabriel managed to remain unharmed and rushed to attack the monster with two blades. Bloodthirstily glaring at the giant, he swiftly approached him, his thoughts saying that this time he would gouge out his eye. The monster suddenly began to smile insidiously as he pretended not to sense his opponent approaching. With a sharp sweep of his arm, he tossed the brave aside while delivering an incredibly powerful blow in flight. This caused the protagonist to drop his blades and fly off to the side, unable to do anything about it. Soon, the lucky man crashed into a huge rock with his back, but he was lucky to stay alive and not even lose consciousness. With abrasions on his face, the guy began to gradually recover from the fall, and was doing so very rapidly. Skarg stood beside him and gloated, mocking the weak earthling who couldn't do anything to him. Trying to get up from Earth, Gabriel said in his mind that he didn't even expect this to happen. The bloodthirsty monster laughed even louder and called the Earthman very funny, while eager to get it over with as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the protagonist continued to rise to his feet, although it was given with great difficulty, but he was not going to give up. Rising to his feet, the young man held his injured side with his hand, realizing he had several fractures from the fall. Exhaling heavily, he raised his head and looked at the stands, which were filled with monsters hungry for spectacle. The guy no longer had the strength to continue the battle, and his hands began to sink, because he realized that he could not defeat the monsters. Looking sadly at the ground, in his thoughts Gabriel recognized that it looked like he had screwed up this time, and victory would be on Skarg's side. A bloodthirsty monster stood before him, gloating at his torment and realizing that victory was his. The wounded young man lowered his gaze to the floor, still holding his sore side while chuckling oddly. His laughter gradually increased, and Gabriel himself began to feel more confident, and realized that all was not yet lost. As he straightened up, he started laughing right in the face of Skarg, who was standing in front of him and getting very angry. The surprised monsters from the stand froze, not understanding the behavior and strange laughter of the guy who was barely standing on his feet. The protagonist laughed louder and louder, and the perplexed red-skinned monster froze in place, looking at him. To everyone's surprise, his laughter didn't stop, and it was all very silly to those around him who were eager for a fight. Stained with his own blood, Gabriel's eyes lit up with lust, and he glared bloodthirstily at the scourge ahead of him. Standing firmly on his feet, he lowered his gaze again, preparing to launch a fatal series of attacks and finish off the huge monster. The green-eyed lad found it all fascinating, while silently glancing at Skarg, who was waiting for his opponent's action. The hero realized that he was about to be killed by a monster for the amusement of others, and it was at that moment that he was overcome with insane laughter for the first time in his life. The young man gleamed his blood-stained teeth, unrestrainedly smiling right into the face of the monster, who was even angrier. The giant rushed to attack, and Gabriel realized that perhaps now he had the answer to the question he had been asking himself all his life. It was a question of whether he was a madman among saints, or a saint among madmen. and meanwhile the fierce fight had taken its course. The protagonist firmly grasped the tip of a Phillips screwdriver to try to attack the huge foe with it. He then threw the tool directly at Skarg's eye, saying in his mind that the matter was of no interest. The guy said it all made no sense, and the bloodthirsty monster was at that minute agonizing over the unbearable pain in his eye. Gabriel took the chance to catch his breath and successfully landed on the ground, looking at his agonizing foe. Taking the spear with the red hilt in his hand in his thoughts, he said that there were no madmen or saints, so this question was meaningless. The hero then took a high leap to end once and for all the Skargas who had caused him so much pain. The spear was thrust straight into the red-skinned monster's head, which did not expect such a meanness, and did not have time to react. At that moment, the bloodthirsty young man was cheering and enjoying the process, saying that there was only him and no one else. From surprise, the giant immediately straightened up, holding his injured eye and in even more pain. A few seconds later, he collapsed to the ground with a clatter, and Gabriel realized it was time to be who he was. Everyone around them was stunned by the sudden fall of the bloodthirsty giant that no one had been able to defeat before. The toothy speaker continued to cheer and called it unbelievable that the Earthmen won this match by striking the big guy. The admiring monsters from the grandstand cheered the victory of the Earthling who showed courage and managed to overpower his opponent. Among the joyous creatures sat a strange entity in a black robe and red glasses, which they characterized by emotionality. It was a gray-bearded monster who smiled insidiously at one point, but he did so unnoticed by everyone. In the center of the arena, meanwhile, lay the defeated Skarg, who no longer gave any sign of life. A wounded Gabriel couldn't believe that he had defeated and killed the red-skinned monster that was so powerful. At that moment, a delighted Diego ran up to the young man, who exclaimed that he was able to defeat the huge monster all by himself. At the same time, the guy paid attention to the strange behavior of his friend, who was not distinguished by emotionality at that moment. In a frightening tone, the hero said in an instant that he had killed Skarg with his bare hands, and it was just adorable. Then his eyes began to roll upward, and the exhausted young man himself stopped feeling his body and began to fall. A few seconds later, he fell to the ground unconscious, startling a nearby standing Diego, who was worried about his friend. The terrified boy begged Gabriel to get up, but he was unconscious, and Melissa asked if he was breathing. Suddenly, a robot appeared and said that the fighter had taken a direct hit and was now seriously injured, and asked him to step away from it. The other two robots healed Fiona and Mehdi, who had previously been injured during the battle, but were now back in action. One of the medics said that the Gabriel fighter's internal organs were significantly damaged, and he needed to be placed in a recovery capsule immediately. An agitated Diego asked if his friend would survive, and the robot asked him to step back and said he was interfering with the patient's evacuation. The protagonist was successfully placed in a recovery capsule, after which the evacuation of his body from the arena began. A small team of robots accompanied the injured man through the evacuation process to make sure nothing went wrong. Soon, the capsule with Gabriel's body was carried outside the arena, and he was in complete safety, with his friends looking on after him. He said that the droids would take care of escorting the wounded to sickbay, and invited all the survivors to gather around for the announcement of the results. An exasperated Kevin asked what other bullshit results he was talking about, while the others listened with serious faces. Putting the microphone to his mouth, the talker asked for the audience's attention, and said it was time to find out how many essence points the brave fighters would be given. The delighted monsters from the podium listened attentively to the announcement of the results, which they were already eager to learn about. The toothy creature said that there was no doubt that the entities would surely reward a bloodbath of such high quality. He then asked what they thought of it and called the Earthlings sadists, and they looked excitedly at the results board. A huge digital board displayed the faces of all the students who survived the battles. The speaker said the entities were impressed with the performance of the new fighters, who achieved the feat with 5 fighters with over 1,000 points. The speaker added that it was rare to see such a thing, as one of them had even reached an incredible score of 3,000 points, and that person was Gabriel. Kevin Morvan was unhappy as he was in second place, and the speaker said the hero obviously has a bright future in the arena. At one point, the talker was approached by an excited Melissa, who raised her hand and asked to be allowed to ask a question. He held the microphone up to her and asked if there was a problem, and the girl said there were 16 names on the screen, but there were only 15. 16th on the list was Cedric Lanazel, who had 0 points, and Melissa said he wasn't here. The speaker laughed and said it was very silly of him, then thanked the young lady for the correction. The toothy creature then reached forward, drawing the attention of the audience and the remaining surviving crew members. Holding out his palm in front of him, the speaker smiled broadly and said that he had almost forgotten something, but it wasn't too late to fix it. After these words, a hand was pointed at a large pile of dead people that lay not far from them. Gradually, the pile began to disintegrate, and it was as if the talker was pursuing someone out of its very depths. After a few seconds, he pulled Cedric Lanazel out of it, who appeared to be alive and hiding all this time. The speaker grabbed his neck firmly and began to squeeze it, making the frightened nerd nervous, for he was not at all stress-resistant. The cowardly nerd was called a little rat, and the rest of the students watched in great amazement and did not interfere. The chatterer assumed the timid kid thought he was smarter than the others for hiding under the bodies, and wondered if he really thought they wouldn't see him. Cedric asked to be released, whereupon the speaker dropped him and said that running away from the fight was not a viable option for long-term survival. Laughing frighteningly, the speaker urged them to fight and survive, adding that maybe they would earn enough points to buy their freedom. Kevin decided to inquire as to how many points were needed for the release, whereupon his attention was immediately drawn to it. The toothy monster said with a smile that one only needed to have 100,000 points to be released. His constant smiling annoyed the team leader, who barely restrained himself from pouncing on him. The speaker laughed out loud again, experiencing a hearty countenance, and the students were not at all happy, and realized that they were here for the long haul. The excited Diego was very nervous, for he had only gotten 1,200 points for surviving the madness. Cedric didn't want to believe it and covered his head with his hands, while a stern Kevin only stared silently at the speaker, not panicking. In an instant, the confident leader's confidence became clear to him, and he immediately realized how they would proceed in the future. The guy put his blade to the throat of the largemouth and firmly said that they would reach those 100,000 points in no time. It was also said by the guy that the speaker could already bring in the next monster he was going to beat the crap out of. Looking sternly into the toothy eyes, he asked if he happened to be the underdog who wanted to stick to that. Suddenly the talker laughed again, embracing the bewildered Kevin, who didn't realize what was happening. The big-horned man said he liked the guy's growl, and Fiona was very worried about her lover, not knowing what to expect. The monster said their shift was over for the day, and told them to follow the droids who would take them to the rest area and answer any questions. He then clapped the young man on the back, pushing him away and telling him that they would see each other again very soon. Kevin didn't waste any more time on him and realized he'd better follow the droids to stay out of trouble. A whole group of robots appeared in front of the team members, whose task was to escort them to the break room. The students couldn't understand what was going on, and the robots said that the battle zone was located in an artificially created enclave, and the portal would take them to a rest area. An excited Diego wondered if they were in the Stargate, while Melissa, on the other hand, was worried about Gabriel. The lad himself, meanwhile, was in the infirmary, where he had a chance to rest and recover a bit. He lay unconscious for a while, but in an instant he began to gradually regain consciousness. Suddenly, Gabriel opened his eyes and began to move them excitedly in different directions, trying to figure out where he was. The tense hero immediately jumped up and, clutching his heart, wondered what it was. The discouraged young man then turned his attention to the stranger, who, laughing irritably, said he felt much better after his nap. This stranger was a long-eared elf-like creature with a cigar in its mouth, who said that now they could talk. Gabriel didn't understand what was happening and assumed he was dead, and then suddenly, he saw a smiling mom who said he would live. She reached out a gentle palm to embrace him to comfort her exhausted child. With a smile on her face, Mom asked in a calm tone if he had started killing again, and Gabby replied that he had to do it. The woman, to the guy's surprise, asked if it was pleasant, and he, being dumbfounded, didn't know what to say. In front of his face was a devilish skeleton with red eyes, who asked again in an intimidating tone if killing was enjoyable. After that, the terrified Gabriel woke up in a cold sweat, breathing heavily and watering his eyes in different directions. Putting a hand to his heart, he jumped up and immediately wondered what the hell had just happened. With that, the knocked-out young man turned his attention to the unfamiliar creature standing in the chamber. A gray-bearded man with a cigar in his teeth grinned at the young man and said that now they could talk normally. A concerned Gabriel immediately jumped up from his seat and asked what the hell was going on in the chamber and where the others were. Long-Eared chuckled and asked him to relax, telling him that the fight was over and his surviving friends were in the rest area. The still tense hero tried to relax and wondered where he was at the moment. The stranger replied that he was in a healing center and had just finished his recovery procedures because the giant had crippled him pretty good. When asked by the hero who he was, the monster took a drag on his cigarette and introduced himself as Callaghan, and added that he was his best friend. Eeyore said the guy clearly has a million questions about what's happening to them and where they are, and added that he'll answer every one of them. Callaghan then took another puff and said he was going to get something to eat, and then asked if Gabriel was hungry. The droid meanwhile escorted the students out, asking them to stay with their group, and told them that they were approaching their rest block. Around were the monsters that had previously occupied the seats on the podium, who were a bit surprised at the arrival of the humans. A worried Fiona asked if this was some kind of prison, and Kevin said he had no idea since he hadn't seen any bars or guards. At one point, the droid said they had arrived at the location, and some students looked forward in great surprise. Robot said the exclusive unit for the group, where each cell has a sleeping area, storage area, and terminal. He added that they would have to use their glasses to connect to the network, and then the big doors began to open. They then went inside, where the droid said he would leave them an hour to familiarize themselves, and afterwards meet them on the top floor to explain how the arena worked. Meanwhile, Gabriel, frozen with amazement, stared wide-eyed at the scenery opening up from the panorama. Up ahead, he saw a huge building that was built to modern standards, and couldn't believe he was seeing it in real life. Callaghan told the bewildered boy that the tower he was seeing was where they had been before, and the portal had led them right here. The long-eared monster then turned his attention to the two small droids near the table, and said that the table was ready. On the table lay two mouth-watering hamburgers, which were still hot, and beckoned with their subtle and pleasant flavor. A bewildered Gabriel stared wide-eyed at the hamburger, not knowing how to respond. Callaghan said he saw online that it was a traditional dish from the guy's world and asked if he liked it. Taking the burger in his hands, Eeyore said the chef was a friend of his, and added that the dish was made with real meat and not some slop. Gabi realized the man was doing his best to act friendly, but his instincts told him he couldn't be trusted. It was unclear to the young man what purpose Callaghan had in mind, so he decided to ask him directly what he wanted from him. After asking the question, the monster with glasses put his wine glass on the table, realizing that the guy wasn't a fool at all. He said that Gabriel probably couldn't wait to tell him everything, but first he asked what the level of civilization was on his world. The hero replied that they don't master space travel, and Callaghan asked what the aliens he encountered for the first time were like to the touch. The robot, on the other hand, was telling the students that they were in a territory, a world beyond worlds, located in empty space, at the crossroads of realities. It was also said that they had the great honor of being chosen by the Great Selector to fight in the arena. The droid added that the Selector chooses through time-space people with great warrior potential, and those who will offer the entities a beautiful fight are needed. A worried Diego exclaimed that it was that big eye, and added that he hadn't dreamed it, and it was real. Angry Gabriel, meanwhile, incredulously asked his vis-a-vis why the entities wanted them to fight. Biting into his burger, Callaghan replied that you'd have to ask a priestess about that. But the truth was that no one really knew that, and it was probably just entertainment. He added that struggle and death are part and parcel of almost all life forms in space. Eeyore said that they kill to feed and survive, and added that if the entities exist, they clearly consider confusion to be the purest expression of life. Callaghan then said the most important thing to realize is that everything in this world revolves around battles in the arena, whether it's economics or rankings. The robot, meanwhile, was telling them that everyone owed a minimum of 3 fights to the entities, and afterward, they could leave the arena, becoming slaves, or continue fighting. A disgruntled Kevin immediately jumped up from his seat and shouted and offered to talk about the worthless choice. The droid was telling us that points are the main currency in the arena and allows you to buy better food, weapons, and gear. Maximally tense, Gabriel didn't expect to hear his vis-a-vis about the resurrection, and realized that he wouldn't be returning to his world anytime soon. Callaghan asked him to speak less loudly, saying he was a regular here, and confirmed that the price of citizenship could buy resurrection as well. He said that scoring 100 points is not easy and many fail to do so, but not because they are bad, but because they waste their time and points. Ears added that the fighters who succeed best are those who have someone who cares about them, namely, sponsors. Smiling, Callaghan pointed a finger at himself and said, "It's priceless who he is." The tense protagonist asked what the sponsors were getting out of it to calculate all the possible risks. Looking at a glass of wine, the long-eared man said he organizes the fights and caters to the needs of the fighter, and in return receives a large commission from the bets. He said he saw Gabriel in the arena, and while his friends shook with fear, his expression remained unwavering. Grinning lasciviously at the tense youngster, Callaghan called it the killer look and added that he saw he liked it. It was said that when the guy bloodied Scrag, he was literally ecstatic and impossible to stop. Eeyore said confidently that the hero clearly had great potential, and added that newcomers like him were extremely rare. After extending his hand to the unsure Gabi, the sponsor promised to make him an arena star who would conquer all leagues if he accepted his offer. The young man was promised wealth and power, after which it was asked what he would say to that, and Gabriel froze, not knowing what to do. Meanwhile, the robot was telling students how to use the glasses and asked those who wanted to volunteer to step forward. The hand was immediately understood by Mehdi, who said he would volunteer, and the droid asked him to step forward. The smart machine then got down on its knee, using the terminal to demonstrate things to the students. The command worked successfully, and a round terminal appeared in front of the volunteer who stepped out to the public. A surprised and a little worried young man asked what it was, and the robot told him not to worry and put his hand through. Fulfilling the robot's request, Mehdi began to talk about the pleasurable sensations and enjoyed the process. The smart machine said there were a number of things to do to access the profile data, and the guy didn't understand what it was talking about. The robot said that all the stats could be accessed from this screen, and added that everything now counted towards his score of 100 points. The dumbfounded Diego could not believe what he saw and exclaimed that this is where everything happens, just like RPG games. The droid asked Mehdi to say the word store, which he did, while remaining tense and unsure of what to expect. The guy went to an online store, but there were others privately owned, like a commodity store with food. The robot asked for a volunteer to pick something for 100 points, and at his request, he chose a fried ham. In the hands of the surprised young man was indeed juicy meat on the bone, which was very unexpected for him. A shocked Kevin shrieked and asked where the food had come from, and a disconsolate Fiona couldn't believe her eyes. Greedily looking at the piece of meat, Mehdi said with a smile that this stuff was really good and asked what it was. The robot replied that he was holding roasted Martian pork, which really pissed off the guy who didn't eat pig meat. Being angry, he yelped and asked if they had any chicken or fish. The droid only said that they now knew the basics of using the goggles. Droid that anyone could access the terminal anywhere in the building, and invited everyone to try to familiarize themselves with the tool. The first to try out the new feature was the punchy Diego, who was very anxious at that moment. The command immediately worked, and the joyful guy exclaimed that the terminal was actually working, which couldn't have been more gratifying. The robot said the students have some free time until they get an invitation to their next fight. A short time later, they were all in the dining room, where Kevin, who had his legs thrown up on the table, was complaining that he was very bored. Guy wondered where everyone was. The much agitated Fiona assumed everyone had already gone to bed. Mehdi said most of the students are completely traumatized and just sit in their rooms, flooding with tears. The band leader said he was getting annoyed with all the wimps, and added that this is not the way to get out of this situation. His buddy told him they had little chance of getting 100,000 points, and Kevin said defiantly that he didn't give a damn about them. He said that with the exception of a few robots, they can come and go as they please, and are allowed to buy weapons. Fiona asked what he was getting at, and the guy stood up from the table and exclaimed confidently that they were going to run away. Kevin suggested they wait for the right time and get out of here. After all, they weren't going to be used as entertainment for alien creatures. But suddenly, a stranger entered the dining room and firmly said that he could forget about it, whereupon the young man froze in place. Gabriel entered the room, with Callaghan standing next to him, saying that his friends had a long tongue. Diego and Melissa were incredibly happy to see again the main character they had already missed and worried about. Callaghan, putting his hand on Gabby's shoulder, said he expected him to instruct his friends, and the young man thanked his sponsor. After that, the best friend of the protagonist grabbed him and began to hug him, and could not be happy, and the young man asked him to calm down a little. Eeyore, on the other hand, couldn't believe he'd agreed to the deal with the kid, but one look was enough to know that little of his friends would survive the ordeal. Kevin asked Gabby what the other Smurf next to him was, and he said he had to get everyone together first. After a while, everyone is gathered in the dining room, where the hero says he believes they all already know where they are and why. He said Callaghan was the sponsor who came to recruit him, and Cedric, on the other hand, said they had to survive 3 fights before they could find a sponsor. Gabriel said the sponsors could talk to the fighter before then, and Smurf made him an offer, and he decided to take the initiative and make a counteroffer. A disgruntled Kevin asked if it was true that while they thought the hero was dying, he took the opportunity to make a deal with the enemy. Gabby exhaled tiredly and said that the deal would help them all, and as for the initiative, Kevin didn't care much about it when it saved his life. Hero said that if they survive the next 2 battles, Callaghan intends to sponsor all of them, and added that this is the best option for them. The young man told his excited companions that no matter what happened, they would all stay together as human beings. He added that those who wanted to stop fighting would work for Callaghan as slaves, but they were given their word that they would be treated well. A worried Diego decided to inquire as to what the long-eared Smurf was getting in exchange for all of this. Gabi said he'd have to join Eeyore and fight for him, even if they all decided not to do it anymore. The main character's close friends got very excited and exclaimed that it wasn't fair, and Kevin asked if the Smurf thought they were weak. The nervous group leader exclaimed that they were obligated to follow this plan and just had to figure out a way to escape. Gabriel once again told the reckless leader that right now it couldn't be done and hoped he would heed his words. Gritting his teeth in anger, Kevin looked at the guy and asked why and how that was impossible. The absolutely calm young man replied that he had said himself that there were no handcuffs, no guards, no bars. Then he called up the terminal with a command, thus letting the surprised Kevin know that it was about him. Smiling, Gabi asked his vis-a-vis how they would get back to Earth, even assuming they made it out of here. The red-haired kid suggested stealing a spaceship or using one of the crazy portals, then yelled that he didn't know. The hero, however, smiled and said that he had expected such an answer, then asked the terminal to tell him how to get off this planet. The terminal replied that the only way in or out of the arena was through a wormhole called the Mouth of Eternity. Only enhanced starships could do this, and Kevin exclaimed that they would find a way to decorate the ship with Earth's coordinates on it. Gabi said that theoretically his words were true, but his plan would be difficult to implement, and then asked the terminal when the next vortex would open. The system replied that the Mouth of Eternity would appear in about 3 years and 9 months for 21 days. Melissa, Cedric Lanuzel, and the rest of the students were dumbfounded by what they heard, and became even more nervous. A knocked-out Kevin in turn collapsed to his knees, and in doing so couldn't believe that they would have to be here for so long. Drops of sweat immediately began to run down his face, and the guy himself said there was no way he was only going to be here for a while. Gabriel, who remained calm, said that they would have to live in this world for at least 4 years, and there was nothing that could be done about it. Looking at a desperate Kevin, the hero explained that they are not handcuffed or locked up for the simple reason that it is not necessary. He added that they do so because this whole world is a prison, and it is impossible for anyone to escape from here. A worried Fiona stooped down to her lover and asked if he was okay, and he replied that he didn't believe any of it. One of the concerned students asked what they would do now, and said they would never live that long. Looking at his companion shaking with fear, Gabi realized that it was obvious that this announcement was going to be a blow to their morale. However, the young man was surprised by Kevin's reaction, because he thought he was stronger than that, and was going to make him the leader of the group. The guy decided that he should just get over it, after which he asked everyone to calm down and listen to him. He said that any escape attempts are impossible until the next wormhole opens, but it gives him time to study the planet and develop an escape plan. The hero said that according to Callaghan, the next battle should take place within 3 weeks, and luckily the day and night cycles are similar to Earth's. Gabi didn't lie that some wouldn't make it out of here alive, but promised to do everything he could to maximize their chances of survival. The perpetually disgruntled Kevin asked in a loud tone if he thought he was the boss, but the young man didn't give in to the provocation. A worried Fiona began to reassure her lover, but he firmly replied that he wasn't going to do that. With a shout, the irascible young man asked the others if they couldn't see that Gabriel was manipulating them like sheep. Cedric Lanuzel and the rest of the students looked at him in silence, while remaining tense and silent. A nervous Diego exclaimed that the protagonist was the reason they were still alive, and asked why he would lie to them. Rude Kevin called him a fatty, and asked him to rack his brains, saying that Gabi had disappeared and returned with a strange smurf-eared man and a rescue plan. Showing an obscene gesture, he exclaimed that the hero only wanted to save his ass, and Diego was too stupid since he couldn't understand that. Everyone present was shocked by such statements, and Kevin himself asked if they didn't believe him. Guy asked Gabriel if the deal with the long-eared alien would still stand in the event of his death. The protagonist remained cool-headed, and said in thought that it seems the red-haired brute ahead of him isn't as stupid as he seems. The young man also realized that Kevin had thought this through and it really annoyed him, but he couldn't show it. Uncrossing his arms, the red-haired guy exclaimed that this whole plan was an excuse to increase Gabi's life expectancy. Diego froze on the spot at what he heard, and the rest of the group slowly began to have an epiphany and thought about the guy's words. Cedric recalled that Gabriel said he had to continue on his own after 3 fights, and asked if Kevin was exaggerating too much. The red-haired daredevil, who had come to a rage, asked the pathetic bespectacled trash to shut his mouth, and go back to his tactic of hiding under bodies. He asked everyone to think again, and said that the Smurf was only interested in Gabriel, and if he died, there would be no one to fulfill the deal. The protagonist looked at him silently, realizing it was time to end this discussion, and deciding it was time to create a distraction. The young man approached his vis-a-vis and asked him to calm down, saying that he knew he was very frightened by everything that was happening. An exasperated Kevin was offended that Gabriel thought he was intimidated, resulting in a powerful slap. Gabi smiled imperceptibly, saying in his mind that the red-headed kid had taken the bait, which was exactly what he needed. The irascible red-haired kid prepared to hit his opponent with his fist again, asking who he even thought he was. But suddenly, the protagonist intercepted his hand, grasping his wrist firmly, something the bully didn't expect at all. The brute was then tossed aside with a powerful thrust and a forward thrust of his hips, which stunned everyone around him. Kevin was very angry with Gabriel, and realized that he couldn't leave such an embarrassment without a trace, and was eager to fight back as soon as possible. Gabi remained cool and expected action from his opponent, who had his tower blown off in anger. To the aid of the hero came a loyal friend Diego, who covered him with his body, and with a shout asked Kevin to stop the baloney. The calm young man asked his friend to calm down, and said that there was nothing special about it. Realizing that the situation was developing in the right direction, the impulsive red-headed kid asked the fatty to get out of the way immediately, asking if he thought he was a match for him. An exasperated Diego exclaimed that he had lived for a day killing goblins with his bare hands, and on top of that, was 3 times heavier than him, so clearly suited for him. Things were heating up and Matey intervened, and told the fat man that if he touched Kevin, he would have to deal with him and Fiona. The rest of the excited students stood to the side, not knowing which side to take, or what would happen next. A subdued Gabriel stepped in and said that everyone was clearly tired from the crazy day, and suggested they call it a night and head to bed. Fiona touched Kevin gently, and acknowledged that the guy was right, then suggested they go and get some sleep. After these words, the students in the dining hall began to disperse to their rooms, and now there was no sign of trouble. Deep into the night, an exhausted Diego slept in his room, making loud snoring noises like everyone else. Gabriel, on the other hand, thought about the fact that Kevin might be preventing them from gaining the group cohesion necessary for survival, but he couldn't get rid of him. Getting out of bed, the protagonist admitted to himself that he was thinking too much and decided to clear his head a bit. After that, the guy opened the window ajar and decided to enjoy the starry sky to calm down and distract himself at least a little. The excited young man still couldn't believe he was on the other side of the universe, for it even sounded very strange. At one point he noticed strange sobs coming from nearby him. Turning around, Gabriel saw a weeping, beautiful Melissa standing at the other end of the room. The girl stood by the window and continued sobbing, and Gabby didn't even realize it was her at first and didn't give it much thought. Then the concerned kid recognized Melissa and immediately wondered what she was doing this late at night. Tears were streaming from the delicate beauty's crystal blue eyes, but a slight smirk could be seen on her face. The shocked protagonist became even more nervous as he realized that the girl was in a drowsy state. Suddenly, the sleeping girl, who was having a sleepwalking attack, was on the edge of the balcony from where she could have easily fallen. At one point she did fall over while in a deep sleep, which really scared a guy standing nearby. A very agitated Gabriel yelled to her, trying to wake her up, but Melissa couldn't hear him, and it was all for naught. Sparkling his heels, the agile young man immediately rushed to rescue the cute girl who was in danger. He ran towards the balcony at breakneck speed, barely turning out his feet and realizing that the fate of his companion depended on him. Without a backward thought, the protagonist jumped after her, trying to reach her leg in flight while being very nervous. Eventually, he managed to reach Melissa and wrap his arms around her body, thus saving her life. After that, there was a not-so-gentle fall, but thanks to Gabriel, the girl was alive and he could bring the spirit. For several minutes he lay on the ground with her, still holding her, and trying to recover from what had happened. The fall was a very hard one for the lad, but he survived, though he experienced some pain in his back. Melissa, on the other hand, woke up in an instant, and the hero realized that if they were on Earth, they would not be able to survive. But here they are stronger. The waking girl didn't understand what was going on, and Gabriel wondered what had happened to her in the first place. The blue-eyed damsel cried, and Gabby wondered if she even realized she was in danger. The guy was very angry, and a frightened Melissa couldn't say anything and just let her emotions run wild. Overflowing with tears, hysterical, the girl apologized to the young man for making him worry about her. Burying her nose against his chest, she said she didn't even know what had happened to her, but she was very scared. A flustered Gabriel wondered why he was so upset, since this had never happened to him before. After a while, Melissa sat on the edge of the bed, and the hero asked her to try to get some rest. He then headed for the exit of the room, and said they would see each other tomorrow. But suddenly, he had to stop. Quite unexpectedly, the lovely girl gently took his hand, while remaining silent and continuing to stare at the floor. In a gentle voice, the beauty asked Gabby if he could stay and be with her a little longer, which told her that she was scared. Her request brought a pleasant smile to Gabriel's face, who looked at the cutie and agreed to stay. Afterward, the guy sat next to the girl on the bed and asked if she was having a sleepwalking episode. Melissa replied that she had never been so scared, and today was the worst day of her life, because her friends had died, and she was on another planet. She told the hero that she doesn't know how to fight and will die anyway, so it's pointless to keep going any further. Gabriel looked at the desperate girl with a little pity, while remaining silent and not even knowing what to say. Tears flowed from the maiden's eyes again, and she said with pain in her voice that she could not bear the feeling. The concerned young man sitting next to her didn't understand what she was talking about, and wondered what feeling she was talking about. The horrified beauty replied that the problem was the guilt I was feeling that wouldn't leave her for a moment. The bewildered young lady said it was an agonizing and unbelievable feeling, and she knew it would never go away. Gabriel said she couldn't blame herself. After all, those monsters were going to kill them, so there was no other choice. A wave of hysteria came over Melissa again, and she exclaimed that it wasn't that at all, which put the hero in an even bigger stupor. Concerned, he asked what she was talking about, while not understanding why the companion was so upset. At one point, it dawned on the guy, and he speculated that if it wasn't about monsters, then maybe she had taken the life of one of their associates. Melissa's crystalline blue and bottomless eyes looked down at the floor, guilt and a heavy weight on her soul evident in them. Painfully, she remembered the horrible moments when goblins had attacked defenseless students who didn't even know how to fight. At that moment, Melissa and her friend Sophie were confused and didn't know where to run or where to hide from the monsters. The reckless goblins immediately rushed after them, swinging their blades in the process, but the girls were swiftly driven forward. Suddenly, the blue-eyed beauty's close friend fell, which was very bad timing as they had no time at all. The terrified girl asked her friend to help her, while breathing heavily from fear and realizing that this might be the end. At that moment, Melissa's heart was bleeding with fear and worry for Sophie, who was in danger. As it turned out, the brown-haired girl twisted her ankle, and her friend lifted her up and asked her to rest on it. The bloodthirsty opponents meanwhile did not slumber and rushed at them, taking the chance to strike. The bewildered beauties didn't know what to do and froze in place, realizing that the situation was a stalemate. The goblins in turn swiftly approached them, kicking up dust around them and swinging their cold weapons. Barely holding back tears, Sophie asked Melissa to hurry up, saying they had to run immediately. The blue-eyed maiden acted strangely at that moment and froze in place, which made her friend even more tense. Suddenly, she took the hand of her brown-eyed companion, Sophie, then pulled her to her and hugged her tightly. The red-haired girl then whispered in her friend's ear that she was sorry, making the situation even more tense. A flustered Sophie didn't know what her mate was talking about and trembled with fear, pouring sweat. Suddenly, Melissa pushed Sophie away from her, throwing her straight into the bloodthirsty goblin's clutches. At that moment, the red-haired maiden was having a very hard time, but she realized that otherwise she would also die. A dumbfounded Sophie hadn't expected such a betrayal from a close friend, who trusted more than she trusted herself. The vile goblins immediately surrounded her on all sides and began striking her with cold weapons, showing not even an ounce of compassion. After only a few seconds, the girl's tearful eyes began to roll and her life gradually faded away. A heavy weight settled on Melissa's soul, and she began to run away as her friend was mercilessly beaten by the monsters. Gabriel meanwhile woke up to bright and very pleasant sunlight, realizing that it was already morning. He was very surprised to lower his gaze and see Melissa beside him, gently cuddling his arm and sleeping sweetly. The guy immediately wondered what was going on and how he got here, feeling very uncomfortable. Less than a minute later, the cute girl, who also didn't understand anything, opened her adorable blue eyes. Realizing that Gabriel was lying next to her, Melissa immediately jumped up and immediately began apologizing to him. Gabi said absolutely calmly that everything was fine, then got out of bed and went to get dressed, leaving her to herself. Walking down the corridor, the young man scratched his back, complaining in his thoughts about his fatigue, while Diego stood in front. The affable Ambo was happy to meet his best friend, while the protagonist on the other hand greeted him discreetly. Diego immediately said he was very worried because he had knocked on his door in the morning, but he didn't answer. It came to the guy's attention very quickly that Gabriel had just come out of Melissa's room and asked if they had spent the night together. The phlegmatic hero said he just wanted to see if she was okay, remembering that she had asked him not to mention it. Buddy said they'd see them upstairs for breakfast, but Gabi said she'd get dressed and they'd meet there. After that, the young man entered the room, and after examining his sweatshirt, he realized that it was ruined, so something had to be thought of. The protagonist immediately used the terminal to look for new clothes as soon as possible. Opening a store with clothes, Gabriel began to scrutinize what was offered in casual wear. Familiarizing himself with the prices, the young man reminded himself to spend as little as possible and wondered if there were no simple clothes in the store. At one point, the guy noticed free clothes, which surprised him a lot, and it was, because that's exactly what he was looking for. Gabi immediately equipped the civilian clothes he had bought, then indulged in the process and watched interestedly. In just a few seconds, the young man was already dressed in his new clothes, and the technology really surprised him. He also improved his clothes for 20 points, and was soon on his way to the dining hall where the other students were. A surprised Diego immediately noticed his friend's new attire, after which Melissa also laid her eyes on him. Awkwardly, Gabriel waved to everyone in the dining room, approaching one of the tables. The friends loved the young man's beautiful outfit and asked where he bought it, and he said he got it at the terminal. Diego and Melissa followed suit and got new clothes from the terminal that looked just as nice. The trio then sat down at the table to finally eat breakfast and continue with their personal business. Gabriel took only a plate of mashed potatoes and peas for himself. And his buddies were surprised to ask if that was all he was going to eat. The guy also pointed out that the fellow sitting in front hadn't touched her food, and she said she had no appetite. The hero said they have to save points, and mashed potatoes are only worth 5 points, whereupon he asked how many points Diego had left. Ventriloquist scratched the back of his head awkwardly, and said he had 600 points left, and Melissa asked if he had spent half of his points in just one day. Suddenly there was a rumble in the dining room, and it appeared that Cedric Lanuzel had been shoved by someone insolently asking him to get out of the way. The trio sitting at the table immediately took notice of the rumbling, looking on in amazement at what was happening. Cedric, on the other hand, fell to the floor loudly, while all the other students in the dining hall silently watched, and no one stepped in for him. Angry Kevin exclaimed that he had already told him not to get in his way and called him a pathetic coward and four-eyed trash. Diego looked carefully at what was going on and said, "This is really trouble for the bespectacled man." The red-haired brute, on the other hand, turned his attention to Gabby, who was sitting at the table eating breakfast without anyone else. In response, the cold-blooded young man looked his eyes, while saying nothing and expressing no emotion. Kevin, on the other hand, looked at him sternly, and Fiona clung to her lover, keeping her temper at bay. After that, the guy suggested we get out of here, and everyone else looked after them and at Cedric sitting on the floor. Melissa was feeling a little tense, while Gabriel, on the other hand, remained completely calm and not nervous at all. The blue-eyed girl felt sorry for Cedric, who was being vinalized by everyone, and no one wanted to even try to understand him. Glutton Diego, on the other hand, said the bespectacled man didn't hesitate to hide under bodies while they fought, thus using his friends to survive. He added that such people were the real bastards, and hearing that made Melissa stiffen, remembering how she had left Sophie in distress. With a little brainstorming, the girl said that maybe he was right, while looking at the cold-blooded Gabriel. The main character asked his friends if they wanted to take a walk outside, since they were in another world, and it would be a shame not to look around. The companions looked at the young man with surprise at first, maintaining silence, while he expected them to respond positively. It wasn't long before they were strolling through the streets, recognizing that this world was indeed different, and very different from planet Earth. Gabriel said that he and Cullingan had previously flown over crazier places than this. He understood that they were in the slums of a poor neighborhood populated by similar prisoners, and this was not a place where they would find a way to escape. A thoughtful Melissa wondered why the food was being sold outside if they could buy it at the terminal. Trinity noticed a frozen red fish, eyes yellow, being sold on the counter. The main character said that the food sold in terminals is synthetic, but this one is just fresh. Gabby then asked the shy beauty if she was feeling better since yesterday, which made her cheeks redden. Smiling, Melissa said something like that wouldn't happen again, and thanked him for last night when he was there for her. A surprised Diego suddenly exclaimed that something was going on nearby, which immediately caught the attention of his friends. A whole crowd of aliens had gathered nearby, cheering happily for something, shouting loudly and waving their arms. They watched with awe and excitement the fierce battles, which amused them and brought them great joy. Gabriel and his friends pushed forward through the crowd, wondering at the same time what was going on here. At one point he was very surprised to see that the red-haired Kevin was involved in the fight, which was quite a surprise to see. Feeling the blood running down his face, the enraged, defiant kid told the monster that this wasn't the end, preparing to rush in to attack. The confident monster with the reptile-like crest on his head smirked and said that Kevin looked pretty tired. Gabriel meanwhile watched from the crowd. The red-haired fighter was not about to be created. One night, Kevin lay in a soft bed next to his sleeping beauty Fiona. But he couldn't sleep because of the flood of thoughts. Thoughts of the events that had happened didn't leave the guy for a second, but he tried his best to cope with them. The young man recalled how on the first day in the arena he and his companions had been attacked by a mob of goblins eager to slaughter every last one of them. Also brought up was when Gabriel pounced on the red-skinned monster Skarga, attacking it with his foot from the air. After that, the protagonist's spear was stuck right into the back of the big guy's head, who was unable to resist it. Kevin was also disturbed by Gabby's intimidating face, which at that moment was stained with blood, and in his eyes he could see the thirst for revenge. The young man kept tossing and turning and couldn't sleep, remembering all those horrible moments that made his brain melt. Standing on the bridge, Mehdi asked the chief, but he didn't understand what the question was about, and asked what was meant by the question. Guy, on the other hand, asked if Kevin thought they should follow Gabriel's plan, which he thought was a mess. The angry red-haired kid said that this degenerate is using them to increase his chances of survival, but there's a but. Fiona intervened in the conversation and said absolutely calmly that this same degenerate had saved their lives yesterday. The girl said she knows Kevin doesn't like it, but it's a fact, and no one cares if the plan serves the hero's best interests. The lover said he doesn't like Gabriel because there is something suspicious about him that is very pronounced. Kevin said he'd seen the look on Gabby's face earlier and added that he definitely couldn't be trusted. The guy said firmly that they were stronger than the others, so they could handle it themselves, and Mehdi backed him up by saying they didn't need the others. Fiona said there's no guarantee they won't break up after the next fights, and emphasized that's the whole point of Gabriel's plan. The girl said Kevin is fixated on the fact that the hero is using them to survive, and misplaced ego gets in the way of seeing the bigger picture. She added that together with Gabriel and Diego, they are the strongest, and the main character came up with this plan to make sure that he remains the strongest. A shocked Kevin and Mehdi listened to the words of an associate that Gabi needed them as much as they needed him. Fiona then stroked her lover's cheek, said that as long as they survived and stayed together, that was all that mattered. The young man listened to his favorite girl's words and stroked her delicate palm, recognizing that she was right. The girl, however, said he would now go make up with Gabriel and apologize for last night, and the dumbfounded boy exclaimed that he refused to do so. The favorite girl said Kevin would do as she said and told him to go and do as she said. It wasn't long before the trio set off in search of the main character, and on the way Fiona asked her lover to be nice and smile. Suddenly Cedric, who had had more than one unpleasant conversation with him earlier, stood in the way of the irascible guy. Kevin looked at him coldly and arrogantly at first, realizing that it was very difficult for him to contain his emotions. With a loud exclamation, he told the boy to get out of the way immediately, and Gabriel and his friends sitting at the table took notice. Cedric was pushed aside and fell to the floor, and everyone sitting in the dining room watched in silence, not interfering with the showdown. An exasperated Kevin exclaimed that he had previously told him not to stand in the way, calling him a coward and a bespectacled loser. Diego analyzed the situation a bit and said loudly that the timid Cedric was really in trouble. The flashy, red-haired kid turned his attention to Gabriel sitting at the table, but said nothing to him. Brave looked at him coldly, also saying nothing and showing his collectedness with all his appearance. Fiona looked with her lover at the breakfast guy he had to apologize to. Still, no apology was forthcoming, and Kevin simply motioned for his companions to get the hell out of here, then headed for the exit. Melissa looked pityingly at Cedric, who was hated by everyone, and who could not say a word back to those who had wronged him. As they walked down the stairs, a disgruntled Fiona said that Kevin was supposed to talk to Gabby, but he asked to get off his back. The girl tried to keep her cool, and looked silently at the guy, who said he needed to take a walk to calm his nerves. They went for a stroll through the shopping streets where aliens wandered around living their lives. Looking around, Mehdi asked what the hellhole was, and Fiona said she didn't like the place. Kevin, on the other hand, acted strangely and suddenly laughed for some reason, which was incomprehensible to his companions. The guy said he just realized that they might be the first people to visit an alien world, even though it didn't make any sense. His buddy could barely contain his laughter, and the beautiful Fiona was completely bewildered and didn't understand what the hell he was talking about. Mehdi laughed and said that 2 days ago they were future unemployed and now space explorers and called it absurd. The buddies hugged each other and walked forward with a smile on their faces, while a perplexed Fiona said in her mind that she would never understand their humor. In an instant the lads stopped, looking ahead in amazement where something unusual and eye-catching was happening. There was a whole crowd of aliens up ahead, cheering loudly as if cheering for someone and enjoying the fights. The trio immediately began to move through the crowd to get closer and see what the monsters were watching. Walking forward, they witnessed one monster mercilessly beating up another monster using an uppercut. The green-skinned monster couldn't resist after the powerful blow and fell to the ground with a clatter, while the spectators cheered. For a while, the alien did not rise, indicating that the red-skinned horned monster had won. Kevin assumed it was some sort of street fight, and a surprised Mehdi said the monster definitely kicked his opponent's ass. The crab-like alien was a kind of referee who exclaimed that it was a wonderful fight. The jury raised the hand of the red-skinned Ambo and loudly pronounced that they had a winner, whereupon the aliens began to clap their hands. The host said that the winner wins as much as 300 points, which were immediately awarded to him. Mehdi was surprised to learn that they could earn points outside the arena, and Kevin found it all very interesting. The crab-like monster then asked who had the courage to step forward and challenge the winner. Without any hesitation, Kevin emerged from the crowd and exclaimed that he would do it, while a terrified Fiona begged him not to. The host said that in order to participate, he must bet 150 points, and added that the winner returns his points and receives his opponent's points. After that, the gambling red-haired kid got into a fighting stance, looking arrogantly at his red-skinned opponent. Both opponents stared ecstatically at each other, eager to get the fight started as soon as possible to fight to the last drop of blood. With great enthusiasm, the confident big guy lunged at the frail kid he didn't take seriously. But the ardent young man was no coward, and confidently exclaimed that he would put all his strength into the first blow, with which he would finish the ambo. The first blow was successfully delivered right into the solar plexus of the thug, who didn't have time to put up a block. The long-haired blonde man fell to the ground with a thunderous crash, not even lasting a minute, much to the amazement of the onlookers. The jury enthusiastically raised Kevin's hand and announced him as the new winner, bringing great joy to the audience. The young man's confidence grew exponentially after the victory, and he said it was a simple matter of getting the job done. The ref asked if the guy would keep fighting, and he flawlessly gave a positive answer. The battle-hungry kid clenched his fist tightly and told him to immediately bring the next opponent, whom he would do the same to. The crab-like monster poked his finger into the crowd and asked excitedly who would be the next to enter the circle. Soon, a shaggy-eared alien came up against the cocky Kevin, who also got a good kick in the snot. The next opponent was a werewolf, which the young man kicked in the butt, leaving no chance to resist. The guy who had gotten into a taste for it also formed a few punches to the next alien who decided to try his hand at fighting. In the fight, Kevin was more active than ever, swinging his arms and legs in different directions and showing everyone his aggressive behavior. An enthusiastic Fiona and Mehdi shouted words of encouragement to their associate who had proved himself worthy. The jury declared another victory for the red-haired kid, saying that there hadn't been such a fierce newcomer in a very long time. Suddenly, a yellow-toothed reptiloid entered the circle, ridding the audience of smiles with his sudden appearance. The monster confidently said that the next opponent of self-confident Kevin will be him, which greatly alarmed the audience. But after a few seconds, the aliens rejoiced again, realizing that they were in for a mesmerizing, spectacular show. The referee exclaimed that Clicquot, who owns the season's win record, had just stepped up to fight the newcomer. Mady realized it was a famous guy, but a confident Fiona, who loved the man, said he would crush this opponent as well. Kevin didn't act like an upstart this time, and realized that his opponent was pretty tall, so he should be careful. The bloodthirsty Clicquot looked at the guy as if he were prey, making strange noises and preparing to start a fight. Not worried at all, he told referee Yuku that he wanted to bet 500 points on this fight and use the terminal. A dumbfounded Fiona couldn't believe it, and exclaimed that it was a lot, while Mehdi froze and watched in silence. Yuk said that only if another fighter bet the same 500 points would the bets be successful. A wait-and-see Kevin said he had no problem doing that and placed a bet, and Clicquot tried to press him morally with a stare. The referee gave the countdown and gave the command to start fighting, after which the opponents began to wait for each other's first steps. The red-haired youth immediately rushed into battle, not at all intending to give his opponent time to attack. Right on the run, he swung his left hand, clenching his fist tightly. But that didn't care at all for Clicquot, who had taken part in no fights. Kevin tried to calculate his actions to the last detail and gathered all his strength in his fist, hoping that he would defeat his opponent. But with lightning speed, a punch was thrown into his jaw that knocked the guy confused before he could even realize anything. From the incredible force of the blow, the young man could not stand on his feet and slid on his back a few meters back. Fiona and Mehdi were very worried about Kevin, realizing that this opponent was much stronger than all the previous ones. Confident in his strength, Clicquot stood firmly on his feet, clenching his fists and preparing to continue the fight with the weakling. The red-haired youth tried to get to his feet, holding his hand to the ground and trying to figure out when his opponent had time to hit him. Without any hesitation, he rushed into the attack, saying in his mind that he would still get the alien and get revenge on him. But as a result, the guy missed another whole series of blows and was thrown aside again before he even realized anything. Clicquot only laughed, realizing his invincibility, and that there was nothing the weakling could do to him. Kevin realized that his opponent was hitting him when he wasn't even within his reach, but couldn't figure out how it was happening. Then the daredevil heard the loud shouts of Mehdi, who was standing in the crowd, calling out to him to say something very important. His best friend shouted that he was lengthening his opponent's arms, and Kevin listened to what he said and decided to analyze it. He then turned his attention to his opponent's green hand, approaching him at lightning speed. Fortunately, at the very last moment, the youngster managed to dodge, remaining unharmed, albeit under severe stress. The monster said he thought he could knock Kevin out while he listened to his buddy, and added that the farther it hits, the easier it is to dodge. The frowning guy got into a fighting stance, calling the arm extension techniques awesome, but not yet knowing how to fight it. Without a moment's thought, he rushed to the attack, telling himself in his mind that he could definitely handle the alien now. Lightly continued to extend his arms relentlessly, but this time Kevin managed to dodge, gradually getting closer to him. Soon he got close to his not at all frightened opponent and tried to deliver a powerful fist punch right in the stomach. Not a bad blow was successfully struck, and the vibrations from it traveled all the way to the shoulder blades of Clicquot, who was a little bewildered. Kevin then delivered a kick to his opponent's calf muscle, thereby knocking him to the ground and throwing him aside. Another incredibly powerful blow was struck directly to the solar plexus, after which the opponent was unable to resist. The knocked-out Clicquot flew right back into the crowd of onlookers, who began to scatter anxiously to keep out of harm's way. Fiona and Matey were proud of Kevin, who had shown himself to be very dignified and managed to fight back well. Suddenly, the exasperated hero shouted for them to shut up and not interfere with his concentration, which they did. The blood-stained kid said he wasn't done yet, and the surprised companions watched in silence. The still-whole Clicquot scratched the back of his head and recognized that the kid had performed quite well, and that was worthy of respect. He then smiled slyly and said that it was his turn to attack, and in terms of hitting power, he wasn't going to yield. With a lightning-fast sweep of his arm, he prepared to strike Kevin, who was confused and unprepared for it. With his extended arm, Clicquot delivered a blow to the youngster's underbelly, who didn't have time to react and was confused. The blow was so powerful that the confused young man spit out some blood as he tried to gather his thoughts. Fiona and Matey began to worry about Kevin again, fearing for his health and doubting his ability to stand up to his opponent. The guy himself was very quickly back in line and tried to attack his opponent, who deftly dodged and taunted him. The next blow of the insidious alien came on the jaw of the youngster, who failed to dodge. At the same minute, Kevin snatched at the sopacha once more and drove his face on the ground, while his opponent prided himself on his power. Clicquot watched the boy try to get up off the ground, laughing even harder, realizing that no one could beat him. The enraged young man called him a freak and rushed back into the attack, not intending to retreat back. He tried desperately to throw punches, but Clicquot, who wasn't taking him seriously, deftly dodged, grinning irritably. Eventually, Kevin was once again punched in the face, causing him to nearly pass out and unable to stay on his feet. The young man drove his face into the ground again, while his opponent basked in the glory, enjoying the process. Eager for broken faces, the aliens incited Clicquot to finish off his opponent and show not a shred of compassion. Through the crowd, meanwhile, Gabriel and his friends were making their way through, eager to see what was going on here. Making his way forward, the surprised protagonist saw a fighting Kevin, who was doing very poorly. The guy stood to the end and wasn't going to give up in front of some alien, and you could see the seriousness of the fight on his face. The reptiloid smiled and said that the youngster looked rather tired, before adding that he was disappointed with the day. A wary Kevin wondered what it was all about while trying to think of a plan of further action. Resting his hand on the ground, he began to try to rise to his feet, never taking his eyes off Clicquot standing in front of him. A worried Diego asked Gabriel what they were going to do about it, and he replied that there was a referee there, and it was only a duel, not an assault. The protagonist tried to remain calm and wondered if the rules were the same here as inside the arena. Kevin, meanwhile, rushed to attack the alien, and Gabby realized that if the rules were the same, he could die. The bloodthirsty reptiloid smiled again, still not taking his opponent seriously. He then swung his long arm in a sharp motion, thereby throwing the attacking opponent away from him, followed by a deep blow to Kevin's solar plexus, who had no way to resist it. Once again powerless against the reptilian youth, found himself on the ground, wallowing in the dust and struggling to get up. A confident Clicquot approached his opponent and looked arrogantly at him, realizing that victory was on his side. Smiling, the merciless monster told Kevin that he fought pretty well, but he couldn't hear him anymore. A terrified Fiona and Mehdi immediately rushed to their loved one, who was lying unconscious on the ground. Referee Yuck happily announced that Clicquot was the winner of the fight and won the whole 1,000 points. Diego said worriedly that the red-haired kid was hurt badly, but Gabriel still remained calm. A crying Fiona begged her lover to wake up, but he would not respond to her pleas and remained unconscious. An angry Mehdi gritted his teeth in anger and said that this degenerate would definitely pay for what he had done to his friend, enjoying the victory. Clicquot, meanwhile, was getting a well-deserved 1,000 points, but suddenly, someone called out to him. Kevin's best friend ran to attack him, eager for immediate revenge against the vile reptile. Smirking, the yellow-toothed snake asked if he wanted some of that too. Since he was being so cocky, the reptiloid never turned down a fight, and gladly threw himself into attacking the approaching threat. The aggressive matey didn't chicken out and clenched his fist tightly, slinging mud at his opponent and eager to finish him off. Suddenly Gabriel was between his opponents, stopping both fists at the very last moment. Clicquot was stunned because he didn't understand who this young man was or why he had intervened in the battle. An equally wary Mehdi glanced nervously at Gabi, not realizing when he had time to show up. The serious-minded protagonist, on the other hand, looked into his eyes and asked him to calm down immediately. The guy immediately asked if he saw what the creep had done to his friend, and the hero asked him to shut his mouth and look around. Young said the fight was by the rules, and if Mehdi continued to argue, he would be lynched, so he suggested leaving it as it was. Clicquot laughed at the top of his voice, saying that Gabriel was right. For they rules of dueling are sacred, and they don't interfere with sacred things here. The protagonist held out a small flask to his vis-a-vis, and asked him to use this to help Kevin, and he asked what it was. From the words of the brave lad, he learned that the injector contained a healing mixture, and should be stuck into the hand or thigh of the victim. Mehdi immediately took the injector, because he wanted to help his friend as soon as possible, even though he had some doubts about its effect. He had no choice and went to administer the injection, and the reptiloid standing behind him turned to Gabriel in an instant. The subdued young man shifted his emotionless gaze to him, expecting to hear something interesting. The yellow-toothed serpent inquired about his name, as if eager to fight such a brave lad. At first, the protagonist just silently looked into the eyes of the alien in front of him, trying to figure out what he wanted. Turning around, he began to walk away swiftly but calmly, softly saying his name was Gabriel. The wily Clicquot mumbled softly as this mosquito stopped his one-handed punch, and realized that this was a rather interesting person. Mehdi meanwhile injected an injection into the left thigh of Kevin lying on the ground, hoping he would come to his senses. Fortunately, in the same instant, the young man regained consciousness and began breathing heavily, complaining of pain from the sharply administered injection. A crying Fiona immediately threw herself into her lover's arms, and the guy didn't understand what had even happened. After a few seconds, the realization came to him that in the fight against the yellow-toothed reptiloid, he had been defeated. They were approached by Gabriel at the same minute, who suggested they get out of here and said they were in the way of the next fight. A surprised Kevin immediately wondered what the hell the main character was doing here, if he hadn't seen him here before. A small team of students followed Gabby, with everyone maintaining an awkward silence for a while. Diego wondered if no one would say a word until they got home, and Mehdi felt as if the two would spill out at any moment. Remaining silent, Gabriel and Kevin walked ahead of everyone else, not even looking at each other and thinking to themselves. Diego said if they run into guys like that at their next fight, they'll be in trouble, and Mehdi asked him not to jinx it. Fiona recognized the glutton's right, said they wouldn't last long, they'd have to join forces, but they couldn't do that until those two got along. The guys advised her to threaten Kevin with no kissing in order to sway him to cooperate with Gabriel. From what she heard, the girl became very embarrassed and got angry, after which she started throwing herself at them, which attracted the attention of her boyfriend. The red-haired youth was still convinced that something was wrong with Gabriel, but realized that they needed him in his plan. Soon they reached their permanent location, where they could finally rest from all that had happened and gather their thoughts. At one point, Kevin stopped in place, as if he was about to do something, but couldn't quite dare. Behind him walked Gabriel and his friends, who were heading to their restrooms to finally relax a little. Suddenly, the protagonist was approached by a red-haired young man standing behind him, who immediately caught his attention. A subdued Gabi immediately turned around and asked if he had called him, hoping for a substantial conversation. Kevin tossed the guy an injector with the medical drug he had given Mehdi earlier to save him. The hero looked at him with a bit of surprise, remembering that indeed, the earlier one had granted his friend the red-haired boy. Kevin grudgingly said that they were even now, and then he started to walk away, Gabriel saying nothing. Smiling after him, Diego said he thought there would be a fight, and Melissa said that in the end. But this guy has a good heart. The girl also asked if the protagonist agreed, but he didn't say anything and began to silently walk away. Soon, he was in the common room, where he could have some time to himself and think about something. The young man then rolled up his sleeve to examine his hands and draw some conclusions after the events that had transpired. Smiling in thought, the protagonist said the lizard broke one of his arms and called it amazing. Following that, an injection was administered to his left thigh, which began the instantaneous healing process of the wounds. At that moment, Gabriel was completely relaxed and waiting for the change, sitting silently on the edge of the bed. Brave clenched his fist tightly, concentrating on the sensation, but also being very strange. After that, the hero laughed frighteningly while clenching his fist tightly and said it was all charming. Deep into the night, a horrible skeleton appeared in front of Gabby, greeting him and asking if it was true that things were not going as well as he wanted. Scratching the back of his head, the skeleton awkwardly said that it was certainly none of his business, but asked if he could ask the guy a question. He wondered why Gabriel still hadn't told his friends about the pressing matter, since it was so important. His red eyes lit up and smiling menacingly, the monster asked why the young man hadn't told his friends that he was happy here. In a cold sweat, a sleep-frightened Gabby woke up, trying to regain consciousness and recover from the nightmare. Quickly coming to his senses, the daredevil realized it was another dream, and wondered if he should turn off the alarm clock, for the sound kept him awake. Putting his hand on his sweating face, very quickly the hero remembered that he didn't have an alarm clock, which alarmed him. Concerned at what was happening, Gabriel immediately jumped up from his seat, tossing aside the blanket and looking around. The digital scoreboard that appeared in front of him showed that the next fight would take place in 8 days and 3.5 hours. The previously anxious hero's face changed and became excited, even more eager to fight. In the other building, meanwhile, the students had gathered and were discussing pressing problems among themselves. Kevin, Fiona, and Mehdi were also among them, standing in new attire that emphasized the structure of their bodies. A flustered Diego and Melissa sat at the table, looking sadly at the floor and not even talking to each other. Soon, a slightly disheveled Gabriel entered the room, saying that since everyone was here, we could begin. One of the nervous students asked what the hell was going on if the hero said they would have more than 20 days before they returned to the arena. Guy added that Gabi lied to them as they hadn't been here for weeks, and the rest of the people supported him in his remarks. Suddenly, an angry Kevin intervened and shouted for everyone to shut up, thus discouraging those present. Some students looked at the guy in bewilderment, not understanding why he was so angry and rude to them. The young man said there was no difference in days because they had to get back to the arena anyway, and asked them to stop whining and listen to Gabriel's plan. The protagonist in turn looked into his eyes, nodding his head slightly in gratitude for his assistance. The seemingly serious Kevin nodded his head slightly in response before remaining silent and ready to listen to the plan. Gabi said they have 8 more days to prepare for their next fight, and should use them to increase their chances of survival. The rugged young man said they knew the date, but they didn't know who they would have to fight, as it could be a horde of monsters, giants, or a team like them. He added that they have 2 important advantages, one of which is strength, because they know how to work as a team, and also that they know their weaknesses. Then, in an intimidating and quiet tone, the green-eyed guide said that the team's weakness was the students. They were all surprised, and the hero added that most of them didn't know how to fight and were weak both physically and mentally. It was said that most of them would die pretty quickly, and an agitated Diego suggested that he calm down. But the protagonist, who had lost his temper, shouted and asked everyone to shut up and not to interrupt him, which frightened the audience even more. Stunned, and Diego at that moment didn't recognize his friend, who had never acted like this before. Gabriel said firmly that this was not a gym class, and the most important thing here was not to participate, but to stay alive. He didn't care if he hurt their petty feelings and just asked them to look at everyone's results, calling them wimps. Gabi said that's why he developed a strategy to maximize his chances of survival and called for a terminal. All of the students present were anxiously watching without disturbing the young man. The hero pulled out a spear and shield from the terminal, saying this was what their strategy would be based on, at least in part. He began to tell me that since ancient times, the spear shield had been one of the most effective weapons for both defense and offensive actions. The young man added that in a phalanx, each soldier is protected by his neighbor's shield, and it is a very effective formation, especially in a confined space. A worried Cedric said he had read that the phalanx lacked mobility, and if they had to face the giant again, it would be a problem. A tense Mehdi asked the leader what to do if they were more comfortable with swords. Hero said they are making the right call and added that the phalanx will be supported by 4 top fighters who will rotate around it. It was said that this would allow fighters to strike the enemy from the flanks and take cover behind the phalanx between attacks. The young man added that this way, if they went up against the giant, the top 4 would split the phalanx, which would attract the giant's attention while he was surrounded. After that, Gabriel said, the phalanx could spread out to the 4 corners of the arena, and then they would start all over again with a powerful strategy. Kevin realized that if they used this strategy, Gabi, Mehdi, Diego, and him would score the most points. The guy also realized that Fiona was right, because the hero wants to use the weak to score points, and that's when Gabriel turned to him. The protagonist asked the guy if he would come out with him for a little demonstration to clarify things for the students. Kevin didn't refuse, and in a couple of minutes they were standing opposite each other, swords in hand. Gabriel decided to act out some of the skit, saying that Kevin was going to attack him with his sword. The brave man shouted to his not fully understanding the situation to his vis-a-vis that he could do so at any time. Smiling, the hero asked the boy in a calm tone not to be afraid, and promised that he would be gentle during the fight. A pissed-off Kevin immediately threw himself into the fray to prove to everyone present that he absolutely didn't care about this. Spreading his arms out to the side, he ran like a buffalo to the real target ahead, who was covering his shield while holding a spear in his hand. The rest of the students watched the demonstration closely, drawing conclusions and memorizing techniques. Kevin's jaw began to quiver as the point of Gabriel's spear was at his throat in an instant. The guy was stunned as he didn't even have time to do anything, but he was already in a desperate situation. Smiling, the protagonist said that the advantage of the spear was the length, which made the dueling process easier. The red-haired youth became angry. realizing that he could do nothing to counter and justify his defeat. The guy who was going to the end was not going to give up and continued to swing his sword, intending to overpower his opponent. He swung his sword relentlessly left and right, striking Gabriel's shield and feeling a nasty pain in his hands. A confident Gabi said the advantage of the shield was defense, and admitted that his opponent's shot was good but obvious. He then stood firmly on his feet, stepping forward and preparing to demonstrate his strike. Making a sharp push forward, the guy said loudly that the shield was also a weapon, something that shouldn't be missed. At that moment, he was as focused as possible on his opponent, who was trying to evade and block the attack. Eventually, the assertive Gabriel still attacked Kevin, knocking him down with a surprise strike from below. The bewildered red-haired youth had no time to react, and fell to the ground with a thunderous crash, feeling not the most pleasant of sensations. He was as tense as possible, once again seeing the shiny tip of the spear in front of him as it was pointed at him. The green-eyed Gabi smiled at his opponent, then turned to the people around him and asked who else wanted to try. Hero still held the spear near Kevin's face, and the other students marveled at his incredible skills. After a while, the interested students were already honing their battle skills with each other, enjoying the process. Diego asked Gabi if they weren't allowed to use shields, and Mehdi said they had to admit that it did look practical that way. The protagonist said that they could take shields as they would be self-sufficient fighters, so it was important to choose the most appropriate equipment. It was said that training weapons were free. To equip properly, you would have to spend points. A worried Diego said he barely had a quarter of a point left, and a dumbfounded Mehdi asked how that was even possible. An angry Kevin said that the proglotti had spent it all on food, but Gabriel asked Diego not to worry, saying that everything was fine. Concentrating as much as possible, he used his inventory to summon a Sumerian axe. Holding it firmly in his hand, the hero said he took the initiative to buy this axe for his best friend. A delighted Diego couldn't believe it, and neither could Kevin and Mehdi standing nearby, who hadn't expected this either. Gabriel said that by combining strength with the reach of that axe, his buddy could do a lot of damage, which is why he looked so cool with it. Glutton said he couldn't accept it and had to take responsibility for his puncture, but Gabi said it was only worth 550 points. With tears of joy in his eyes, Diego embraced his friend, calling him a true buddy, while the young man asked him to take it easy. Suddenly, a digital scoreboard appeared in front of the guy, and the hero told him that he had the right to accept the object to make it his own. A shocked Kevin and Mehdi said that the armory was incredibly cool because there was a huge selection of weapons. Diego asked the boys if they had found their bliss among the many weapons, which was very appealing. The red-haired youth confidently said that he chose the 8th Empire Claymore because he was going to kill enemies by the dozens. He also bought a cloak, and Gabriel asked if he could handle something that long and wondered about his mate. Mehdi in turn said he was Roronoa Zoro while skillfully swinging 2 sharp blades. He said he was only able to buy 2 swords, but thought that would be enough, and the hero in his mind called the whole thing a cosplay contest. Diego inquired about Gabriel's weapon, who used the terminal to show him. The young man said that since he favored quick and effective attacks, he chose a very cheap and light axe to start with. The stunned companions looked at him with great bewilderment, unable to understand how he could have chosen such a delusional weapon. They didn't know what to say about it and just said that the axe didn't look very stylish. Gabi shocked them by saying that since it was cheap, he also bought some daggers, throwing knives, smoke, chain, and other accessories. Suddenly Fiona came in, who had noticed the boys having a good time in their corner, with a silent Melissa standing next to her. Kevin said there was nothing wrong with it, and Gabi asked if there was a problem, after which Fiona asked her friend to tell them. The girls said some students didn't have enough points to afford even cheap gear, so the foursome would have to buy it for them. Fiona's disgruntled red-headed lover immediately exclaimed that they could afford to splurge themselves, and they were fighting for their points. The girl immediately grabbed her lover by the ear and asked him not to be a child and not to be greedy, but to share with his classmates. Barely holding back tears, Diego called himself an idiot, admitting that he was indeed wasting all his points. Gabriel said he was so consumed with the plan that he neglected those aspects, and added that right now, we need to focus more on survival. Fiona twisted Kevin's arm, whereupon he exclaimed that he would pay, and Melissa wondered if all couples were like that, but Mehdi said these ones were just special. The protagonist began to drift off to the side, suggesting that everyone present get back to training the troops. At that moment, no one even suspected that they were being tracked by a red eye nearby. A cute and fluffy eye with a red pupil and wings flapped them freely as it flew off to the side. The little monster began to fly away rapidly to avoid being detected by the team of people below. The recorded information was transmitted to Callaghan's tablet, who could monitor Gabriel and his friends. The long-eared Smurf was pleased with the result, saying that everything was going his way, and that made him very happy. The blue-eyed girl asked little Kaylee what he was looking at, and then excitedly wondered if she was no longer interested in him. Long-Eared said that she knew perfectly well that apart from business, nothing interested him more than her beautiful eyes. Then a cheerful Callaghan asked the droid to pour them his best bottle, saying the night was just beginning. He was returning home late at night and asked his beloved if he had told her about the business dinner he had with the three-headed dragon. She giggled in response, saying no, and the wary Smurf turned her attention to the strange rustles coming from nearby. Callaghan kissed the girl and said he would stay and get some fresh air, and asked her to go up to the room to order whatever she wanted. The lovely damsel immediately went to the room, waving to her lover who was left alone. Immediately after she left, 3 aliens were behind the fearless Smurf's back, and he told them it was worth discussing things in the alley. Just then they went to an alley, where the long-eared man was thrown to the ground with a clatter and ridden on his back. The main one of the trio said the boss doesn't want to see Callaghan strutting around all the fancy establishments when he still owes him a tidy sum. Eeyore smiled and said that they could tell their boss that the deadline was a long way off, but in the meantime, he could do whatever he wanted with his money. The bouncer said it wasn't his money, and he'd already lost a lot by losing to his last champion in an arena named Skarg. Callaghan smirked again and said that if it were him, he would have left it at that and suggested that they not spoil this beautiful night. The gang leader said that they just needed to bring Eeyore's head back in order and added that they wouldn't kill him before the deadline. After only a few minutes, a whole fountain of blood hit the wall, splattering it heavily, which looked quite unpleasant. But, much to his surprise, the blood belonged to a trio of bouncers who had been deftly dealt with by a long-eared Smurf. Having disposed of his detractors, Callaghan lit a thick cigar and decided to enjoy the rest of the beautiful night. He said they could also tell the boss that the next time he wanted to fix things, he'd have to send more than 3 clowns. The gray-haired Smurf reminded him that he's a former arena champion, and it's just insulting to send such garbage. Eeyore then said he had to go, making the excuse that a hot date and a stormy night awaited him. Somewhere in the distance stood an alien named Bool, who believed that today was the most important day in history for them all. Their civilization was setting out to colonize another planet for the first time, and the honor of being one of the first colonizers fell to him. Also granted this privilege were Dua, Bool's fiancé, and his best friend Gun, much to the aliens' delight. Soon they entered the spaceship, which was powered up and began to ascend into the sky. The starship was clearly on course and did not deviate from it, gradually approaching the planet they were about to colonize. In his thoughts, Bool, embracing his wife, said that they were headed for the new promised land, the journey to which seemed a very long way. He was sure that a wonderful life awaited them, and thought only of good things, and a pleasant excitement accompanied him on his way. Suddenly, the crew was disturbed by the strange sounds and shaking of the spaceship, which was very alarming. The starship was attacked by an unknown force, which shocked the aliens inside. A worried Bool immediately cradled the frightened Dua, who like everyone else didn't understand what was going on. With wary eyes, the pink-haired man stared ahead, trying to find the locus of the problem. Ahead, beyond the panorama, a huge great eye suddenly appeared, which was the very force attacking the ship. The eye was incredibly intimidating in its terrifying appearance, continuing to attack colonizers who didn't know how to fight it. The team of humans from planet Earth, meanwhile, waited for the battle to begin, feeling a great deal of excitement. The thoughts were eating away at their insides as waiting was the hardest punishment, and no one knew what was in store for them next. A worried Diego couldn't find his place and paced from side to side, while Gabriel, standing nearby, was perfectly calm. The sweaty glutton said he seemed to be having a panic attack and asked his buddy how he was managing to sleep. The emotionless young man replied that he was awake and concentrating and advised his friend to do the same. Kevin and his loved ones stood apart from them, remaining silent and contemplating what lay ahead. The angry guy wondered how much longer they could wait, but Fiona said she couldn't say she was looking forward to it. Red asked Mehdi if after all he had been through, he still believed in God and continued to pray to him. The cold-blooded young man replied that he believed in the Almighty more now than ever before. At that minute, 3 robots entered the room and asked everyone present to follow them. An enthusiastic Kevin slung his sword on his shoulder and said it was long overdue, and happily went forward. Soon all the students were lined up near the portal. One of the robots asked them to get ready to head to the arena. An overexcited Diego said he needed to use the restroom right away, and Gabriel asked if he was serious. Kevin turned his attention to the annoying Cedric, who was standing a few feet away from him. The stern young man threatened the cowardly, bespectacled man that if he only tried to chicken out, he would be unfortunate. The frightened kid with glasses started pouring sweat and even turned blue, yet he couldn't even say anything in response. All team members stood near the portal, remaining silent and waiting to be sent to the arena as soon as possible. After a few seconds, they were moved, and found themselves in front of a door leading directly into the arena. With trepidation, everyone waited for the door to open. not even being able to imagine what awaited them next. Team leader Gabriel shouted and ordered everyone to get ready, saying that the match would start very soon. Fiona kissed Kevin and asked him to take care of himself, and he responded by telling her not to worry and promising that he had her back. The girl stood forward and nodded her head, signaling to the others that she was fully ready for the match to begin. All of the team members got into fighting stances, and Fiona exclaimed that they needed to act like they did in training, and everything would be fine. Kevin hoped that Gabriel's tactics would work, and the nervous young man replied that he hoped so too. A few seconds later, the huge doors swung open, and the team members were slightly blinded by the bright light from the arena. The arena was already occupied by a big-horned orator who cheerfully greeted the people from the planet who had come to fight. He said they were the same people who had impressed the audience in their first match, and asked if they could produce the same result today. A wary Fiona looked forward with wide eyes as if she saw something strange. Melissa asked with great surprise what was going on and said she didn't understand anything. Kevin asked why the opponents had stopped, and Gabriel said they couldn't see anything from here, and they'd know when they got to them. The protagonist and his excited comrades looked forward, with the belief in victory fading rapidly in some. Gabi became very nervous and gritted his teeth as he analyzed the situation and realized that the circumstances were at their best. Through the thick fog, the team members saw the silhouettes of many aliens, which made them very wary. A flustered Dua asked Boole what was going on and where they were, but he couldn't give an answer to that question. As it turned out, they were victims of the Great Eye, who transported them to the arena to force them to fight by giving them a choice of weapons. The man cradled his frightened beloved and said that it looked like they would have to fight as there was no other option. A stunned Mady exclaimed that he couldn't believe his eyes, and Kevin wondered if this was some kind of joke. A bewildered Diego hoped they wouldn't be forced to do so, while a shocked Gabriel stared silently ahead, unsure of what to say. Gritting his teeth, the nervous hero called himself an idiot, saying that he hadn't thought of this outcome and realized that they couldn't win today. The bighorn chatterer cheerfully announced the start of the battle, eager to see the exciting battle between the two civilizations. After that, the speaker once again loudly announced the start of the battle and flew aside to avoid being hit. The members of Team Earth realized that they had no other choice and rushed forward, not wanting to fight. Boole gently held the hand of his frightened wife Dua, realizing that they were all in a desperate situation. Fiona and Melissa, standing in front, didn't know what to do, but also realized there was no turning back. The flustered brown-eyed girl wondered why the opponents weren't attacking when they should have done so long ago. The red-haired companion said something because opponents like them don't know where they are. The girl added that they just showed up here and they don't understand how or why. And they are also very scared. Melissa said that she and her associate were very lucky, and a perplexed Fiona asked what she was talking about. The surprise stunned Gabriel for a moment, but it was actually the perfect scenario, for he realized that a confused and inexperienced opponent awaited them. The hero realized that they would get maximum points, whereupon he raised his axe and ordered the team to attack. But after the loud signal, no one followed him, which shocked the young man who can't believe it. Gabi looked at his shaking companions and immediately wondered what was wrong with them. He also noticed Diego standing next to him, who was very agitated, and decided to inquire about him. The best friend very tentatively told the protagonist that he refuses to take part in this. The surprised Brave immediately asked his buddy what he was talking about, as he understood absolutely nothing. The young man didn't understand why the companions didn't want to attack and wondered if they didn't understand the situation. Behind him, a frightening skeleton in a red robe appeared and said that it was Gabriel who didn't understand the situation. The surprised hero immediately turned around, not realizing what this creature was or where it had come from. Monster said Diego is willing to face any monster, but killing poor creatures victimized in cold blood is something else. Also, the skeleton said so Diego isn't a killer, it's out of his character. Unlike Gabi, who was going to do it without a second thought. The hero asked if the others were the same, and the creature replied that Diego was a special case, and the other members of the team were held back not by morality, but by fear. In a frightening voice, the monster added that the others were afraid to be first, and they were also intimidated by the fear of judgment. Skeleton said that only a monster could raise his weapon against the innocent, and asked who else would dare to be judged by the community. He then cited the red-headed Melissa as an example, and said that everyone knows she's not as innocent as she seems. The devil wondered if Kevin would be strong enough to take on the role as the alpha male he claimed to be. Fearfully, he whispered that this could be an opportunity to reveal who they really were, and added that contempt had no effect on them. The disgruntled bighorn speaker said that several minutes had passed, but still nothing had happened. The spectators were not happy either, and began to let it be known by shouting, urging the sides to act quickly. Suddenly, the cowardly bespectacled Cedric shouted at the top of his voice and rushed forward, which was unexpected by everyone. The rest of the team froze in place as they watched the bespectacled underdog run with his spear at the defenseless men. Gabriel was very surprised by this, and the skeleton holding a hand on his shoulder called it an unexpected outcome. The aliens froze in place with fear and didn't know what to do. The four-eyed man ran at them relentlessly. Being enraged, he extended his spear in front of him without any pity, preparing to strike mercilessly. The spear was stabbed into one of the aliens ahead of them without a backward glance, which scared everyone else even more. Cedric Lanuzel hadn't expected this of himself, but he only began to come to his senses after the blow had been struck, when there was no coming back. The unconscious alien immediately fell to the ground, and his life began to fade rapidly, while his companions gathered around him. The bespectacled man began to gradually realize what he had done, but he did not panic, and still showed no mercy. Showing gloating, he began to grind his teeth and clenched his spear tightly in his hand, realizing that he had finally managed to prove himself in battle. Raising his spear upwards, a joyous Cedric began to rejoice in his small victory, calling everyone else to battle. The companions of the alien who had taken his life became angry, looking at the scum who dared to mock them. Anger filled their minds and hearts more and more with each passing second, indicating that the bespectacled fool was in trouble. Eager to avenge their fallen comrade, the aliens began grabbing swords from the table, preparing to rush to the attack. Gabriel immediately realized that the situation was a stalemate and ordered his companions to immediately prepare for battle. Melissa gripped her spear tightly and ordered her classmates standing near her to run to attack. Everyone was very worried, but they realized that Cedric had started the war and no one had any other choice. Mehdi exclaimed that this time they were going into battle, and Kevin swung his sword and said they had no choice. Each of the aliens drew their weapons and prepared to hold off the onslaught of fleeing foes. An enraged Bull covered himself with Dua standing behind him, saying they could do it, and asked his comrades to hold on. The alien turned his attention to the four-eyed fool Cedric, who said he was making a big mistake. With a frightening laugh, the bespectacled man said the aliens didn't stand a chance and threatened to end them all. A frightened Dua hid behind her spouse's back, who asked the bespectacled man why he was so sure of his words. The cocky goon began to remove his white shirt as he continued to smile irritatingly. Taking off his shirt, he said with a laugh that they were human and spoke of many things, while his companions ran up behind him with swords. The Earthlings were ready to fight to the last drop of blood, while the aliens stood still, confused. Gabriel's team stuck a copy into the aliens, who froze in place and barely resisted. The mesmerizing battle brought great pleasure to the many-toothed chatterer who watched from the air. The monsters from the grandstand shared in his joys, enjoying the proceedings, cheering on the attacking Earthlings. The cold-blooded protagonist skillfully swung his axe, causing irreparable damage to his opponents. At one point, he turned his attention to his buddy Diego, who was behaving very differently from the others. The guy just froze in place, which alarmed Gabby, who wondered why he wasn't moving. Taking a chance, the youngster ran up to his buddy and ordered him to go fight, because they need to earn points. An angry Diego once again said he refused to get involved and added that he didn't care about the points. A surprised Gabriel asked him if he'd had a bad fight last time, and why he refused to do it now. The principled guy replied that last time they fought back and it was the monsters they were fighting. An anxious Gabi didn't understand what was going on with his friend, and asked if that was all there was to the problem. The Earthlings meanwhile continued to storm the aliens, who were not strong enough and died one by one. With a sly smile, the hero asked his buddy if that was his excuse to avoid a battle. A bewildered Diego asked the guy what he found funny about his words, since the situation was actually serious. Gabriel said that he refuses to fight because opponents are just like them, as if that doesn't apply to absolutely all creatures. He added that the Lenidians and the big guy Skarg were as much victims as they were, so to deny it was foolish. Grabbing Diego by the collar, the hero said that this time the ones in front of them had vaguely human faces, so the guy decided to play nice. Suddenly, Gabriel called his buddy a hypocrite, which struck him in that moment and made him reveal here. With a sharp movement, the young man pushed away from the protagonist, asking him to let go and not touch him again. Gabi managed to stop the slide with his hands, and he wasn't about to back down from his position. Looking down at the floor, the young man smiled and asked his buddy if this was really his kind of nonviolence. An angry out of Diego screamed and asked to be left alone and said it didn't matter at all if it was logical or not. He added that he was not like Gabriel, and the hero, on the other hand, asked with great perplexity what it all meant. The best friend unexpectedly told the hero that he knows him better than he thinks, so there is nothing to hide from him. Diego said he knew Gabi liked it here a lot, which amazed the young man, who hadn't expected to hear that. With tears in his eyes, the guy went on to say that he knew full well that he enjoyed killing, and asked him to go have fun and leave him to rest. An emotionless Gabriel remained silent and stared at the floor, listening to Diego, who could no longer contain himself. After that, The protagonist ran to the rest of his companions to fight, and did not delay his buddy any further. The skeleton chasing him asked if this could be the end of a beautiful friendship, but the guy told him to shut up. The young man's companions meanwhile continued to clamp down on the aliens, who died one by one. A fidgety Fiona said they needed to get back in formation as they were about to be overrun, and Melissa ordered the wounded to be evacuated to the rear. The reckless Cedric Lanuzel swung his blade relentlessly, taking alien life and showing not a shred of mercy. He looked fearfully at the wounded alien, who was very frightened and hoped the Earthman would spare him. With a crazed look, the bespectacled man looked him straight in the eye, emotionally pressing an intimidating smile. Showing not an ounce of compassion, Cedric still decided to finish off the wounded man, enjoying the process in the process. Hearing his opponent screaming in pain, he shouted that it was a high and indescribable pleasure, which emphasized his recklessness. As the madman once again swung his blade, someone suddenly grabbed his arm, preventing him from doing so. Turning around, Cedric saw Mehdi beside him and asked what he wanted, and he replied that the alien was already undead, and that was enough. He added that they should show respect to their opponents, and said he would not allow a bespectacled man to desecrate their remains. Suddenly, the four-eyed wretch struck at his own comrade-in-arms, who was immediately knocked down. An excited Kevin, standing nearby, immediately took notice and asked what was wrong with his best friend. The guy immediately rushed over to Mehdi, who was lying on the ground of his own blood, showing no signs of life. He promised that they would definitely cure him, and the underdog Cedric said it would teach him what it meant to be a buzzkill. Hearing this, the rage-filled Kevin gripped his sword tightly and asked the cowardly brat if he had done it. Goggles got ready to fight and said he does what he wants, and offered to see who's the coward here. The enraged young man immediately swung his huge sword, helping his arms with his body, eager to avenge his best friend. The wily scoundrel Cedric made a high jump at the last moment, thus mocking his opponent's actions. Immediately afterward, he rushed into the attack, smiling irritatingly and confident in his abilities. A disheveled Kevin managed to set up his sword and defend himself from the blow of his opponent, who thought he was God. What was happening was noticed by Gabriel standing nearby, who immediately wondered what they were doing. A surprised Melissa also didn't understand what was going on there and realized she needed to run over there. A tense Kevin tried with all his might to hold off the onslaught of a crazed Cedric, who really wanted to finish him off. But still, the red-haired youth managed to swing his blade, thus sharply throwing his opponents aside. The bespectacled man immediately stood up and said he had been itching to poke Kevin, who was bullying him for a long time. In response, the guy called him a poor idiot in a stern tone and said he was completely out of his mind. Delighted with what was happening, the speaker said the game was taking an interesting turn, which is what the audience wanted. An anxious Gabriel didn't understand what was going on and wondered if everyone had gone crazy, if they were acting like this. A crazed Cedric lunged at Kevin again, grinning frighteningly and eager to beat him up. The redhead set his sword up in every way possible, blocking his opponent's attacks and remaining tense, but he didn't panic. The cocky nerd mocked the guy and asked why he wasn't responding to his successful attacks. An exasperated Kevin yelled that he wasn't answering because Cedric had stopped being himself and was just crazy. Mindless, on the other hand, asked what if he was finally being himself, and now everything would be the way he wanted it to be. Still, another of his attacks was repelled by his opponent, and he flew off to the side, but still unharmed. Cedric also suggested that he was just annoying himself, but Kevin couldn't understand that, since he didn't know him at all. The boy added that he had been watching the redhead for a long time, and therefore understood him well, while he only listened in silence. The bespectacled man realized that Kevin must be thinking since he had the guts to stand up to him. It was only because he had lost his mind. Mindless tried to attack his opponent again, realizing that he thought he was a weakling, and himself big and strong. Kevin tried his best to block the blows of his crazy opponent, who suddenly changed for everyone. Blades were crossed, and the bespectacled Cedric finally admitted that he had never been afraid of him, not for a single moment. He said he always knew he was stronger than Orange, who dominated him physically. But being strong depends on the rules of the game. Cedric said that according to the school's rules, Kevin was the most powerful, having good looks and success giving him the right to stomp on whoever he wanted. The offended bespectacled man said he hardly blamed him, and accepted it because it was just part of the rules. However, he always knew it wouldn't last long, and knew that after graduation, Kevin's strength would only diminish while his grew. Cedric was from a wealthier family and recognized by educational institutions, being willing to dominate according to the rules after school. With a laugh, he said that Kevin would probably end up just like his loser father, which sounded very insulting. After hearing this, the young man became furious, because his father had been hurt, and he could not forgive the scoundrel. He immediately pressed his forehead against Cedric's, clenching his teeth furiously and eager to tear him to shreds for the words he was throwing around. This was followed by a sharp swing of the huge sword, but the opponent managed to take a step back and bounce away. The bespectacled man said he had taken it calmly all this time, and accepted being scorned and humiliated, because those were the rules. It took him a while, but finally he realized that things were fundamentally different in this new world. The Dauntless threw a heavy iron shield at his opponent, intending to knock you off your feet and deliver a fatal blow. Kevin managed to dodge at the last moment, remaining unharmed, but suffered severe stress. Cedric didn't give him a break and immediately rushed into the attack, holding the hilt of the steel blade tightly. He exclaimed loudly that he had finally realized that there were no rules in this world, and one could live as one wished. The dodgy botanist acted cunningly and threw a handful of sand in his opponent's face, which he managed to pick up. Kevin was confused and didn't have time to react to this, and realized very quickly that his opponent wasn't playing by the rules. He then began to scratch his eyes, which had gotten a lot of sand in them, and Cedric realized that this was his finest hour to strike. The scoundrel showed not an ounce of mercy, and with a smile on his face, plunged his blade into the belly of his confused opponent. Through the intense and unbearable pain, Kevin tried to climb and fight for life, though it was hard to do so. All of this was seen by Fiona standing nearby, who couldn't believe that her beloved had been impaled by the blade of an associate. The shocked girl's eyes immediately filled with tears, and she screamed with fright, afraid of losing her lover. A dumbfounded Gabriel had not expected this outcome of events, and realized that something had to be done immediately. The wounded Kevin mumbled that he wanted to kill Cedric, who said that the blade must have been blunted since the enemy could still talk. The bespectacled man then turned his attention to Fiona, who ran to her lover's aid and called it a cute phenomenon. The ruthless creep swung his blade, saying that now the girl would be able to see Kevin stick his flippers together. Running at full speed, Gabriel was very nervous, realizing that he would most likely not make it in time. Breathing heavily, Kevin called Cedric a lad and asked him not to miss, realizing that there was no way for him to survive. The crazy trader asked the guy if they would get points for killing people on the team in his opinion. But suddenly, behind the bitch's back was an exasperated Diego, who swung his fist right at his jaw. With the power of the blow delivered, the scoundrel was thrown aside, losing his shattered eyepieces in flight. Flying back a few meters, the crazy bespectacled man crashed his back into the wall in severe pain. He ended up rubbing his face in the ground, reaping the benefits of his cocky demeanor and ranting. Meanwhile, the injured Kevin was approached by excited companions who were worried about his condition. Fiona was the most worried, who immediately fell to her knees beside him in tears, and the guy said he was in pain, but he was fine. A tense Gabriel realized he should have known not to open the terminal in the middle of the game. An emotionless Diego mumbled softly that if Kevin lived to see the end of the game, they could cure him. The surviving aliens, meanwhile, spread out around the perimeter, preparing for an enemy attack. The young man added that the game wouldn't end until everyone was killed, and turned to the main character standing behind him. A wary Gabi didn't understand what was going on with his best friend, and was ready to listen to him carefully. Turning to him, the maximally serious mate merely asked him to do what he had to do. The protagonist understood exactly everything, and only looked at his friend's eyes, after which he gathered his thoughts and was ready for anything. Putting on his hood, the brave man said in a soft tone that he would do anything, and asked his companions not to move. Ready to fight to the end, the young man said he'd be back soon and headed towards the aliens. A tense Boole asked his comrades to be strong and said that they should definitely hold out. He said that if they last long enough, maybe things will turn around. Before he could even finish speaking, the alien turned his attention to the blood of his comrades, which was flying in different directions. As it turned out, this was the work of Gabriel, who deftly dispatched the aliens with precision blades. A bewildered Boole did not understand how this happened, and the hero only apologized to him and said that he was in a great hurry. These words were followed by a powerful blow that took the life of the alien, and the speaker declared the game over. The monsters from the podium jumped and shouted for joy, admiring the Earthlings who had proved themselves so worthy. Many Tooth shared their joy, announcing that the people from planet Earth were today's winners, and this was their second victory. A panting Gabriel froze in one place, and behind him lay the bodies of the aliens who had taken their lives. For a while, the young man regained his breath, reflecting on what he had done, and realizing that he had brought the team another victory. Bigot said that if the Earthlings get one more win, they will be above the league standings. Standing behind everyone, Melissa turned her attention to Diego, who wasn't acting like he had before, much to her dismay. He was as serious as possible at that moment, and there wasn't even a hint of a smile on his face because he didn't like everything that was happening. He said they were all looking forward to seeing what the future held and what else the Earthlings would delight them with. After these words, 4 medical droids entered the arena, tasked with evacuating the wounded and cleaning up the bodies. The injured Kevin was placed in a special evacuation shell while Mehdi supported a crying Fiona. The scumbag Cedric was also placed in a shell for transportation, though no one was happy that the traitor was still alive. The big-horned Grin waved his hand at the ranking table and drew the attention of everyone present to it. The digital scoreboard showed all the members of the Earthlings team, along with information about the points they had received. For a while, everyone in the room looked at the robots as they read the results. Melissa wasn't herself, and something was really bothering her, and it was impossible to conquer those thoughts at that moment. Gabriel's attention was drawn to Callaghan, who appeared out of nowhere and smiled politely at him. The sponsor asked how the guy was doing and said she missed the game but saw the results. But the young man said he was fine. Eeyore asked why his friends had sour faces, to which Gabby replied that they were fighting a group that had just been taken away. The blue-skinned man tried to sympathize and said he understood them. But the young man didn't care for his support at that moment. He said they were able to score points fairly easily without a loss, and although they got off to a shaky start, it was over quickly in the end. Upon learning that Gabriel had gotten the top score again, Callaghan was very surprised, barely containing his laughter. Eeyore laughed at the top of his voice, and wondered if that was all that mattered to the emotionless boy. Smurf patted the Smurfy guy on the shoulder and told him they liked him a lot, but he didn't hear anything back. He offered a small deal and asked if they were still in business, to which Gabriel said yes, but couldn't say about the others. Callaghan asked if his companions were refusing, and Gabriel didn't know how to answer the question at first. The character said he was someone who wasn't sure he wanted to continue on with them further, which sounded very unexpected. He went on to say that his companions are very weak and emotional, and it makes it very difficult in battle. It was also said that they were all too attached to their morals and pride, which is not good for battles. Gabriel said they are either too predictable or too unpredictable, and that keeps him from commanding them. The leader could not make sense of his subordinates, and it made him very tired, discouraging any desire to go further. The young warlord said he thought it would be much better for him to go alone, as it had been before. Callaghan listened silently to the boy's outpouring and put a hand on his shoulder, asking him now to listen to him as well. The sponsor didn't know what was happening to him, but he sure knew he had a team, friends, and brothers in arms in this crazy world, and he called it a blessing. He said he's seen others isolate themselves to make the task easier, and sometimes it did, indeed, make them stronger, but they became scum along the way. Gabriel listened silently and attentively to the familiar, listening to what he said and drawing some conclusions. Smurf patted him on the shoulder and advised him to deal with his buddies, then said goodbye and left. Gabby remained silent and looked after his friend, drawing his own conclusions from his words. Callaghan spoke to his beloved through an earpiece, saying he had some things to finish up in the arena before they could meet tonight. He couldn't wait to meet her because she had promised that she would appear before him in a black dress with a slit down the back. Suddenly, he bumped into the Smurf ahead of him, who he was very similar to, and beside him was Clicquot, who Kevin had fought earlier. As it turned out, it was his old acquaintance Thorn, whom Callaghan recognized and told his beloved that he would leave her for a while. He then happily shook hands with an old acquaintance and asked what the Great One was doing on the lower floors. Thorn said he came to register his new champion and introduced Clicquot, who will be joining the family tonight. Callaghan asked how many fighters he had now, to which Smurf replied that he was putting together a team and had a coach to train the newbies. Afterward, he said he heard that an old acquaintance had lost another champion and asked if his business was recovering. The Smurf in red glasses said that sometimes you can bet on the wrong horse, but added that he was going to get back on track with a good recruit. Thorn discouraged Callaghan by asking if it was true that the most promising recruit was Gabriel White. He said that this young Earthman had shown some promising skills against Skarg, and his name had even come up in higher circles. The 10th sponsor said in his mind to be too calm, and now this creep wants to get ahead of him on this. His long-eared vis-a-vis said he was thinking of going to Gabriel White himself, for he would make a good recruit. This made Callaghan even more tense as he realized that a worthy fighter was about to be snatched right out from under his nose. Thorn said he already had a full team, whereupon a stone of excitement fell from the eared man's soul. Clicquot said he would like to fight White in the arena, because he's good, and Mentor asked Callaghan what he was doing here. Being interested, he asked if it was true that Eeyore was here to see her. The gray-bearded man spread his hands apart and emphasized with a smile that nothing escaped his old buddy. Thorn then immediately began to leave, lastly asking his longtime friend to tell her hi from him. Suddenly, Callaghan stopped and wondered why he didn't tell her that himself, which sounded unexpected. The mentor of the purple robe stopped and was silent for a few seconds, leaving his question unanswered. The Smurf with the red glasses asked if he understood correctly that his old friend still didn't have the guts to do it. Thorn didn't bother to answer that question, and simply said that they would see each other again soon, then continued walking forward. Callaghan bade him farewell in return, and in his thoughts called him a creep, and continued on his way with a quiet gait. A short time later he was outside, where he could see a mesmerizing sunset. The long-eared Smurf paused for a while to savor the sight ahead. In front stood a monument of a young maiden with sword and spear in hand, made of gold, and Callaghan called her his favorite. In the dining hall, meanwhile, there was a lot of fun going on as the students celebrated their next victory in the arena. Many were dancing and socializing amongst themselves, while Gabriel and his closest friends sat at one table, chatting about their own. Diego decided to drink a whole mug of beer in one go, trying to forget everything he had seen in the arena. Then he placed the mug on the table with a loud clatter, thus attracting the attention of his fellow soldiers sitting at the table. Melissa suggested he stop drinking, saying they didn't know what the effects of the alien beer were on their bodies. The guy didn't care about that, and turned to the terminal with a loud shout, asking for another mug of beer. A moment later, the mug was filled with pink foamy liquor with which Diego, tired of everything, was pouring his grief. The girl asked Gabriel for help, but he said his buddy was a big boy and could do what he wanted. Upon hearing this, the guy thumped the table loudly and exclaimed that he was doing what he wanted, and no one could tell him what to do. After saying that, he began pouring himself a pink alien beer, remaining as serious and tense as possible. In turn, the protagonist sipped the frothy drink in an absolutely calm manner, not distinguished by aggression. Unlike her friends, blue-eyed Melissa wasn't feeling well, and sat silently at the table, drinking nothing. There was an awkward silence over the table, and the atmosphere was not at all festive, and there was nothing to be happy about. At one point, the girl suddenly got up from the table and started to leave because she was very uncomfortable. Gabriel, on the other hand, wondered how Cedric had changed in such a short period of time. He looked at the bespectacled man surrounded by attention, saying in his mind that just yesterday no one wanted to talk to him, and he was sneaking along the walls. The hero then turned his attention to Mehdi and Fiona, who were sitting far away from everyone, were very unhappy with the grinning, bespectacled creep. The girl was pissed that the degenerate was having fun while Kevin still wasn't back, and the young man couldn't believe the loser had knocked him out earlier. Suddenly they noticed a familiar voice saying that, as you can see, there is a party going on here. It turned out to be a disgruntled Kevin expressing the hope that it wasn't his death they were celebrating. Diego, stunned, said softly that the worst was about to happen, and it was bound to, for the boy had a lot to find out. Fiona immediately threw herself into the arms of her lover, who told her not to worry and said he was in great shape. Looking at Mehdi, he asked where Cedric was sitting, and his best friend pointed his finger at the right table. The bespectacled man picked up his beer mug and said cheerfully that it was good to see Kevin on his feet, and added that they were all very worried. The enraged young man was not going to forgive him for what had happened in the arena, and intimidatingly told him he was a dead man. Cedric's newfound friends gathered around him, asking Kevin to calm down and telling him that he wouldn't lay a finger on their friend. The angry red-haired young man told them to get out of the way immediately, and said that the degenerate had tried to kill him. The scumbag turned on the victim and started yelling that Kevin would spin the story any way he wanted, and yelled that he attacked him first. The guy was shocked to hear this nonsense, and Fiona and Mehdi, standing nearby, held his hand. One of the evil guys said that Cedric told them everything, and now they know that Mehdi and Kevin attacked him. The red-haired young man's best friend got angry and exclaimed that it wasn't like that, calling the bespectacled man a damn liar. The four-eyed victim began to prove that they had been bullying him for weeks right in front of everyone's eyes. He said they were acting just like they did in school, thinking they were above it all, and a stunned Kevin couldn't hear that nonsense. Diego said that Cedric's words did make sense, and Gabriel, who was sitting across from him, listened silently. Goggles said the guys tried to kill him when they saw during the fight that he was going to score more points than them. Fiona and Mehdi screamed that he was lying and asked those around them not to believe it, but no one would listen to them. Kevin couldn't take it anymore and summoned the sword using the terminal, saying that those words would be enough. Putting the tip of his sword to the face of a confused Cedric, he told everyone to move away from him immediately and not to fool around. The newfound associates of the bespectacled man immediately grabbed their spears and exclaimed that they would not tolerate it any longer. Everyone was set against the trio and ready to give them a proper fight back, much to their dismay. Fiona suggested leaving the place, and Mehdi backed her up and said that it wasn't like they were going to kill everyone, and it was better to leave. At first, Kevin wanted to agree with them, but he was further angered by the degenerate Cedric, who showed him the middle finger, sneering discreetly. The young man's hatred for the bastard made his head explode, and he clenched his teeth tightly, eager to rip his head off for all his words. Still, the boy held back and realized it would be best to leave, as there would still be opportunities for revenge to come. The beer-drinking Diego was a little upset that no fight had resulted, and the boring evening had continued. Surprised, the young man noticed that his best friend Gabriel had suddenly disappeared somewhere. Cedric, meanwhile, was being helped along by a cute girl, while he admitted he'd had too much to drink and said he needed to go to the bathroom. When he had a little need, the bespectacled man laughed, saying that he was indeed very drunk, but called the night wonderful. His joy ended at the moment when a knife was suddenly held to his throat by a cold-blooded Gabriel, who told him not to move. The four-eyed coward at first didn't realize who was behind him and began to streamline afterwards, and the protagonist sternly asked him to shut up. He said that Cedric probably thinks he's smart since he fooled everyone in the bar, but called him not the smartest, let alone the most dangerous one here. The young man said that if he didn't like it, he would kill him and assured him that he was nothing like Kevin, so the coward wouldn't even see him coming. The hero then asked with a shout if it was clear to the scoundrel, who with tears in his eyes immediately exclaimed that he understood everything and begged for mercy. Gabriel then poked the timid young man's head into the toilet bowl to indicate his place in the world. Cedric's girlfriend peeked into the room, feeling awkward, but wondering why he was stuck for so long. The girl became worried, because she saw a young man who had fallen to the floor and was making strange noises while looking at the floor. With tears in his eyes, he gritted his teeth in anger, repeating that he was going to kill him, but he didn't say who exactly. Gabriel, meanwhile, returned to the common room and threw off all his clothes after a hard day's work. With a relieved exhale, the protagonist melted his hands on his lower back and said that it had been a pretty rough day. The young man's peace did not last very long, for suddenly someone knocked on the door, to which he immediately took notice. Taking the knife in his hand, a wary Gabby began walking towards the door, suspecting that Cedric had come to see him and had misunderstood something of what he had said. But, as it turned out, it was a different person, whom the young man did not expect to see at that moment. A crying Melissa came into Gabriel's room and he immediately asked what was going on, for she was not herself. What threw him off even more was that the girl suddenly put her gentle hands around his face, but her intentions were unclear. Suddenly, the beautiful Melissa gently kissed Gabby on the lips, who froze in place, not realizing what was happening. After a while, the protagonist lay in bed with a sweetly sleeping girl, thinking about the essentials. In his thoughts, he said that it was all interesting and very unexpected, for the girl had always been a modest girl. At one point, Melissa woke up and began to rise abruptly from the bed while remaining silent. She quickly changed into her white sleep clothes, and a slightly worried Gabriel asked if everything was okay. The beauty had her back turned to him and couldn't string two words together, but still, she apologized. The surprised young man did not understand what was going on and why she was apologizing. After all, she had done nothing wrong to him. Without explaining anything, Melissa rushed to run away, which put the guy sitting on the bed even more in stupor. A concerned Gabby wondered what had just happened, and the suddenly appearing skeleton said he had no idea. Also awake at that moment was Kevin, who was standing beside his huge sword thinking about something. Fiona, who had woken up, immediately asked if he was awake so early, since he was already up. The young man turned to his favorite girl and softly mumbled that he couldn't sleep, so he got out of bed early. The girl asked why he had a sword in his hand, and he replied that given the events of yesterday, he thought they might be attacked at night. Fiona asked if he really thought a bunch of cowards would dare to do that, and added that most of them would be dead without them by now. A tense Kevin said that the rules of the game had changed, and the situation could have gotten out of hand if he had stayed there a little longer. The worried girl embraced her lover and asked him to tell her what was troubling him so much. Gritting his teeth nervously, the guy said he was beginning to realize the magnitude of what was happening to them, and it was scaring him. He said it was the arena that had driven Cedric and the others crazy, and it looked like he was starting to go crazy himself. Suddenly, the young man fell to his knees, being powerless, which further agitated the lover standing in front. Kevin said he wanted to go home alive, but let's face it, they were all going to die here, and realizing that made him feel powerless. Fiona tried to calm him down, telling him that if they were destined to die, then so be it, and there was nothing they could do about it. She said they could choose their path in life if they had to kill those who got in the way in order to survive. The girl said firmly that even if these people were one of them, they would make it and pass the steps of this world one by one. The brown-eyed beauty said the only thing that really matters is that they are together. A dumbfounded Kevin agreed with her, saying he loved her, and Fiona reciprocated by looking into his eyes. After that, the lovers kissed each other in silence, enjoying the moment and the tranquility of the two of them together. Ambassador Diego, meanwhile, slept in the dining room, drunk on a pink foamy drink that confused him. Drooling, the youngster snored loudly and slept soundly as he had overdosed a bit the night before. It was deep night outside, and a small team of unknown people were prowling the corridors of the premises. As they walked towards their goal, they remained silent so as not to wake anyone or draw unnecessary attention to themselves. Gabriel, meanwhile, was sleeping sweetly in his soft bed, resting after a hard day and the emotions he had experienced. Suddenly, the unknown men disturbed his peace, for they began to boldly grab the young man, who immediately jumped up. The main character was taken by surprise and thrown like a mutt into a wall, while not understanding at all what was going on. Seeing the bespectacled pup Cedric and his gang in front of him, the daredevil immediately asked what they had forgotten in his room deep in the night. One of Bojaguz's aggressive henchmen crunched his fingers, saying that they had come to smash Gabriel's face in. This was immediately followed by a sharp blow to the jaw of the hero, who didn't realize what was wrong with these people. The guys changed dramatically and acted very strange, eager to mercilessly beat up Gabby, who couldn't recover. At the same minute, he was crumpled, lying on the floor, and subjected to a severe beating with the feet and fists of the whole crowd. In an instant, Cedric ordered his minions to stop the beating, and they immediately complied with his command. The Spectacle-saurus then walked over to Gabriel, lying on the floor, ordering his companions to pick him up because he wanted to talk. The goggle-eyed servants immediately lifted up the mercilessly beaten young man, who had not dropped a word. It was only at that moment that Gabriel saw Cedric, who said with a smile that he had come to finish their conversation from yesterday. The battered young man laughed and said he didn't remember any conversation, only the cowardly bespectacled man sobbing in the restroom. Impulsive and hiding behind the backs of others, the young man told him to shut his mouth and delivered a punch right to the jaw. Lanuzel said he was referring to the conversation in which Gabby threatened him, promising to kill him so that he wouldn't even notice. After saying that, Cedric kicked the protagonist right in the stomach, saying that he was the only one who didn't notice the appearance. Goggles said that because Gabriel has more glasses, he can't look down on them and be stronger and smarter. He added that the battered guy had completely forgotten that he was on his own, and there was no one to intercede for him at all. The exasperated bespectacled man threatened that from now on the hero would keep quiet and do as he was told, or they would storm in and take care of him properly. Feeling very confident, Botan and his men began to walk away, but stopped at one point when they heard laughter behind them. A tense Cedric immediately turned around to see why the battered boy was laughing, suspecting he wanted more. Covering his face with his palm, Gabriel laughed frighteningly, and behind him at that moment stood a skeleton in a robe invisible to everyone. A bewildered, bespectacled man asked if he was completely crazy for laughing for no reason and not stopping. The protagonist in turn spit out some blood, stopping laughing and wary of his behavior. He said it was very funny to see Cedric climbing with his bunch of clowns, and convinced it would be enough to scare him. The goggle-eyed minions suggested that the leader give Gabriel a sedative in the form of a good punch to the jaw, but he rejected the idea. As the main character continued to laugh, he asked if the clowns knew what separates people like them from people like him. What made him laugh even more was that no one could give him an answer to that question, and everyone listened warily. Suddenly, the young man stopped laughing and said in a slightly intimidating tone that the answer was quite simple. One of Cedric's tense henchmen wondered what Gabriel, who was acting strangely, was doing. Suddenly the hero with a sharp movement threw an unknown object to the bespectacled man standing in front, who was confused. Upon catching the object, a nervous Cedric Lanuzel immediately wondered what it was and why he needed it. As it turned out, it was a detonator with less than 5 seconds to detonate, which dumbfounded everyone present. The bewildered Spectacle-saurus immediately threw the explosive object away, not knowing what to do or where to run. Gabriel in turn said that the difference between them is that he loves this planet and will not kneel before anyone. Cedric's terrified gang was confused, and no one knew how to save themselves, but the best solution was to lie on the floor. Finally, the countdown ended and the timer reached 0, further frightening the confused clowns. At the same instant, there was a very powerful and loud explosion that triggered vibration waves. Cedric and his clowns scattered in different directions, being shocked and hoping to survive. A worried Fiona immediately wondered what it was, and Kevin assumed it was an explosion. Melissa, who was nearby, was very worried about Gabriel because she immediately realized that the explosion had occurred in his room. Cedric, meanwhile, landed with a thud right on the dining room table, waking Diego, who was asleep at a nearby table. The worried guy immediately asked what was wrong, and the bespectacled man said that this inadequate Gabriel was sick in the head. After saying these words, the main character landed in the dining room and came to finish the conversation. Smiling slyly, the blood-stained young man said that it was a bomb much more powerful than he had imagined. The hero then used the injector to heal himself completely and not expose himself to the risks of infection. Scared by what was happening, Melissa immediately ran to him and asked him what was going on and if he was okay. The young man smiled at the cute girl and told her that he was doing excellent and she could take it easy. The guy's eyes reddened and he mumbled softly that there was a small problem that needed to be solved. Alarmed, Diego began to ask Cedric what had happened, but the shocked, bespectacled man only shouted the hero's name. Concerned Kevin and Mehdi tried to figure out what was going on, and immediately noticed that Gabriel's room had exploded. In a frightening tone, the protagonist said that since cowardly Cedric was still alive, it was even better. Diego asked his best friend what was going on, and the bespectacled rat hiding behind his back said that Gabi wanted to kill him. Uncomprehending of the situation, Melissa followed the young man to warn him against rash actions. Looking sternly at the bespectacled man, the protagonist said he just wanted to finish the conversation they had earlier. Hiding behind Diego's back, a terrified Cedric begged for help, calling Gabi crazy. Suddenly, Gabriel stepped his foot on the bar table, finding himself in front of his best friend, frozen in place. He looked sternly at the Spectaclesaurus, who was trembling with fear and didn't know how to escape this time. In turn, Diego asked the cold-blooded protagonist not to do it, being very agitated. The pushy young man looked at him seriously and asked him to let go immediately. The bewildered Ambo couldn't recognize his friend, saying in his mind that he had the same look as last time. Out of sin, the guy took his hand off his mate's shoulder, realizing it wasn't Gabriel at all. Diego stared silently at his friend, who was walking toward Cedric, who was trying to sneak away under the noise. Bojaguz tried his best to run, jumping from side to side, even though he realized that he would be caught up anyway. The determined hero cold-bloodedly threw the knife at his leg, hitting him right in the calf muscle. The confused, bespectacled man immediately fell to the floor, screaming in incredible pain and gradually falling into panic. Gabriel immediately rushed toward his fallen opponent, who with a hand covering his face begged him to stay back. The hero smiled intimidatingly at him, remaining mysterious and unpredictable in his intentions. Cedric tried with all his might to resist, and this time decided to use the terminal, naively believing it would help him. He couldn't find the right weapon, and Gabi asked if it was true that it wasn't easy to use the terminal in panic states. As he picked up his axes, he said that if you focus, you can instantly access items in your inventory, and that's how he threw the bomb to the Gogglesaurus. The agitated companions watched everything happening from the sidelines with great amazement, not knowing what to do. A panicked Cedric was pouring sweat and gritting his teeth tightly, realizing his death was imminent. The protagonist smiled bloodthirstily and very intimidatingly at him, eager to get revenge on the creep for everything sooner rather than later. Continuing to smile, he said that he would like to thank Lanuzel, which sounded very unexpected. The bewildered and very surprised young man immediately asked what he wanted to thank him for. Gabi said he promised his mother he wouldn't kill humans, and he'd killed tons of aliens on this planet. But he'd always wanted to know what it was like to kill a human. Alarmed, Cedric said in his mind that this man was really a psychopath who wanted to straighten him out. Laughing frighteningly, the hero said he wanted to thank the bespectacled man for being the first person he would kill. The horrified young man asked, what about the promise the hero had made to his dead mother? Gleaming with teeth, Gabriel said he didn't care about that promise and swung his axe. Cedric screamed at the top of his voice and began to call for help, realizing that the psychopath wouldn't stop and would finish him off. With a sharp motion, Gabi swung around, enjoying the process and the screams of the frightened bespectacled man. But suddenly, at the very last moment before striking, the sharp axe was chopped in two. The bewildered protagonist didn't realize what had happened, and Cedric had a few seconds to catch his breath. After that, there was a sudden impact of unknown force that alerted them both, causing them to bounce to the side. A maximally tense Medi cringed and wondered what the hell was going on, while the rest of us just stared. Gabriel realized very quickly that, as he had previously thought, it was forbidden to kill outside the arena, which upset him a bit. A priestess appeared before him and said that in the name of the Inquisitors, and according to the law of essence, this forbidden combat must cease immediately. Droids suddenly rushed into the room and sounded the alarm, ordering everyone to immediately lay down their weapons and return to their cells. A concerned Diego immediately wondered if Gabriel was in trouble and would be punished for the unauthorized fight. The completely calm protagonist put his hands up and said he was surrendering. Realizing that resistance was futile, the priestess ordered the fighters to prepare for the sentencing, using the magical book to pass sentence. Gabriel was sentenced to pay 2 points and forfeit his inventory for violating the law of entities and attempting to deprive them of one of their offerings. The dumbfounded protagonist exclaimed that he would have nothing left, but was only told that he was also receiving a warning. The big-horned man smiled and said that on the third warning, the young man would be destroyed without mercy. The young man asked why only he was punished if the scum Cedric attacked him first, and did so at night. The priest said that if he didn't want to kill, there was no need to release such a large and murderous aura, and asked everyone to return to their cells. After that, the creature galloped away, and the protagonist only looked at it silently, clenching his fists. The guy then told Cedric that he was damn lucky because otherwise he would have been long gone by now. The hero realized that he had almost no points left and no more weapons. Moreover, he didn't even have a room, and he had no idea that it could be worse. Suddenly, there was a system notification that the next battle would begin in 46 hours and 58 minutes. Kevin and the others were very unhappy about this, and Diego asked Gabriel what he was going to do since he had no glasses or weapons. Fiona said that the problem was that they were in no condition to fight, and Melissa added that they were only alive because of teamwork. Mehdi said that teamwork is over, since the other half of the group hates them. And Diego said that at least now they know they can't kill them. The cold-hearted protagonist said that, as usual, they didn't understand anything at all, which sounded overwhelming to the rest of us. A knocked-out Kevin asked what he meant by that statement and asked for clarification. The young man asked in response, wondering if they had already forgotten what had happened in the arena a while ago. A worried Melissa apologized and said that earlier, Cedric had almost killed Kevin, and that had to be taken into consideration. Gabby said their real problem is that they are at risk of facing none. 2 teams. But it doesn't concern him. The disgruntled associates immediately asked with trepidation what he was talking about, and whether he was about to cross over to the opposing side. A tense Kevin said it turns out he was right about the main character all along. Pointing a finger, he said that Gabriel was saying this because he knew he himself was safe thanks to his deal with Callaghan. He added that the hero knows full well that if he dies, the deal will be off. And if the others want to stay together, they will have to keep him alive. The exasperated young man exclaimed that from the beginning, Gabby had been playing by his own rules and he didn't care about them, as he was only interested in his own survival. Diego reminded Kevin that the hero had saved him and Fiona from Skarg, ended the last fight, and even healed him after the fight with the reptile. The angry red-haired boy asked if Gabriel had meant to save them, or if he had taken the opportunity to take Skarg by surprise. After that question, Diego fell silent and thought anxiously, realizing that it could indeed be true. Kevin said all Gabby did after that was protect his interests and he didn't care about them. Frozen in place, Melissa meanwhile thought back to the moments when the protagonist had surprised her with his actions. The girl recalled how the young man saved her during a sleepwalking attack when she risked her life. Also, the recent kiss, which had left a pleasant trace in her soul and heart by its brightness, came to mind. She remembered all those feelings and moments perfectly well in detail, and realized that Gabriel wasn't that bad at all. Daredevil, meanwhile, rose from his seat and asked Kevin if he had finished his emotional monologue. He explained that he had used the deal to ensure his safety, and it was obvious that for him, like everyone else, his own survival was paramount. The angry young man said his plan was for his own safety, but it was initially beneficial to everyone. Then it was said that Kevin in turn decided to screw it up, which sounded very unexpected to him. An exasperated Gabriel asked the boy who was making him continue to act like the main bully at school and humiliate Cedric. Brave said that Kevin doesn't really care about Kevin's advocacy, and only pisses him off that it wasn't him who became the leader of the group. The hero called the red-headed guy a wuss in front of everyone and said he knows it, and it pisses him off, which is why he got them all into this mess. Fiona stood up for her silent loved one, asking Gabriel to stop and saying they had heard enough. The talkative Gabby exhaled in relief, shaking off the heavy weight on his soul and calming down a bit. Kevin, in turn, lowered his gaze to the floor and remained silent, reciting what he had heard in his head. The protagonist in turn began to walk away, saying lastly that he was the best option for the red-headed guy whether he liked it or not. The skeleton trailing behind asked the guy why he was being so rude to poor Kevin, and he said he didn't care. The leader was trying to be accommodating and understanding, but his associates were only doing what they wanted and it annoyed him. Gabriel had firmly decided that all his associates would now obey willingly or by force. Long-eared Callaghan, meanwhile, slept on a bench near the statue of his beloved, emitting a loud snore. At one point he opened his eyes and began to slowly come to his senses, looking around and trying to figure out where he was. After a few seconds, Eeyore realized that he had fallen asleep, which surprised him a little, since there were no preconditions for that. Then the Smurf jumped up abruptly, noticing the missed calls, and remembering that his beloved was waiting for him at home, who was already clearly angry. A surprised Callaghan turned his attention to the Bishop Praxis standing in front of him, who greeted calmly. The old man said the artisans who created the statue were truly incredible, and he could have sworn it was ready to move at any moment. Bishop asked the long-eared man how long it had been since they had last seen each other. The Smurf with the red glasses hesitantly said he didn't know, but assumed it had been 20 or even 30 years. Praxis said he had lived for so many millennia and had long since stopped counting. But still, those few decades seemed very long to him. The old man also added that he couldn't even imagine how long and hard those years without his wife had been for Callaghan. The bishop confessed that he very often remembers that period, the era of the Three Kings, which was an age of miracles. In his opinion, Hilda was a magnificent warrior, powerful, beautiful, and ruthless, making her a true unruly queen. Praxis added that if he had the power to break the rules of this world and return his wife to Callaghan, he would do so without question. The faceless old man said that the arena was eternally and immensely grateful for their sacrifices, which were very difficult to make. He wished his subjects that in essence they would always be guided in the right direction, leading them along the righteous path. The silent Callaghan looked at that moment at the statue of his dead wife Hilda, whom he missed dearly. Smurf couldn't get enough of her beauty and grandeur, and he really didn't want to leave, even though he had to. The heartache had not left him over the decades, and he was currently clenching his fist tightly as he tried to fight it. Suddenly he shouted to the departing Bishop Praxis, asking him to wait, causing him to stop. Smurf exclaimed loudly that she was coming, and the perplexed old man turned and asked who she was talking about. Clenching his fists tightly, Callaghan shouted loudly that a new age of miracles was approaching, which sounded unexpected. He had promised Praxis and Hilda that he would do his best to revive her, and was very confident in his remarks. The determination at that moment could be heard in the loud utterances of the Smurf, who longed greatly for his beloved wife. Faceless Praxis smiled broadly, flashing white teeth, and said he was looking forward to it. On a dark night, Gabriel came to a strange building guarded by two macaques in black business suits. Referee Yuck said the market fights are over, but if the guy wants to fight, there is room. However, on another level, and he is unlikely to make it. One of the guards said hello to the young man, and asked if he had come to watch or fight, to which he replied that he had come to fight. The guards let him go ahead, saying that the droid would explain the rule of the place, after which there would be an opportunity to find a fight. The robot greeted the hero, saying that he was about to enter the Catacomb Arena, which was a third-level private arena. It was said that the catacombs offered different types of fights, such as 1-on-1, 2-on-2, battle royal, and fights with or without weapons. The droid also said that the young man was below level 1, and 5 wins would allow him to advance to the next level. The robot said that the minimum price to participate was 300 points, and asked to follow him to the registration terminal. A slightly stressed Gabriel realized that 300 points was all he had left, so he'd better win more before his next fight. Registration was very quick, and soon he had a marking on his arm with the number 44 on it. The brooding hero waited for the fight to begin in the locker room, realizing that 2 or 3 victories should be enough to buy weapons and medicine. A digital scoreboard summoned him to the arena, walking towards it, the young man telling himself to just avoid too many punches. Fighting the excitement before the fight, he repeated to himself that everything would be fine, trying to keep his cool. Seeing the enemy standing in front of him, the protagonist was stunned and tensed up even more, realizing the seriousness of the situation. His opponent was a blue giant with a huge shell on his back, who had 4 huge arms on top of all that. The young man's companions, meanwhile, were at the place of permanent deployment, discussing plans for further action. Diego was excited about Gabriel's disappearance because the droids were already following us, and he was still gone. Mady suggested that he had run away, but Kevin, on the other hand, called bullshit, and added that wherever he was hiding, he would be found and brought to the arena. Also, the young man said that it was not at all possible that the main character was dead, because no other speculation could be found. An exasperated Diego asked why he was saying such things. The redhead said he was just making an assumption. Fiona said they'd better concentrate on the fight because she was sure that wherever Gabby was, he clearly wasn't worried about them. Droids entered the room, saying that the time of battle was approaching, and asked to follow them. An agitated Diego said that Gabriel White had been missing for over 24 hours, and the robot, on the other hand, began to clarify information on the matter. He spent a few minutes analyzing the data, checking everything carefully, while the others waited silently for the result. Suddenly, the droid said that the fighter Gabriel White had been successfully found, much to the delight of the companions. It was said that the young man was already in place, whereupon Diego breathed a sigh of relief and took a breath. The boy then turned his attention to Cedric and his minions standing behind him, who he had almost forgotten about. Being serious, they silently started walking forward, eager to start fighting as soon as possible. Soon, all the Earthlings were lined up near the portal leading to the arena and waiting for the teleportation to begin. Alarmed, Diego noticed that Gabriel was nowhere to be found and immediately began calling for him, hoping for the best. He and an equally concerned Melissa then turned their attention to the main character who was sitting nearby. Bloodstained, beaten and rough at that moment, the young man asked if it was necessary to shout to the whole room. Diego immediately rushed to lift him up, asking if he was okay, to which the guy replied that it could have been better. A surprised Kevin said it looked like he'd taken quite a beating, and a worried Megdi asked if the hero was okay. Gabriel said he wanted to score points, and was given the address of a private arena where he went, thinking he had a couple wins to get back on track. In his first battle, he was crushingly defeated by a giant turtle, and lay unconscious for almost a whole day, left without medicine. To the wounded, Gabby said that to make a long story short, he was in a stalemate and didn't know how to get out of it. Concerned, Melissa approached the young man, whom she wanted to pity and help in some way. Suddenly, the cute girl handed him an injector with a healing substance that might help in some way. She said he left quickly that day, and she didn't have time to tell him she had enough points left to buy him a basic outfit. The protagonist was very surprised as the outfit appeared in his hands, and he told Melissa that she was saving lives. In his thoughts, the saddened kid said he was sure the pretty girl was mad at him after what they had done. The sweet blue-eyed beauty approached the desperate hero because she wanted to say something very important. Then the maiden offered her gentle hand to his blood-stained cheek, and the brave man only gazed silently into her eyes. Smiling sincerely, Melissa said that whatever it was, she just wanted Gabriel to know that he wasn't alone. Gabi looked at her with great surprise and said he understood, promising to remember her words. The rest of the companions looked on with flushed cheeks, realizing that something had happened between these two. The pleasant moment was spoiled by Cedric, the angry, bespectacled man at the head of the gang, who said they needed to talk. Kevin, holding a grudge against him, asked if he wanted to kill them before the fight, while Gabriel kept his composure and asked to hear the bespectacled man out. The judicious team leader approached his green-robed visage and asked what he wanted them to do. The confident, bespectacled man said he came to them. Then, as he wanted to clarify something very important to him, he said he hated each of them and knew it was mutual, and added that he wasn't going to apologize for anything. One Cedric said that if they wanted to survive this fight, they needed each other, at least for the duration of the battle. The bespectacled man then extended his hand to Gabriel in front of him, who remained silent and offered a truce. At first, the hero looked at him coldly, saying nothing and not even showing any emotion. Behind the leaders of the teams stood fellow soldiers, each hoping the leaders would make the right decision. Thinking it over well, Gabriel shook hands with Cedric Lanazel, agreeing to a truce during the battle. The big-horned orator, meanwhile, cheered the sadists and other hooligans in the arena. Sitting in the stands, Callaghan hoped the fight would go well and looked forward to moving on to the next one as the low-level arenas were beginning to tire. A fidgety Diego turned to a nearby Gabriel and asked if he trusted the wily Cedric. The hero replied that he didn't, but he didn't see what else they could do but accept the truce, so they'd have to keep an eye on the bespectacled man and his crew. The wily Lanazel ordered his subordinates to watch Gabby's group, and not to forget that they are on their side for the duration of the battle. He said that this festive day everyone hopes for a good fight, and asked to be allowed to introduce the fighters. He was the first to introduce the Earthlings, who had this as their last mandatory match, and said that this team had created a sensation by showing unstoppable tenacity. Next, the big-horned man waved enthusiastically at the huge door, about to introduce the team's opponent. A bright pink light began to fall into the arena from the open door, and a monster with huge legs began to emerge with a clatter. Cedric and his companions nearly fainted at the sight of the monster they were about to fight. A terrified Diego couldn't believe it, and a tense Gabriel said that unfortunately, they were very unlucky. Talker said that the Earthlings' opponents would be the mutant warriors of the Space Dome, which were the Jade Titans. It has been said that they are also playing their last must-win game and are certainly aiming for the top of the big leagues. The mysterious many-toothed man turned to the audience and asked who they thought would win this powerful battle. A very tense sponsor, Callaghan, got very nervous because he had previously seen previous mutant fights and realized it was going to be a massacre. The host in turn asked the participants not to waste any time and start fighting as everyone was curious to see what would come out of it. Fiona didn't know what to do, and Melissa asked her not to focus on the size of her opponents, telling her that they had the advantage in numbers. Mehdi suggested going on the attack and see what happens, and a cold-blooded Gabriel recognized that it would be the right move. He told a tense Diego that they would need his strength and asked him not to fail this time. Gathering his thoughts, the Amble told his best friend that he could count on him and prepared to fight. One of the monsters said he confronted one of the opponents yesterday and added that it would be easier than eating a piece of cake. Aggressively, Kevin firmly grasped the hilt of his sword, glaring angrily at the Jade Titans. After that, he and the rest of his companions rushed into battle, not even thinking of retreating back. Fiona and Melissa were no less brave and rushed to the attack with spears and shields in hand, eager to strike first. In an instant, the red-haired girl noticed that Cedric and his men had covered themselves with shields and were frozen in place. She immediately shouted to her companion to stop, as the others were not following them. Fiona didn't realize what was wrong, while letting her guard down and not noticing the huge titan ahead of her. The ruthless monster with a huge shell on its back took his chance and swung at her, confident of his victory. Still, the girl paid attention and tried not to panic, though she realized she wouldn't be able to bounce back in time. To the aid of his favorite girl came Kevin, who with an incredibly powerful swing of his sword repelled the enemy's attack. The The Jade Titan barely managed to stay on its feet after the crushing might and was confused. The anxious girl did not know how to justify herself, but her lover did not want to hear it at that moment. The boy was incredibly angry at the cowardly scoundrel Cedric, who along with his clowns was hiding behind other people's backs. Turning back around, Kevin noticed the bespectacled man watching the huge monster attacking his comrades. It was immediately clear to the shrewd young man that the bespectacled man had no plans to interfere and would simply observe. A tense Diego, meanwhile, was trying to fend off the monster's attacks, and Gabriel asked him to stay focused. A panting Mehdi asked the Titan if 4 blades against 2 wasn't cheating, and he responded by calling the guy a joker. The third monster, meanwhile, fought with the girls, who gave him a decent fight back and did not retreat even a step back. The Jade Titan used all sorts of techniques to confuse them in any way, but it succeeded with great difficulty. To the aid of his companions came the brave Kevin, who swung his sword in the air, exclaiming that he had caught the monster. An incredibly powerful strike was struck directly at the Jade Titan's shell, which had been taken by surprise. Still, the giant managed to stay on his feet, though he staggered and was confused. Fiona praised the plucky Kevin, who upon landing said he was experiencing a rather strange feeling. He noticed the many cracks that appeared on the sword and became very nervous as he had no other weapons. The Jade Titan laughed and said that they would need something better than their low-grade weapons to pierce through their scales. This really pissed off the red-haired young man, who was used to getting everything right the first time, and he began to think about how to defeat the enemy. On the other front, meanwhile, Gabriel was fighting, struggling to keep up with the monster's attacks, and asking Diego to watch them closely. One of the giants gripped the hilt of his weapon tightly, preparing to deliver a series of crushing blows. To strengthen its position, the huge monster stood firmly on its feet, preparing for the attack as thoroughly as possible. Gabriel analyzed the situation and told his friend that they needed to try to get into the junction between the scales of the Titans. He realized that aiming at a specific point without getting hit by one of the 4 arms would be difficult, and needed more people to do it. In just a few seconds, the youngster was illuminated, and a good idea ripened in his head, which had to be implemented immediately. Daredevil asked Diego, standing next to him, if he could create a cloud of dust, to which he exclaimed that he could try. The sturdy kid immediately swung his huge axe, thus raising a huge amount of dust into the air. The coughing Titan only said in response that there was no point in blinding him if they couldn't hurt him. But after a couple of seconds, he noticed that the opponents had disappeared somewhere, and only a cloud of dust remained in their place. The second giant continued to fight Kevin and the girls, who held back his onslaught with all their might. The monster pressured them in every way possible, using every possible technique to prevent them from even raising their heads. In an instant, the bloodthirsty creature swung all 4 arms, telling Kevin that this time he was caught. Gabriel and Diego ran madly to the aid of their companions with very little time left. Still, the guys got there in time and attacked the Titan from the air, taking him by surprise, and started pummeling his arms. Wrapping his arm tightly around the monster's arm, Gabby shouted for Melissa to immediately punch him in the neck joint. Upon hearing this, the Jade Titan panicked and kicked with all his might to prevent his opponents from doing so. The red-haired girl clearly heard the command and rushed forward with her spear, aiming for the right area of skin. Taking a high leap, Melissa stuck her spear right into the neck compound of the Titan, who couldn't fight back. A tense Kevin and Fiona watched from the sidelines, very worried about the companions who were holding the giant back. Gabriel and Diego nervously watched the behavior of the wounded monster, who screamed in pain and could barely stand on his feet. The Jade Titan coughed up blood throughout, saying that this was all no joke, and his life was rapidly fading away. After that, the thug fell to the ground with a clatter, and the Earthlings had a chance to catch their breath for a few minutes. An enthusiastic Culligan jumped up and exclaimed that the boys had played well and had proved themselves very worthy. A jubilant Kevin confidently exclaimed that they could beat them and asked if Mehdi agreed. But he didn't hear any response from his best friend, which immediately alerted him and made him look around. With horror, he looked at Mehdi standing nearby, who was face-to-face fighting a huge blue Titan. The bloodthirsty monster told the guy that he fought pretty well, and prepared to massacre him. The guy who lost his left arm told his companions that in all likelihood he would need their help. Leaning on his sword, he tried his best to stay on his feet, feeling intense pain in the area of his lost limb. Kevin immediately rushed to his best friend's aid at full steam, coming at his opponent from the side of the shell. Fiona and Melissa were very worried about the guys who were in the very epicenter of danger, risking their lives. A disheveled Gabriel was angry with them as he asked them to stick together, but no one listened to him once again. The wounded Mehdi began to rapidly lose strength due to blood loss and very soon fell to his knees. It was getting harder and harder for him to speak, and he asked the Titan standing in front of him if he could do it quickly. The monster promised to do it as quickly as possible and asked the guy to know that he had earned his respect. But Kevin suddenly came running to his best friend's rescue, shouting at the monster that he wouldn't dare touch him. The giant told the young man that he must let his friend go with honor. But he did not notice his opponents approaching him from the back. Seizing their chance, Melissa, Diego, and Gabriel rushed to attack from all sides, waving their weapons in different directions. The protagonist shouted to Kevin to immediately pick up the injured Medi and get him away while he had the chance. The daredevil himself continued to strike at the Jade Titan with the rest of his companions, and did so very assertively. Fiona, on the other hand, ran up to Kevin, who was cheering up his injured friend, asking if he could hear him at all. Barely able to speak, Mehdi mumbled softly that he needed to rest, his eyes slowly closing. Within moments, the young man had already closed his eyes, but he was still breathing, and his heart was beating. Fiona could barely hold back her tears, and though it was hard on Kevin, he held on with all his might to keep his strength up. Cradling his wounded buddy, the guy said Mehdi was still alive for now, but they had to end this fight quickly. At that moment, he gritted his teeth very hard, feeling incredibly angry and impulsive inside, burning with the desire for retribution. Kevin gave vent to his emotions and screamed at the top of his voice, because the closest person to him was dying right in his arms. Looking at Cedric's team, he asked why on earth they were standing around doing nothing, and were they really going to watch them die one by one? He called them stale brats, and the cowardly goggle-eyed man only said they didn't move. Suddenly, the Titans noticed the group nearby, and considered it a total disrespect to ignore them. The bespectacled man and his cowardly clown immediately panicked, because the monsters began to run swiftly right at them. A moment later, a sharp blade of titanium flew into the head of one of the Bojagas, who had frozen in place. Turning around, a discouraged Cedric saw the blade pierce the head of his comrade, who could do nothing about it. The cowardly and unfit nerd trembled with fear, realizing that he had failed to keep his comrade safe. He didn't focus on his fallen comrade in arms, and gave the command to the others to run to the attack, holding their weapons tightly in their hands. Fiona, standing nearby, saw the whole scene and was even glad that the bastards had gotten what they deserved. Kevin grabbed the hilt of his sword and asked the girl to leave Mehdi alone, saying they needed to finish this fight. Meanwhile, Melissa and Diego fought with all their might against the blue Jade Titan that was stronger than the others. In addition to defense, the giant also launched powerful attacks, forcing opponents to put up their shield more and more often. In turn, the big man Diego did not put up a shield, but only ducked his head from another attack while tense. One of the Jade Titan's blade swings came towards Gabriel, who was slightly confused. Still, the hero didn't panic and managed to dodge. But he was nervous as he realized that the monster was strong and they wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Titan said they are a little lacking in technique, but they are doing well, and this fight is very entertaining. He got too caught up in the game and let his guard down, so he didn't notice Kevin swinging his sword in the air. Still, the monster did not lose his grip and managed to react in time, thus setting up his blade to block the enemy's attack. The powerful strike was very useful and shattered several Jade Titan blades. The disheveled thug couldn't believe it, but he didn't panic and he wasn't going to give up. The exhausted red-haired fighter wondered what the stupid turtle would say to that, having previously taunted them. Kevin yelled to Gabriel that they should finish this and straighten out the thug who had taken so much energy. Daredevil added that he put all his strength into that punch and can barely move, and if they miss this chance, they're finished. The protagonist's green eyes filled with rage and looked alarming even to his companions. Clenching his teeth tightly, the big man Diego said that this would be the final blow for which they were all fully prepared. Without a word, Melissa gripped her spear and shield tightly, ready to rush into the attack at any second. Determined, Gabriel gave his companions the command to prepare and act together. Kevin the swordsman was mesmerized by his embittered expression, and showed his aggressive stance with his entire appearance. The top 4 fighters of the team surrounded the Jade Titan from all sides, about to strike a decisive blow. Laughing slightly, the monster softly blurted out that they had decided to use 4 swords against him alone. Furious, the giant got into a fighting stance, and said that he would have to be serious since the situation had gotten so heated. Angry Diego ran headlong into the attack on the monster he wanted to get rid of as soon as possible. The calculating Melissa tried to remain composed and calm, so as not to make a misstep during the strike. Kevin, the aggressive swordsman, swung first, eager to be the first to strike. A wary leader, Gabriel, noticed that there was clearly something strange going on. An agitated Callaghan spotted the danger from the grandstand and shouted to team members to be careful, but it was too late. Suddenly, the Jade Titan used his powerful technique, creating a tornado that swirled at a tremendous speed. This caused the swordsman Kevin to take a powerful blow right in the jaw and spit out some blood. Even more disconcerting was that the beautiful Melissa had lost her left leg and began to lose a large amount of blood. Gabriel in turn lost his left arm, and was thrown aside like the others, losing consciousness in the process. The only one left standing firmly on his feet was Diego, who held his axe tightly in his hands and was ready to fight to the last drop of blood. 3 of his companions were lying on the ground and did not even show signs of life, which really scared the guy. The bloodthirsty Jade Titan smiled, saying that he had apparently missed one frightened boy. The heart of a confused Diego began to beat more frequently as he was alone and didn't understand at all what had happened. He noticed Gabriel lying nearby, his left arm missing and showing no signs of life. Then he looked at the equally beautiful Melissa, who had lost her leg and was not moving either. The youngster looked at Kevin and wondered if each of them had died for nothing before they could do anything. Taking in everything that was happening, Diego dropped the axe from his hands, realizing that there was no point in resisting the giant alone. The monster said the guy had lost the will to fight, so he would end his life quickly, but Diego didn't want to die. Suddenly the kid's eyes began to fill with rage, and he told himself that he couldn't give up so easily. At that moment, his brain shut down, and there was a wild desire to avenge his comrades who had fallen from the monster's paw. Spreading his arms out to the sides, Diego shouted at the top of his voice, using a magic technique that triggered a bright yellow light to appear. The wary Jade Titan covered his face with his hands, wondering what was going on. But he did not panic. Suddenly Gabriel woke up, who immediately looked to the side and realized that his best friend was still fighting. The giant's 2 companions nearby also noticed the bright yellow light. A stunned Callaghan, who was watching the fight from the stands, could not believe his eyes and even jumped up from his seat. Being enthusiastic, he realized that Diego had taken advantage of the resonance and continued to watch. The sponsor also realized that on top of all this was a spontaneous resonance, and called it a miracle because it all happened at a low level of the arena. The enraged Titan said he didn't know what was going on, but that didn't change anything, and swung at the guy frozen in place. He told him to prepare to die, but suddenly he cried out at the top of his voice from the pain he was experiencing very abruptly. With a cold-blooded resonance, Diego scrambled through the giant, leaving a huge hole in his body. The dazed monster began to fall to its knees, and its life was rapidly fading away before the eyes of the onlookers. The many-toothed speaker was smiling as always, interested in watching the fight and enjoying the proceedings. Stained with the giant's blood, Diego screamed furiously at the top of his voice, and no one had any idea how he felt inside at that moment. The stunned spectators in the stands could not believe what was happening, and began whispering among themselves, not expecting to see such a thing. But after a couple of seconds, everyone jumped up and started shouting, happy for the kid who had single-handedly defeated the bully. A surprised Gabriel bandaged the site of the lost limb, wondering what was happening to Diego. A worried Fiona, on the other hand, called out for Kevin, whom she hadn't seen anywhere, and began to worry even more. The protagonist meanwhile approached his best friend, who was standing across from the Titans, and realized he was in a trance. The bewildered monsters looked a bit worriedly at Diego, who was showing his aggressive stance with all his looks. The enraged young man rushed to the attack, spreading his arms out to the sides and ready to tear each of them apart. What was even more surprising was that the cowardly Cedric came to his aid, climbing up on one of the Titans. The kid then leaped at the other Titan, delivering a clear punch right in the neck joint that stunned the monsters. Clearly triggered, Lanazel wasted no time in landing to bounce to the side and attempt another strike. The bloodthirsty Diego meanwhile seized the moment to attack the confused Jade Titan. With a crushing blow, the guy scrambled through another monster that failed to resist. After the successful attack, the youth fell to the ground with a clatter, while Cedric, who was nearby, watched silently. The tense, bespectacled man could not understand what was going on around him, and he did not take his eyes off his companion who had fallen to the ground. Diego, who had fallen to the ground, yelped in pain and felt very strange, gradually coming to his senses. Abruptly opening his eyes, the regained consciousness guy began to greedily inhale the air, trying to understand what was going on. He immediately jumped up and asked Cedric what was wrong, and the bewildered, bespectacled man didn't know what to say. Blood-smeared Diego said he felt completely empty, with a feeling he couldn't quite put down. Then the big man fell to the ground again and passed out, and Lanazel immediately rushed to him. The ever-smiling presenter, meanwhile, once again declared the humans from planet Earth the winners of the battle. It was said that thus the Earthlings had completed their 3 obligatory battles, but there was no one to rejoice at that moment. The speaker asked the watching stand of the alien Chanteuse if everyone agreed that the show had been exciting. It wasn't long before a whole team of medical robots entered the arena, tasked with evacuating the wounded and cleaning up the bodies. Big Mouth, meanwhile, asked everyone present to pay attention to the digital scoreboard with the results of the battle. After a while, the surviving team members were in the hallway before the entrance to the infirmary, each pondering their own thoughts. Gabriel marveled at the level of technology in this world, for his arm had grown back in the blink of an eye, and he realized that as long as they didn't die, any wound could be healed. Diego couldn't find his place, and felt guilty for surviving. But Gabby assured his friend that the others would be all right. An angry Fiona intervened in the conversation, saying that if anyone should feel guilty here, it was Cedric and his clowns. The mean girl said that if a bunch of cowards had fought them as agreed, no one would be here. She also added that she was very glad that only the cowardly underdogs in their group had died. Suddenly, the doors to the infirmary opened, and out stepped Kevin, Mady, and Melissa, who were as good as new. An ecstatic Fiona immediately threw herself into the arms of her lover, whom she had been very worried about all this time. A happy Diego took baby Melissa in his arms and asked how she was feeling, and the girl said it was a little weird, but she was fine. Gabriel put his hand on the beauty's shoulder and said he was very glad she was okay after all that had happened. The blue-eyed damsel felt awkward and decided to change the subject by asking what they were going to do next. The protagonist said that now, if he remembered correctly what Callaghan had told him, they would be brought to the bidding hall. On the traveling slabs, they were sent to the coveted bidding hall while looking around. The young man said they would be presented to buyers there, whether it be townspeople looking for new slaves or sponsors recruiting fighters. Not far from them, meanwhile, was Callaghan, who wore a black robe and looked very stern. The joyful bidding host suggested moving on to the occupants of the 99th block and asked if they had a representative. A hand was raised by Gabriel, who said he was a representative, and the announcer asked which of them wanted to leave the arena and join the citizen service. The youngster said that no one wants that, as they all want to continue fighting in the arena. Smiley banged his gavel on the table and said that was fine, and added that in that case the sponsors could place their bids. One of the aliens offered 30,000 points for someone with resonance, and someone even offered 45,000. Standing off to the side, the enigmatic Callaghan realized that it was clear that there would be suggestions after what had happened. Suddenly, he raised his hand and loudly announced that he wanted to take the entire team for 150,000 points. The rest of the sponsors started calling the long-eared man crazy, thinking it was too big a bet. The sponsors smiled imperceptibly, noticing that the clowns had fallen silent, and now it was down to business. Suddenly, someone offered 250,000 points for the entire team, much to the alarm of Callaghan, who had already relaxed. It struck him that the offer came from the stately Thorn, who stood accompanied by his subordinates. Smurf tensed up very hard, in his thoughts saying that he should have suspected this creep earlier. A bewildered Gabriel immediately turned his attention to Thorn. While not realizing who he even was, the auctioneer loudly announced that there was an amazing offer of 250,000 for the entire lot. The sponsors present were surprised by Thorn's appearance, and wondered what a man of his caliber was doing here. A tense Callaghan didn't know how to outbid his opponent, but he also didn't panic early. His perfectly calm competitor at that moment was pleased with himself, and perfectly aware that no one would give more than he did. Diego asked Gabriel in a whisper what they were going to do, since it wasn't planned, and he only asked him to relax. The hero remembered to let fighters have the right to choose their sponsors, and tradition implies that they let others make their own price offers. Callaghan had to offer a higher price to avoid giving the impression that they had a deal and wanted to impress his colleagues. Gabby clearly realized that Thorn's offer seemed very generous, but there was no way they would join him since they knew nothing about him. The protagonist decided it was time to announce the team selection to the auctioneer and raised his hand, addressing him. Upon seeing this, a disheveled Callaghan immediately exclaimed that he was willing to give 400,000 points for the entire team. The other sponsors were dumbfounded by his unexpected offer, and again thought him crazy. This was also not expected by Gabriel, who didn't understand the point of it, as it was useless to increase the bet so much. What was happening didn't scare Thorn at all, but only made him smirk slightly, as if he didn't care. He said 400,000 seems a little overpriced for such an item, so he's out of the game at this time. The elf-like man called Callaghan a good man, which made him very angry at the time. The furious Smurf clenched his teeth tightly, realizing that the creep had provoked him on purpose, and he had fallen for it. The auctioneer banged his gavel on the table and said the team was sold out and asked everyone to release the price for the next contestants. Callaghan then turned to Gabriel's team standing on the slab and asked them to follow him. The protagonist approached the sponsor and addressed him, while he listened attentively. The young man asked if he knew the guy, to which the Smurf replied that Thorn was an old friend of his. Up ahead was the official Callaghan Corporation transport ship that the sponsor had asked the crew to board. He said you can go to space on the ship, but it's designed for traveling. And Kevin said he thought they were using the portal again. An excited Fiona said she left her stuff in the block, but the Smurf told her not to worry, saying they would look in there. Soon, everyone was seated on the transport ship, after which it was lifted off the ground and put into action. A delighted Melissa and Diego looked down from the ship with great amazement, calling it magnificent. A nervous Cedric meanwhile sat in his chair, feeling out of place and remaining silent. Gabriel sat apart from everyone else and reflected on what was going on, being calm that they had made it through the first stage. The ship was flying at tremendous speed, and the protagonist wondered what would happen next. Soon, they flew in, and Callaghan began showing the team headquarters where they would live and train. A subordinate named Gladys greeted the boss and said that all the arrangements he requested had been made. Smurf introduced his assistant to the team and said that if they had any problems or questions, they could go to her. A delighted Mehdi said that it seems there are more than just disgusting aliens on this planet, and Kevin agreed with him, calling the girl a beauty. Fiona, who was standing behind him, didn't like it, and the young man started making excuses, saying that Gladys wasn't his type. Callaghan said the rooms were upstairs and added that they had 2 hours of freedom, and afterward he would meet them for dinner. A few minutes later, Gabriel entered one of the rooms and was very much surprised as it was magnificent. Looking at the expanse, his thoughts told him that it was much less harsh than the previous rooms, and even had a bathroom. A bewildered Diego couldn't get enough of the beauty, and said the rooms were nothing like the chambers they'd had before. Gabi reminded his friend that they weren't on vacation here and were technically still prisoners, and the guy scratched the back of his head and agreed. 2 hours later, they were all gathered at dinner, where they awaited instruction from Callaghan, who sat at the head of all. Smurf welcomed them to the team once more, and raising his glass of foam said that together they would write the most beautiful pages of the arena's history. Kevin was curious who the people at the neighboring tables were. There, Mehdi said he hadn't expected such an atmosphere. Diego felt like a fish in water and praised the food, which he thought was strange but delicious. And Melissa didn't understand where Gabriel had disappeared to. Cedric, on the other hand, had a bad feeling and didn't understand why they were allowed to drink next to each other quietly after what had happened in the arena. Callaghan introduced the team captain to everyone present, who was unexpectedly Gabriel. A small red mark appeared under the left eye of the protagonist, which was a distinguishing feature from everyone else. The rest of the team was very surprised to hear this and couldn't understand why he was the captain. Gabi, on the other hand, thanked the sponsor for his hospitality and honoring the terms and conditions and agreement and appointing him captain. He promised to do everything in his power to maintain the unity of the group, and for each member to give the most of himself in order to raise them to the top of the arena. The emotionless captain then said that given that, they had made a hard decision, and Callaghan, standing next to him, smiled slyly. After these words of Cedric's, his companions were suddenly pawed by droids, much to their displeasure. Gabriel's dazed companions didn't understand what was happening and didn't know what to expect next. The leader said that the bespectacled man and his friends have proven time and time again that they are not worthy of the team's trust, so they should be gotten rid of. A worried Lanazel blushed and asked if they were going to be killed, and the robots clasped his and his friend's hands tightly. A smiling Callaghan said he paid a good fortune for everyone, so taking a life would be a waste. He said he offered them as a deposit to pay off a debt he has to a colleague, and what he will do with them is unknown. The sponsor added confidently that he didn't want incompetent and cowardly clowns like Cedric and his gang in the house. The horrified, bespectacled man was approached by Gabriel, who said there was one thing he must by no means forget. As he came face to face with him, the team captain smiled frighteningly and whispered that Cedric was all alone. Out of fear, the nerd who had previously crossed many people screamed and cried, realizing that it was time to answer for everything. The desperate kid begged Gabriel to take pity on him, and the others couldn't bear to look at the horror. Callaghan's robots began to take away friends and Cedric himself, who begged for help, but the hero didn't care anymore. Glasses and his gang were being taken away relentlessly by robots, and everyone present only watched in silence. After a few seconds, there was silence in the room, and Gabriel's closest associates looked at him worriedly. The young man asked them not to make such grimaces, reminding them that it was a party, and a joyful Callaghan cheerfully raised his mug of beer. The next morning, the excited sponsor gathered the team and told them they were in the practice arena. He introduced them to the nearby Locke, who would henceforth be their coach, and who immediately said hello to the team. Callaghan added that the groundsmen will train almost every day today in anticipation of their first fight as a team. Kevin asked when the fight would be, and a worried Mehdi said that it was entirely possible that they'd have another surprise announcement 2 days before. A stern-looking Coach Locke shouted that they would speak when they were given the floor and asked them to remain quiet. The sponsor explained that the guys are now official fighters, so the first fight will take place when he and Locke recognize that they are ready. Gladys said they also need to develop a marketing strategy, find a team name and do merchandising, which takes a lot of time. She added that we will have to transform the appearance of Earthlings, because they have no impressiveness at all, and it is difficult to make champions from such ungroomed people. The knocked-out Earthlings were shocked at what they heard, and Fiona was even angry, for she had been called ungroomed. Callaghan admitted that they didn't look good and said he would leave them with Locke, but they would meet in the evening because he wanted to bring them somewhere. The sponsor asked the coach to try not to offend the team members, as it was their first day, to which he listened. The Smurf then began to leave, accompanied by his assistant Gladys, while the mentor remained with the Earthlings. Lowe said he would just test the boys this morning to gauge their current level, and added that the test would be very simple. Suddenly he burst from his seat and rushed forward to attack the Earthlings ahead of him, who were discouraged. The coach's fist was aimed directly at the frozen Gabriel, who didn't even have time to react. The anxious young man caught himself thinking he didn't see anything and didn't know how to react to it. Still, Locke didn't throw a punch, but merely demonstrated his punching speed, which excited all the disciples. Clenching his fist tightly, he coldly said that they would fight, which further tensed everyone present. Taking a few steps back, the coach told the Groundus to draw our weapons and attack him. A worried Diego asked his mentor if he was referring to their actual weapons. Taking the wooden clubs in his hands, Locke told them to take out their real weapons and attack at once, advising them to fight seriously. Not wasting time with chatter, a serious-minded Gabriel pulled his shield and sword from his inventory, preparing for battle. Covering himself with his shield, he looked coldly at his opponent, trying to anticipate his next actions. A stern Kevin grasped the hilt of his sword firmly, preparing to begin the battle while feeling the tension. Mehdi kept up with his companions and picked up 2 sharp blades, getting into a fighting stance and began to mentally prepare for battle. A serious-looking Fiona gripped her spear tightly and held her shield out in front of her, ready for the trainer's attack. Diego and Melissa were a beautiful duo and stood beside each other, armed with a spear and a huge axe. Strict Locke asked what they were waiting for and prepared to hold back the onslaught of the attacking Earthlings. Kevin and Mehdi rushed into the attack first, holding tightly to their weapons, but the experienced coach was not at all intimidated by them. He dodged the redhead's blow and emphasized the youngster's swinging sword, not considering his long weapon and making him vulnerable to melee attacks. As a result of his oversight, the kid took a wooden club to the mouth, which was very unpleasant. Locke's blow was so strong that Kevin was thrown upward and flew aside, spitting out blood. Meanwhile, an angry Mehdi took his chance and lunged at the coach, who was distracted. The aggressive kid was swinging his blade in every possible way, but the trainer was not afraid of that at all. The mentor asked if the daredevil was sure his swords were designed to be used with 2 hands, and told him he was wasting his accuracy on the mobile, kicking his foot into the guy's solar plexus. Locke said that before using 2 blades, he should learn to fight with 1. The coach then turned to the rest of the students and asked if this was all they could do. A flustered Diego realized it was a bell test, and a disgruntled Fiona asked the coach what the point was. The Ozarked kid in turn said that the purpose of the challenge was to give them a lesson so that they would work as a team to defeat Locke. But suddenly, right beside him was a stern coach who said he wasn't, which alerted the youngster. Locke landed an incredibly powerful punch to Diego's stomach, saying he just wanted to beat them up to see how strong they were. This infuriated Melissa and Fiona, who immediately rushed to attack the coach, intending to avenge their companions. With a loud clatter, 2 spears were thrust in, and the girls even thought for a moment that they had managed to overpower him. Still, they only hit between the fingers of Locke, who felt nothing and prepared to fight back. He said that even if they attacked him all together in a coordinated fashion, they wouldn't stand a chance against, and punched Melissa. A baton to the face was also received by Fiona, who was not prepared for such a thing and was even a bit confused. The girls fell to their knees after the blow was struck, and Locke called the attention of the present Gabriel nearby and clarified the correctness of his name. The coach said the main character is a favorite of Callaghan, who thought he had a lot of potential. He assumed that Gabby had been waiting for an opportunity to attack him suddenly, and so allowed the others to attack first to find vulnerabilities. Throwing himself into the attack, the mentor recognized that the young man was very clever. But still, he was not immune to being hit in the face with a club. A tense Gabriel didn't know what to do, and knew full well that he didn't stand a chance against this guy. Daredevil only had to use his shield and rely on it, which he did at that moment. Locke in turn continued to press his opponent, hitting relentlessly with his clubs, and recognizing that the hero had more experience than the others. At the same time, he said that the young man's main flaw is that he thinks too much, which sounded very surprising. The brave man holding back the onslaught was distracted for a moment and asked what he meant, for the words were loud enough. The coach went on the attack, saying that fighting is definitely strategy and technique, but also instinct. The masked man added that this desire is deep within them, this desire for battle and power that burns within them. He said that was what Callaghan had sensed in Gabriel, and it was a true flame, crying out for battle and blood. Suddenly, Locke rushed in for an aerial attack and asked the confused protagonist why he was hiding it. He delivered a powerful blow with his baton on the floor, triggering vibration waves, and asked the guy what was holding him back. The battle-hungry skeleton that had always been inside Gabriel suddenly appeared beside him. With a bloodthirsty smile, the inner monster said that this type could see them, so there was no way to hide anything from him. The hero turned around with a bewildered look on his face, not understanding what he was talking about, yet remaining confused. Pointing his stick at Gabby, Locke said he wanted to face his true self and see his real face. Then he used magic, and the wooden sticks had sharp blades, indicating that his intentions were serious. The coach threatened to hurt the kid really bad if he didn't show him his true colors right now. The young man froze in place, not knowing how to react to what was happening, but he realized that he had no right to refuse. He then lowered his cold-blooded gaze downward, remaining silent and preparing to showcase his skills. Instead of his usual human face, Gabriel had a devilish appearance with bloodthirsty eyes, and he was ready to fight. The protagonist closed his eyes for a few minutes and found himself in a different world to his senses, where he felt lightness. Soon he opened his green eyes, remaining coldly unemotional, and began to be silent and look around. Before him stood a bloodthirsty skeleton with sharp horns, clad in a black robe, and smiling at the young man. But as it turned out, the guy's was only a devil's mask, behind which was Gabriel's second personality. The doppelganger had red eyes, which was the only difference, and he held out the mask to his visage. The dumbfounded protagonist couldn't believe it and froze in place, looking at it in amazement. Still, soon enough, a smirk appeared on his face, and he realized that it was his finest hour to show what he could do. The silent clone handed him a terrifying devil mask, which was a real gift for a guy. The mask possessed great power and endowed the mind with a thirst for battle, adding rage and anger to whoever wore it. The cold-blooded Gabriel stood still and stared silently at the floor, while Locke waited for some action from him. The mask-wearing kid told his opponent in an intimidating tone that he could try to attack him. The bewildered coach didn't realize what was going on and immediately noticed Gabby's face, which was not the same as before. The cold-blooded hero didn't waste time on idle chatter and rushed into the attack, eager to strike first. Locke immediately put down his sharp blade and gathered all his strength to hold back his opponent's onslaught. He couldn't believe what was happening and yet struck out with his foot, buying himself some time and saying it was so much better. Gabriel managed to stay on his feet after the strike, and he slowed his slide with all his might. The mentor said it was much better, but still not enough, and asked Gabby to show who he was. The stern young man looked at him and frighteningly asked if he really wanted to die. The brave man's unexpected remarks surprised Locke very much, who at first even thought he hadn't heard him. The enraged hero suddenly shouted angrily that he would kill his opponent, who did not expect these words at all. The daredevil used a strange force that triggered a strong wind, while he himself remained in place. The face-covering Locke immediately realized that the hero had stepped into a resonance that boded ill consequences. The red-eyed youth grasped the hilt of his sword firmly, gazing at it intently and remaining unpredictable. He gripped the sword tightly in his hand and smiled, realizing that he was fully prepared to demonstrate his skills to the trainer. At that moment, Gabriel looked at Locke as if he were a victim, about to rush into the attack and give him no chance to stand on his feet. The mentor remained silent, but was also very surprised because the hero had impressed him with his instincts. Not about to be ceremonious, the young man used the resonance against him to end the fight as quickly as possible. A wary Locke took notice of the brave man's complete release, and realized that if this went on, he would completely destroy the entire arena. This infuriated the experienced trainer, who gripped the handles of the blades tightly, and said that it was time to end this. Suddenly a fire dragon was released at Gabby, which was to put an end to all his deeds. The burning serpent began to twist the defenseless youngster, who was at a loss to understand what it was all about. Locke, meanwhile, stood back and watched without interfering, and realized that the kid was in trouble. The unconscious Gabriel began to freefall to the ground, having been defeated by the fire dragon. The falling brave was caught in flight by the coach, who gently held him in his arms to place him on the floor. Locke now understood Callaghan's choice, for this was the second person in the group to enter into spontaneous resonance. The coach looked at the students lying on the ground, and realized that maybe he should call in the medical droids. After about 2 hours they reconvened, and the mentor said that now that the boys were back on their feet, they could start practicing. The mentor said that as he had suggested earlier, they are all weak, and this needs to be corrected as soon as possible. Gabriel couldn't remember his fight with Locke and assumed he had passed out at that moment, which was very strange to him. The guy then smirked and said in his mind that he felt he'd had a lot of fun a little earlier. The Earthling's handler said he thinks they have potential, as 2 of them are already capable of entering into resonance. The astonished students immediately asked who was the second person after Diego who had managed to use this technique. Folding his arms across his chest, Locke asked everyone to be quiet and said he was talking about Gabby and his best friend. The bewildered hero said he didn't remember anything, but the mentor said that the first entrances to resonance can induce trance-like states. He had seen the picture of Diego entering into spontaneous resonance and being in a trance. But Gabriel seemed completely lucid to him, which raised the suspicion of a lie. Clapping his hands, the teacher decided not to waste any more time and said he would try to explain to them what resonance was all about. Locke began to tell us that the cosmos is bathed in a stream of fundamental energy that permeates every universe. This stream was more commonly referred to as the Great Stream, and yet no one knew its origin or the location of its source. The planet they are on is located right at the crossroads of several flow branches, giving it unique access to energy. Mentor was sure that since the Earthlings had arrived on this planet, they were stronger, more resilient, and in better shape than they had been back home. Now the surprised Diego understood what was going on and realized how he had used the powerful hold in the arena. Locke said that energy similar to the Great Stream circulates within every living being, but it is infinitely less. According to him, when a person has been able to harmonize their inner energy with the energy of the flow, they are said to have entered into resonance. Clenching his fist tightly, the teacher said that resonance allows you to multiply this energy to use it for great achievements. He then opened his palm with a sharp movement, releasing a powerful charge of energy into the wall nearby. A charge of internal energy crashed into the stone structure, undermining it, much to the astonishment of the disciples. A dazed Kevin couldn't believe his eyes, while shielding Fiona, who was very frightened, from the shrapnel. Lo said it's unusual at their level of combat, but he'll start by teaching them to engage in resonance, after which they'll easily move up in the rankings. The mentor asked the students if they thought they were capable of doing this, and they became as serious as possible at that moment. The beautiful Melissa closed her eyes and concentrated as much as possible, standing in one place and remaining cool-headed. Believing in herself, the blue-eyed damsel confidently said she thought she could do it, and was willing to give it a try. The effort and focus had paid off, and as a result she had entered a state of resonance. Locke praised her and asked her to stay focused, to stay like this longer. A surprised Melissa said she was trying, but also felt too weird and didn't understand anything. The girl tried to explain it by saying she felt exhausted, and a drop of sweat ran down her face. She was immediately approached by Diego, who began to hold her down, and Locke said they would gain stamina over time. The surprised mentor knew that some species were more sensitive than others, but this was the first time he had seen such a thing. Dipping his right hand in his right hand, he decided to ask the newly arrived students what planet they were from. Kevin, Fiona, and Maddie meanwhile had entered a state of resonance, trying to make sense of everything, and make sense of it. Diego replied to the teacher that they came from the planet Earth, and he asked what universe it was in, for he had never heard of them. The guy didn't know how to explain, and said that where they came from, they didn't know at all that there were other universes or other forms of intelligent life. Locke exhaled and realized they were simple rednecks, which amazed Diego and Melissa, who hadn't expected such a rant. The mentor then folded his hands on his belt and said that everyone had managed to enter resonance. But then he noticed that everyone except Gabriel had entered the state, and asked the lad how he was doing. Kevin and Maddie began to tease the leader, saying they thought he was the best, but he wasn't doing any better. The stern mentor said that no one asked for their opinion and ordered them to go do 2,000 push-ups, which dumbfounded the youngsters. Locke then sat down beside a concentrated Gabriel and wondered what was the matter. The frustrated team captain replied that he follows all the steps, but he is unable to harmonize his energy. The teacher asked if the brave man didn't remember their fight today, and asked him to tell how he felt. The protagonist suddenly replied that he had a desire to kill that couldn't be confused with anything else. Serious at the time, the coach asked the young men why this feeling prevailed over him. The disgruntled young man replied that it was difficult, because a multitude of feelings prevailed besides. Locke, on the other hand, said that he thought the reason why the guy couldn't harmonize his energy with the great flow was very simple. Harry really surprised the protagonist by saying that the problem lies in the fact that he is not aligned with himself. He explained that the young man was, at least in part, suppressing his true self, and decided to tell a story that might help him. The trainer then pointed his thumb at his mask, about to tell its story. Traditionally, he said, all warriors of his culture wear one, and it has at least two possible meanings because there are two kinds of warriors. The mentor said that there is a warrior who hates to kill, and once he puts on the mask, he ceases to be who he is and becomes a weapon. He added that there is also a warrior who loves war, but his mask serves to reveal the soul and true face of the sower of death. Gabriel said he didn't understand something and asked if it was correct that it was the same thing in both cases. Locke rose to his feet and asked in a calm tone if the captain was sure of what he was saying, and then said that the training was over for the day. Showering in the evening after a grueling workout, the protagonist speculated about the warrior's mask. The skeleton told the boy that the coach was right, for by hiding himself the young man had finally lost his mind, and he himself was proof of it. He added that Gabriel could pretend not to notice it if he wanted to, but that didn't change the fact. The team captain, meanwhile, got out of the shower and used the terminal to read the information about the masks. The young man noticed that since they had switched leagues, the terminal's assortment of masks had expanded. The guy decided to choose a mask with horns, and then a notification popped up asking if he wanted to personalize it. Inciting action, the wily skeleton asked Gabby why he shouldn't do it right now. First, the hero took the purchased devil mask in his hands and began to inspect it before putting it on his face. Daredevil offered the scrawny man a deal, explaining that when he put on the mask, it meant he was letting him rule. The skeleton agreed, and then wondered if the kid realized he'd been talking to himself the whole time. An emotionless Gabriel replied in a calm tone that he understood everything and called himself crazy. After these words, he presented the acquired mask of the devil to his face without any hesitation. In the same minute, the mask was successfully put on, giving the skeleton control over the team captain's mind. The devil immediately entered Gabby's mind, filling his heart with cruelty and lust for battle. The young man got very excited and almost started jumping on the spot, shouting that he had succeeded and it was a big step towards success. Clenching his fist tightly, he gleamed his teeth insidiously and said that he couldn't wait to test his new power. Suddenly, Gabriel noticed Callaghan's voice greeting the team members looking for that they were going out tonight. He said Gladys had made them fancy outfits and asked them to join him downstairs, emphasizing that they would be leaving in 20 minutes. At the agreed-upon time, all the students gathered downstairs and headed for the flying ship, and it was already getting dark outside. The sponsor was very happy to see his expensive team and welcomed them while managing to miss them. He emphasized that they were dressed very stylishly, and a serious Kevin wondered where they were flying to. Smiling, Callaghan snapped his fingers and said that this was a surprise they would be seeing very soon. After a while, Eeyore said they were getting very close and ordered the droid that was the pilot to start climbing. The robot clearly understood the order, and then lifted the flying ship upwards very abruptly, much to the passengers' surprise. The Earthlings didn't realize what was happening, and Mehdi nearly flew backwards and banged his head against the wall. Laughing, Callaghan said he would take them to the battle in the arena tonight. But before he did, he wanted to show them something, and the ship picked up even more speed. Within seconds, the flying board was in open space, where it was very quiet. The team members watched the picture from the window with great amazement and could not get enough of it. An enthusiastic Gabriel did so along with the others, and in doing so, did not expect to see such scenery. From aboard the flying ship, they could clearly see the huge arena, which they had not been able to see from this angle before. A surprised Kevin along with the others couldn't believe that they were actually fighting in this Hulk. The sponsor said the matches they had previously participated in were in lower-tier arenas. He promised that tonight he would guide the team members into levels far above what they see in front of them right now. The enthusiastic patron confidently announced that they would all witness an S-ranked match tonight. The pretty hostess meanwhile welcomed everyone into the arena, joyfully flying around the arena in different directions. The maiden greeted the seated aliens in the arena, who were waiting anxiously for the fight to begin. They were all shouting joyfully and excitedly, enjoying being in the grandstand where they had a good view of the place. The Earthlings, meanwhile, were in a special box on the highest floor where they could enjoy the matches in peace. Kevin and Fiona were surprised at the scale of the arena, and Callaghan asked all members to use the lodge for their health and said it cost a lot of money. Gladys asked if he was sure it was a reasonable expense, and the boss said he wanted to give Earthlings a taste of the big world. The announcer meanwhile exclaimed that tonight all the viewers present would witness an exceptional match. Her words were accompanied by wild applause and joyful shouts from the audience waiting for the exciting battles. An enthusiastic girl asked if the audience was ready to watch a collision that would shake the foundations of this planet. The happy aliens were shouting in one voice, which told him that he couldn't wait to see the spectacle. The speaker said that before doing so, they were obliged to give a proper welcome to the unusual guest who had come to see them. The girl greeted His Excellency Praxis I, who was the Grand Bishop of the arena. The bishop sat on a throne specially prepared for him, and only waved silently to all the spectators present. Diego asked who it was, and Gabriel replied that according to Callaghan, this planet was ruled by a religious order. The students were approached by a stranger who told them that the bishop's guards were inquisitors, who were as strong as S-League fighters. Surprised Melissa called him very handsome in her thoughts, and didn't expect to see one among the vile aliens. Fiona asked who the handsome man was, and an angry Kevin reminded her that he was actually standing next to her. The handsome man with long blue hair turned out to be Coach Locke, who asked if they didn't recognize him. Amazed by what they saw, the team members discussed that he was beautiful, and the mask really does change appearances. A tipsy Culligan put his arm around the coach and asked if he would have a glass of wine with him, but Locke declined, saying he didn't drink alcohol. The event girl meanwhile exclaimed that it was time to introduce the league champion. The first was the big guy Akapuchnik the Summoner, a black wizard whose spells gave nightmares to his opponents. The host began to introduce the same former great champion who returns to the S-League tonight after an absence of many years. The spectators from the grandstand shouted with joy, welcoming the mighty warrior they had missed so much. It was a big man in knightly armor made of gold, named Hercules, who rode in on a black warhorse. A delighted Diego couldn't believe he was seeing a horse, while Gabriel was hearing for the first time about the returning Hercules. The thoughtful guy said in his mind that this couldn't be a coincidence at all and meant something. The flying girl meanwhile declared the fight started and flew to the side, enjoying the process. The Acaputian told Hercules that he respected him greatly, but his days in the arena were long gone and he should have stayed retired. The cold-blooded knight in armor said nothing in response and remained seated on his horse, thinking about further actions. The enemy, on the other hand, summoned a multitude of bloodthirsty snakes with spells, whose task was to destroy the knight. A dumbfounded Kevin, Fiona, and Melissa froze in place as they watched and didn't realize what it was. The bloodthirsty snakes meanwhile approached the frozen in place Hercules, who remained perfectly still. At the last moment before the monster struck, the fighter realized that the situation was stalemate and decided to do something about it. Unexpectedly for all the spectators, he made a high jump right on the horse, which was not everyone's strength. The enraged Akapuchnik, with a gold ring on his finger, continued to use spells, shouting that there would be no escape. Hungry dragons tried in every possible way to swallow the flying on horseback Hercules, who skillfully circumvented them, leaving them with nothing. He kept his spear raised up and continued to rush forward as if pursuing some goal. The golden tip of his mighty spear emitted charges of energy with which Hercules planned to massacre the dragons. A powerful bolt of energy was released into the remaining snakes below, which began to scream in pain, burning alive. The breathless spectators watched in awe, not expecting such tricks from the knight. The stunned Gabriel and his close associates looked on with the same immense astonishment, unable to understand how such a thing was possible. A smiling Callaghan continued to sip his wine, saying that handsome Hercules was still in shape and shouldn't be written off. The big-horned Bishop Praxis tapped his fingernails, smiling slyly and enjoying the actions of the powerful knight. The stunned, red-bearded Akapuchnik could not believe what he saw, as he had great hopes for his snakes. In the end, all the attacking dragons were burned alive and Hercules remained unharmed. Then he looked at the opponent ahead of him and asked if this was all they had in store for them. The red-bearded big man immediately used spells and exclaimed that this wasn't the end. The cold-blooded Hercules astonished all the spectators by making a sudden leap forward and decapitating the Acaputian. The joyful host loudly announced the victory of the mighty knight, who won it very quickly. He was once again declared the winner, and listened silently as enthusiastic fans screamed his name. A surprised Gabriel wondered if this was the S-League he had envisioned differently. A nervous Kevin said they would never reach that level and called the whole thing pure nonsense. The mighty warrior Hercules meanwhile relaxed, and allowed himself to remove his helmet, much to the audience's surprise. The shocked team members couldn't believe that he actually helmeted with them and would show everyone his guise. The reserved protagonist lowered his head and muttered softly that the fighter's nickname was now clear to him. The valiant knight removed his golden helmet, whereupon it became clear to the young man that they were not the only people here. The stubbly warrior got off his trusty steed and said that the level had dropped significantly and it was upsetting him. A surprised Medi couldn't believe there were other people on this planet, and Diego had already said he was already lost in it all. He asked Callaghan if he knew there were others of their species in the arena, to which the sponsor replied that he had other things to do than ogle species of creatures. Serious Gabriel asked if it was possible to meet Hercules, but the long-eared man laughed. The sponsor said it's very funny to ask for an audience with a SS-ranked champion when they are still just a D-ranked rookie. He said that if they wanted to face the knight, they would have to earn it and become champions, not before. Gabby said he thought it was an S-League game, but Callaghan on the other hand said there was no SS League per se, and it was just a more honorable rank. Sometime later, after observing dozens of fights, the participants returned to headquarters close to morning. Gladys asked the boss if he was sure it was a good idea to show the participants the matches, since most of them appeared to be intimidated. The calculating Smurf said his goal was to see the reactions of the Earthlings, and he got what he expected. He said he wanted to see which of them would be frightened and which would be fascinated, for it would be useful in both cases. Smiling, the long-eared man said he was nonetheless surprised, and the subordinate didn't fully understand what he was talking about. Meanwhile, team members pondered in the training room, while Kevin practiced his kicks on the punching bag, relieving stress. Culligan expected most to be frightened and temporarily lose control. He pictured Fiona biting her nails and Mady clutching his head, who was confused and didn't know what to do. The sponsor expected only Gabriel to be strong enough to withstand the emotional pressure. But, as the results showed, he was fundamentally mistaken, because each of the team members behaved very honorably. Earlier, Eeyore had thought he was very good at assessing people, but as practice had shown, that wasn't the case at all. Smiling, the Smurf said that this team was very promising and was happy that he was able to get it. The enraged Kevin, meanwhile, continued to beat the pair furiously, venting all his anger on it. Soon the guy stopped to take a breather, and Gabriel asked if he was okay and had calmed down. The furious youth exclaimed that all the fights they had seen were impossible, and they had no chance of reaching that level. Gabi asked him to stop yelling and think, asking him if he was tired of being stupid, which pissed the red-headed kid off even more. An angry Diego acknowledged his best friend's point, and said that Hercules was human like the rest of us. But Kevin asked what that had to do with it. A subdued Melissa said all Hercules was able to reach that level as a human, so a priori they are capable of it too. Nervous Fiona and Mady shifted their gaze to her after hearing this, while remaining silent. A knocked-out Kevin stood silently frozen in place, unsure of how to react to what was happening. Gabriel agreed with the girl, and said that if they persevered in their study of resonance abilities, they should be able to reach the right level. The red-haired kid agreed with him, but said that he couldn't claim that since he was the only one who didn't own the resonance. After those words, the protagonist smiled, about to prove to the kid quite the opposite. Putting a devilish mask on his face, he asked in an intimidating tone if Kevin was sure of what he was saying. The unexpected transformation was a great surprise to all present, who were unaware of this ability of the leader. The disbelieving red-headed brave asked what the mask was for, not expecting to hear anything interesting. Gabriel said that this mask is a trick he personally came up with some time ago. The captain said that in addition to training, they needed to gather as much information about this world as they could until they could devise an escape plan. Fiona asked if that was why he wanted to talk to Hercules, and the hero said it was, because the knight definitely had important information. Diego said that it was difficult to reach him and they would have to find other channels, such as using the web. And Gabi, on the other hand, said that they also needed to communicate with the community. The team leader looked sternly at everyone present and said that from now on, their survival depended on both the arena and the outside world. Even though they had a lot of work to do, the caring team captain suggested they go to bed and get some energy. A tense Fiona, as attentive as Diego and Melissa were, was willing to do anything to get home. Best friends Kevin and Mehdi were also listening intently to Gabriel, who said training would resume tomorrow. The main character was approached by Melissa, who asked if she could talk to him, and he didn't refuse her. A slightly surprised Diego took notice, but did not disturb the departing young men. Outside, the girl tried to say that they hadn't had a chance to talk since they'd spent the night together, which the young man teased. Melissa said that she felt really bad at the time and didn't hesitate to go to Gabby's room, and after everything started to feel guilty and left. The guy didn't know how to react to her words, and invisible to the girl, the skeleton wondered what she was doing to them. The troubled damsel still felt guilty and said she was sorry that things had gotten so ridiculous. Suddenly Gabriel laughed at the top of his voice, which further alarmed the beauty, who was expecting encouragement. Worried, she asked the guy what was wrong and he, calming his uncontrollable laughter, apologized. Approaching Melissa, the hero asked if she could stop this issue of a vulnerable and caring little girl with him. His words cut into the heart of the trembling, discouraged girl who expected understanding, but it didn't turn out that way at all. The rude young man said they were alone and she could stop playing this comedy, which was starting to make the beauty angry. Gabriel said she realized he had the best chance of survival, so she sucked it up and then ran away, trying to create an emotional dependency. Laughing, the guy asked if she thought he could fall in love and said that if she needed protection, she could just ask. An angry Melissa blushed and could no longer hold back her tears, while asking him to shut up. Gabi didn't care about her emotions and asked if that was really all she had left up her sleeve of manipulation. The girl was crying profusely and swung her hand at him, once again asking him to shut up and not make the situation worse. The unperturbed leader intercepted her hand with a sharp movement, gripping her wrist tightly and showing his sternness with his facial expression. In a serious tone, the hero repeated that he had already asked her to stop playing, and added that it was becoming offensive. Weeping, Melissa didn't recognize this callous man as the Gabriel she'd fallen in love with earlier. With a surprised look, Gabi looked at the girl who continued to cry, and in doing so, stopped saying anything. The red-haired maiden began to gradually calm down, but her wrist was still held tightly by the man's hand. Calming down, with tearful blue eyes, she looked at the boy who expected her to tell the truth. After a few seconds, Melissa stopped crying completely. and a strange smile appeared on her face. Laughing, she pulled her hand out sharply and said that Gabriel had caught her and was right. Her confession was not something surprising for the protagonist, because he had already realized everything long ago. The maiden's strange look alarmed him and told him that she was up to something not so good. Without any warning, Melissa gripped the wooden spear handle tightly to attack the leader. A couple moments later, the tip of the spear was at the face of a frozen-in-place Gabriel, who remained composed. Putting on a devil mask, the hero smiled intimidatingly and told the confused young lady that she had nothing to fear from him. Melissa said she suspected him after what he did to Cedric, but Brave said the bespectacled man was a fool, but she wasn't. She asked if he was angry with her, to which the guy replied that he respected her even more, and asked if he could let go of the spear after getting the goodies. Gabriel asked about her condition, and the girl said she was shocked by what they'd been through, and had thrown her best friend to the monsters to save herself. Melissa admitted that that dreadful night, her sleepwalking attack was intensified when she caught a glimpse of the disturbing hero out of the corner of her eye. The girl asked why he chose to save that night, and the young man replied that her death could have destroyed the group even more psychologically. The leader asked why she had chosen him for manipulation, since Diego or Mehdi might have been easier for her to do so. Gently stroking his cheek, Melissa couldn't give a clear answer, and only assumed it was because he was the cutest of the three. She then decided to ask if he had ever killed anyone other than non-humans, to which Gabriel replied no, though he wished he had. He said they needed to be honest about their intentions and protect each other, and added that she could continue to play comedy, but not with him. 18 months later, a presenter in a long dress welcomed the aliens into the arena. The alien Shantrapa, occupying the seats in the grandstand, were anxiously awaiting the start of the mesmerizing bouts. Maiden said the winner of tonight's match would own the Western B League quadrant and could compete for a ticket to A. It was said that when the 4 quadrant owners are chosen, North fights South, West fights East, and the winners move on to the next league. The charismatic Umbrella host asked to be allowed to introduce fighters who would gnaw the match victory through their teeth. The spectators couldn't wait to see those crazy people who were ready to fight to the last drop of blood, snatching victory. The first to be introduced was an intransigent team that has built up a judicial reputation over the years and has a chance to go hunting in new lands. The entertainer said they will meet a team that is considered one of the favorites of the season tonight, and asked them to crush them with applause. This intimidating team had only 3 sixes in its name, which was already alarming to viewers who weren't even scheduled to fight it. At the head of the team was Gabriel, his face a mask of a bloodthirsty devil, frightening by his mere appearance. Next was the attractive Melissa in a robot-like suit who was calculating and conniving. Next was the stubbly Diego, who had changed a lot over the many months of training and had taken on the serious look of a fighter. Turning her attention to the matured Kevin, the presenter said that the Devils team has been able to move closer to the A-League in less than a year. The cold-blooded Fiona had gained even more feminine wisdom and was now analyzing her every move. Looking professional ninja Mehdi, the match organizer asked the audience if the story would end for the team tonight. A multitude of aliens from the stands cheerfully held up placards showing Melissa and Fiona, as well as the red team symbol. In the special guests box sat Callaghan and his assistant Gladys, who was very serious and tense. The Umbrella Girl said the match would be 6 rounds of one-on-one matches, and the team with the most bouts would be declared the winner. Turning her attention to the digital scoreboard, she added that the opponents will be chosen randomly for the first fight. After these words, for the first round, the system selected Diego to be born against Shum's red boar. Ferocious and threatening in his appearance, the boar gripped his axe tightly and said that blood was about to spill, but he did not mean himself. Diego exhaled and said tiredly that he hated all these violent endeavors, and all he wanted to do was start fighting sooner. Gabriel and Melissa cheered him on, telling him that he would definitely make it and asking him to give his best. Ambal took his huge hammer in his hand with ease, glaring at his opponent and mauling that it was time for him to go fight. Noise prepared to fight, and upon seeing his opponent recognized that he looked quite strong, which could not be denied. Diego bowed respectfully, praising his cool axe, and asked his opponent not to die, saying he hated to kill. Hearing these statements tore the head off the ferocious boar, who was easy to anger. Without wasting any time, the fierce monster rushed to attack, roaring loudly and swinging its axe, eager to finish off the wretch. The big guy from the devil team didn't flinch and gripped the handle of his hammer tightly, preparing to defend himself. Strongman Diego was good at transitioning from defense to offense, and took advantage of this technique once again, doing so very quickly. With his fist, he struck the noise so powerfully that the ferocious boar was even confused and flew back a few meters. Back to square one, the monster shuddered and clutched at its stomach, trying to catch its breath and insulting its opponent. He decided to have no more ceremony with the human who had insulted him at the beginning of the fight, and went into a state of resonance. In just a few moments, Noise was already endowed with great strength and gripped the axe's hilt with strong hands. After that, the boar released a huge fire sphere that was endowed with powerful energy and was meant to destroy the guy. A shocked Diego acted like a child, marveling at the sheer size of the balloon that was flying in his direction. Still, the surprise quickly passed and he stood firmly on his feet, spreading them wide and prepared to fend off the attack. The big guy's axe was endowed with a powerful force that was capable of repelling any enemy attacks. With a sweep of his axe, the young man struck the fire sphere with it, which was stopped at the very last moment. His fiery eyes were filled with rage, and it was clear that Diego would fight until the very end. Holding the enemy balloon required a lot of strength, which the goofy-looking kid possessed. Eventually, a huge fire sphere was reflected and flew towards the sender, who clearly didn't expect it. The agitated boar Noise couldn't believe it and froze in place, realizing he wouldn't be able to escape the balloon in time. Just a couple of seconds later, there was a powerful explosion that triggered waves that engulfed the entire arena. A lot of dust kicked up, and the winged entertainer had to use her white umbrella. The disheveled spectators in the grandstand also felt the blasts, which were very unpleasant. An excited Diego looked at the place where the fierce boar Noise was standing and was very surprised, for he had not expected something at all. After being struck by the fireball, the red-skinned monster was still alive and was still on its feet, holding its weapon. With relief, the young man exhaled, being glad that Shuma was alive, and said that he had to try his best to repel his attack. The enraged monster screeched that this was not the end, and lit up with the desire to destroy the pathetic kid. Firmly grasping the axe handle, he looked sternly at the guy standing in front of him as he continued to threaten him. Suddenly, the knocked-out boar fell unconscious, and the daredevil Diego was declared the winner of the first round. The second round selected Medi and the shark-like monster Ipupo, who possessed a menacing appearance like his comrade in arms. Bumping his fists, Diego asked his buddy to take care and fight carefully, while he smiled and told him not to worry. Afterward, the stern ninja pulled on his mask and said that he had no plans to die today, and suggested that the battle begin. Mehdi glared coolly at the Ipupo shark ahead of him, who stayed out of the way and remained composed. The entertainer announced the start of the fight and asked the contestants to proceed, while all present watched in awe. The powerful battle ended after a long period of time with the victory of Master Mehdi, who proved himself very worthy. The knocked-out shark-like monster lay unconscious, and it was the second round in a row in favor of Gabriel's team. The ninja exhaled in relief and said that he had already decided that this fight would never end, and added that it had been quite difficult. The monster team owner sitting in the VIP box, meanwhile, was tearing up, unable to believe that his fighters were losing. Callaghan asked Bourne to calm down and said that despite appearances, his fighters are resilient, but the dog boys might have better luck in the next round. Diego, on the other hand, told his friends to look dangerous, but so far things were going well, and a nervous Gabriel said that was for now. The hero realized that the ninja could have won much faster, but the custom of not wanting to kill prevented him. Sitting next to her, Melissa offered a tense Gabby a strawberry ice cream, but he didn't want anything at that moment. The companions began to ask the returning Mehdi how he was, and he replied that he was only sorry that he had been badly injured, and it would mess up their results again. The medical droid started to take the injured guy away, and he winked at Kevin and said they'd meet already. Fiona exhaled heavily and bent slightly, and her lover, noticing this, immediately asked if she was all right. The girl replied that she was just a little hot and called it normal stress, saying drink some water and it will get better. She and Duza from Team Monster were selected to fight in the third round, which was unexpected. What was happening was very stressful for Kevin, who didn't want to let his beloved go to fight, but they had no choice. Fiona stroked her lover and in a gentle tone asked him not to worry, promising that everything would be fine. Mermaid Deuce entered the arena very soon and grinned at her opponent standing in front of her. The very serious-looking girl from Gabriel's team tried to remain calm, not letting slack or showing fear. The host with the umbrella in turn flew up and declared the round started, and then began to watch in awe. The bloodthirsty mermaid frighteningly warned that she wasn't as kind as the two losers before her. Fiona is not on video idle chatter and bragging, and only said that they would see it all in battle. The monster with a long tail immediately rushed to attack the girl who kept a cold mind. The girl didn't stand still either, and with a sharp start, she rushed forward, her sweaty hand grasping the hilt of her spear. Angry and confident, Fiona was the first to try to strike, but her opponent ducked. Smiling, Dusa asked if the damsel was keeping up with her and called it magnificent. Maximum tension. Fiona wondered why it felt so heavy, since it hadn't happened before. The golden hand of a mermaid with long claws touched the shield of a disheveled girl who was defending herself with all her might. With her other hand, she reached for the tip of her spear to, with great effort, try to disarm her opponent. Smirking in Fiona's face, the muscular Deuce tried to simply take the weapon away from her, which wasn't easy to do. At one point, she exclaimed that she had caught the girl, which sounded very confusing and alarming. The brown-eyed girl from Gabriel's team was confused and didn't understand at all what her opponent meant. As it turned out, Deuce managed to distract her and then took the opportunity to get up close with her tail, the tip of which was sharp. This infuriated Fiona, whom she managed to scratch, but still the girl gritted her teeth tightly, preparing to deliver a powerful rebuff. With a sharp movement, she managed to push the mermaid away from her, who was confused and unable to resist. Dronzer recovered quickly and got back on track with a smile, calling the hold a great feint. After that, she decided to play mature and used spells to settle the score with the girl. A very nervous Fiona realized the seriousness of the situation and gritted her teeth tightly, realizing she was in great danger. A couple moments later, there was a massive explosion, but she remained unharmed and prevented her opponent from attacking her. Overwhelmed, Kevin was really rooting for his beloved and yelling for her to keep it up. The remaining calm Callaghan in turn silently watched the girl from his team fight. Gabrielle asked a surprised Melissa sitting next to her if she had noticed that Fiona was almost at her limit, and added that something was wrong. The brown-eyed beauty meanwhile covered herself with her shield, holding it with a trembling hand, and was ready to fight to the end. The wily Deuce spread her claws and said, smiling frighteningly, that the warm-up was over, and now we could move on to more serious action. Once again she used the spell and entered a state of resonance, being endowed with immense power. An exhausted Fiona was losing strength by the second, and covered herself with her shield, trying her best to hold back her opponent's onslaught. To everyone's surprise, the mermaid began to spin in one place, much to the consternation of her tired rival. With her skillful actions, Dronzer created something like a tornado that was approaching the maiden who was standing still. A powerful attack was immediately launched, but Fiona managed to make a high leap to power up, thus remaining in one piece. Then the surprised brown-eyed beauty looked inside the tornado and wondered what it was. The wind increased, she had to cover herself with her shield again, but still the girl carefully peeked out to look ahead. Powerful energy and rivalry, she was raised up, and could be killed at any second if the mermaid wished it. A gloating Deuce exclaimed that although Fiona had managed to survive, that was just the beginning of the show. After that, the opponent moved back, and the nervous girl from Gabriel's team realized that she was dying if this continued. The best solution for Fiona was to use a powerful magical barrier, which she did. An incredibly strong tornado strike immediately struck the barrier, which was not destroyed but suffered massive damage. Maximum tension. Kevin and Mehdi were very worried about the girl who was in the epicenter of danger. Fiona herself clenched her jaw tightly, holding the barrier with all her might and trying not to panic. The incessant blows continued, and the barrier gradually collapsed, forming more and more cracks. The attacks began to damage the girl under the dome, and multiple scratches began to appear on her body. Within seconds, a confident Dronzer was already enjoying the broken barrier and the fact that she had defeated her opponent. Fiona could no longer hold back the onslaught and fell to the ground, dropping her shield, no longer having the strength to resist. The sneering mermaid was impressed, and said that the girl was unlikely to survive the next attack, for she was already at the limit of her strength. The angry brown-eyed beauty began to rise to her feet, and asked the cocky mutt if she was always like this. Her words knocked Dronzer, who was already about to bathe in the rays of glory, and didn't expect public insults at all. Looking sternly at her rival, an aggressive Fiona said that it wasn't over and insulted the ponytailed girl again. The mermaid's rage made her mad, and she threatened to gouge out the eyes of the brunette who dared to sling mud at her in public. Fiona realized that she would have to rely on one hit, and luckily Dronzer would be attacking right at her, so she obliged. Closing her eyes and concentrating, in her thoughts the girl said that if she didn't succeed, at least she would leave nicely. After a few seconds, she successfully entered a state of resonance, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. The cold-blooded maiden looked at the mermaid Dronzer standing in front of her, and confidently asked her to attack.